Chapter 4976. Despite the fierce ambush, Xueqi emerged unscathed, with only a few specks of dirt staining his robe. Nonchalantly, he brushed off the grime with a quick pat, unfazed by the feeble attempt to harm him. Yun heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Shadow Rider, on the other hand, became serious. This capable assassin had killed numerous famous characters before, homing their intuition every time. Now, this felt rather ominous. Is this all the world-famous assassin can do? Xueqi waved his sleeve and said. A terrible feeling gnawed at Shadow Rider as they contemplated the situation. The earlier strike had felt just fine, and now even a 5-fruit Dragonlord would be finished. The assassin couldn't help but feel uneasy. Now, it turned out that Xueqi was completely untouched. Shadow Rider naturally knew how sharp the strike was, and the same for the grim situation. Come, try again, do your best this time now. Xueqi smiled. Yun was left speechless since the famous assassin was not taken seriously by a junior. Keep in mind that even Dragonlords feared Shadow Rider. Alas, Xueqi was treating the assassin like a child. This was a first for Shadow Rider, being treated in such a trivial manner. Only 1 or 2 cultivators in the lower continents could act this way. Clank! Shadow Rider summoned a different weapon with their left hand, resembling a meteor hammer with spikes. These spikes seemed sharp like needles in the night, always ready to pierce the heart. The night beast raised its hooves, looking like a roaring stallion. Alas, there was no sound coming from this powerful Dragonlord. The beast's roar didn't make any sound but still released a mighty shockwave. At the same time, Shadow Rider swung the hammer, wanting to reduce Xueqi's head to mincemeat. The spikes also shot out with a speed 10 times greater than lightning. Each aimed for a weak spot. The entire process was soundless and virtually indiscernible, akin to a viper striking from the shadow. This was enough to kill a Dragonlord, but it didn't stop there. Shadow Rider let go of the hammer and let momentum take over. The assassin then appeared behind Xueqi as if they had been there the entire time, undetected. Another spear thrust was the choice. Shadow Rider didn't hold back at all, utilizing all of their strength and speed. Ah! Yun couldn't follow the steps. The only thing she saw was a hammer hitting Xueqi's forehead while the spear was inches from his back. This consisted of 4 separate points of attack: Shadow Rider's hammer and spear, the Night Beast stomp, and the needle-like spikes. Support us at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. As Shadow Rider launched the attack, confidence surged through the assassin's veins. Surely, this would be enough to injure even a 6-fruit Dragonlord. But then Xueqi's casual voice cut through the air, sending chills down Shadow Rider's spine. Not as bad this time. The assassin's heart sank, realizing that their best efforts had been effortlessly brushed aside. It sounded like the voice of a devil to Shadow Rider. This move had never failed to kill or cause serious injuries before until now. Failing twice as an assassin was an utter disaster. Shadow Rider didn't waste any time and dispersed into smoke, desperately trying to escape. Their movement technique was flawless. Even the mightiest cultivators couldn't break the spell or catch up in time. However, in the next blink of an eye, something akin to an invisible hand caught Shadow Rider. Illumination Empress Dowager had suffered the same fate, being smashed repeatedly, leaving deep holes in the ground and vomiting blood. Yun caught up and couldn't believe what she was seeing. The last time she had been captured by the Empress Dowager and didn't know it was Xueqi who had intervened. Now, even though she couldn't see Xueqi, she knew it was him behind Shadow Rider's defeat. The second-ranked member of the 10 monsters looked helpless before Xueqi, not worth a single coin. Shadow Rider couldn't believe it either. They had believed they could exchange numerous moves with Conceal Conqueror despite the power gap. Being proven weak like this was horrifying. Chapter 4977. Meanwhile, Xueqi leaped up into the air and grabbed the dark spear, throwing it straight at the fleeing night beast. It finally let out an audible roar before death, being pinned to the ground by its master's weapon. It then dispersed into smoke and was blown away by the wind. Shadow Rider initially thought that this was a profitable venture, not expecting to meet such a terrifying cultivator. Killing a 5-fruit Dragonlord was easy. There was a high chance of winning against a 6-fruit Dragonlord as well. Now, the target was completely unscathed. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Find us on Google. Poof! The The decisive Shadow Rider performed the same movement technique, dispersing into smoke once more. Alas, the smoke suddenly came together again to form Shadow Rider. Something prevented this escape technique from working properly. Poof! Shadow Rider tried once more only to have the same outcome. Space and time around Shadow Rider have been caught by an invisible hand. This became an inescapable prison. Shadow Rider felt as if his target was one with heaven and earth, possessing full control over the various affinities. This was something surpassing the power of a Tao domain, capable of exerting absolute control. Clank! In this moment between life and death, Shadow Rider became furious and loud like a Buddha attempting to slay evil demons. A gigantic Buddhist avatar emerged and roared thunderously. Behind the avatar came thousands of swords imbued with the Buddhist affinity. They gathered together into a single radiant sword that illuminate the night. Its slash cut through 3,000 worlds, all desires and attachments. Everything returned to dust. The rage of Buddha empowered this attack, resulting in immense destruction and mercilessness. It could split the world but not Li Qie, who caught the blade between two fingers. This was as risky as can be for Shadow Rider. The slash could kill mighty cultivators but lost the stealth factor. This gamble turned out to be the incorrect move. Interesting, this seems familiar. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Shadow Rider shuddered after seeing this and immediately tried to run again, melding into the night and crossing through the dimensions. He's running! Yun shouted and looked over, only to see Li Qie still patting his robe to get rid of the dust. She was overwhelmed with emotion after witnessing true invincibility. She has been with a master standing at the apex all this time but didn't realize it. Her ignorance and shallow vision left her ashamed. She had even tried to protect him during their time together, not realizing that it was unnecessary. She walked over and got on her knees, wanting to drill a hole into the ground and hide from everyone. "Stand up, we're giving chase," he said. "Young noble, why did you let Shadow Rider get away?" She got up and asked. It seemed that it was not difficult for Li Qie to kill Shadow Rider in the slightest. "I'm feeling amused." Normally, when a beast is frightened, the first reaction is to run back to its lair. He said. "Do you wish to wipe them out?" Yun asked. "I don't have that much heroism in me. This is not about getting rid of evildoers or whatever. I only want to see the lair." He smiled. The initial goal was to capture Shadow Rider. Alas, after seeing the slash, he became interested because it was familiar. Thus, he wanted to trace it back to the source. Though Shadow Rider has made it to the wilderness far away, it was impossible to truly escape Li Qie. Under ordinary circumstances, Shadow Rider's assassination and stealth arts were second to none. Others couldn't pursue or trace this assassin at all due to a lack of traces. Unfortunately, Li Qie had locked the target and distance didn't matter. Shadow Rider could leap out of this world's cycles and it would still be useless. Only Supreme Overlords had the ability to hide from Li Qie's eyes. Li Qie wasn't in a rush either since he wanted to wait for the assassin to return to the hideout. He took his time with Yun accompanying him. After journeying for some time, they finally arrived at what appeared to be a primeval world. The landscape stretched out before them, vast and boundless, while the air remained pure and untouched. Everywhere she looked, all she could see were rugged mountains and towering trees. Chapter 4978. Despite not entering the region yet, the duo felt the auras of beasts as if millions of them were howling. Wonderful sceneries could be found everywhere, whether it be towering trees or unbroken valleys extending forever into the distance. The creatures here benefited from favorable circumstances and as time passed, some turned into demons. Over the eras, numerous demons occupied this land and made it rather dangerous. Some were old enough to gain the ability to devour the sun and moon. Others considered themselves kings of beasts and reigned over their brethren. A few took on human form, a gift from the Tao. They left their home in order to pursue a greater height. Yun shuddered with instinctive fear, aware that this journey would be rather dangerous. "The 10 Grand Mountains," she said. "Young noble, we are about to enter Demon." This was the largest region in the lower continents, known for its treacherous nature. Many have entered. Only a few were lucky enough to leave. Chaos might be the most chaotic continent, but the 10 Mountains were certainly the most dangerous. Cultivators commented that a 5-fruit dragon lord could travel untethered anywhere but here, a place where they could turn into prey. Colossal beasts and demons lived here. their intelligence wasn't unlocked. After growing old enough, they possessed enough power to rival the demon deities. These deities were in charge of the region. Any intruder would instantly be noticed by these great beings. Thus, top cultivators always acted with caution here. Big shots have also fallen in this place. Demon. Xueqi closed his eyes and took a deep breath to sense the primeval aura. We will be entering the 6 deities' domains soon. Yun said solemnly. She was strong enough to fight cultivators from the last generation. Alas, this place far exceeded her current abilities. The 6 deities? Xueqi smiled. Wild Dragon is from one of the 6, Serpent. Yun said. These special entities have taken root in the 10 Grand Mountains, gathering the power of all the living beings here. The birds and beasts worshipped the deities and offered them the power of faith. Serpent was the oldest among them, rumored to have been around since the very formation of the mountains. However, the most famous one was due to its founder, Demon Conqueror. After earning the respect of the Demon Kings, he managed to unify Demon. The other deities also supported Wood to be their leader. In this lineage, any demon was free to worship a chosen branch. However, a relationship was formed at this moment, combining their power with the deity. They gained power but lost the freedom to leave the mountains. Of course, if a beast didn't choose any of this, they could still cultivate the Tao and become a demon normally, free to leave whenever. Alas, these were rare circumstances since this world belonged to the 6 deities. Creatures would find it virtually impossible to become demons without the deity's involvement. Being weak here often meant death. We're entering. Xueqi walked forward with a smile. Yun took a deep breath and followed right behind him. She would have hesitated to do so if it wasn't for his presence. She believed that he could deal with any demon or colossal creature. Once they were inside, the sky was blocked by the towering trees. They saw large peaks ahead, some with celestials floating around them. They saw many powerful beasts and birds as well. Most had an unreasonable size. The atmosphere here was perfect for their growth. A gigantic serpent, the king of this area, immediately greeted them. It spewed out miasma and corroded the trees nearby. Other creatures fled right away. It lunged for the 2, excited to enjoy a feast. However, Yun was a supreme sovereign and easily killed the serpent in just 2 moves. She led the way, saving Xueqi the trouble. She eventually killed too many to count: a tiger as large as a peak, a serpent as long as a river, an eagle with sky-blotting wings. They were ferocious but still didn't become demons yet. She had no problem taking them down. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. Is Shadow Rider staying here? Is he from Demon? She asked. From what she saw that night, Shadow Rider resembled a human more than a demon. I'm sure there's a reason for this. Xueqi smiled. Chapter 4979. Putting the danger of demons and beasts aside, just the disorienting landscape alone could make people lost. However, Xueqi knew where Shadow Rider ran off to, so he had a clear destination in mind. He wanted to find a few things and was patient enough to take his time. Rumble. They heard loud explosions from a fierce battle along the way. Support us at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. In reality, this was not a rare sight. The creatures here competed over territory repeatedly, fighting to the death. They once witnessed a serpent monarch fighting against a bull monarch, destroying the land in the process. Today, the combatants included a group of demon cultivators. They became demons through cultivation, not with the natural pathway from heaven and earth. Many of them have taken humanoid forms. Kill them. This was a brutal carnage. One side primarily consisted of birds while the other had land roamers such as tigers and leopards. If they were in the lower continents, they would be added to the list of first-rate powers. Rumble. The Avian Alliance was swift and precise with their movements, darting in and out of the battlefield. The Landwalkers relied on power and destruction instead. Shockwaves crushed one peak after another. Frightening demonic energies surged into the air. Boom! A majestic figure descended from the sky and unleashed a devastating blow. It was a colossal tiger demon, standing the size of a mountain, with 4 razor-sharp blade wings that could slice through anything. The sight of the demonic tiger caused terror to grip the avian soldiers. The non-demon birds were grounded, unable to move. But then, its formidable opponent arrived, a magnificent phoenix-like bird with pure white feathers that dwarfed the tiger monarch in size. Its wings could blot out the sun, and it radiated a bright, awe-inspiring white light. The two started battling in the air before falling to the ground. As the battle raged on, blood began to rain down. Soldiers stopped fighting and merely watched the battle between the two monarchs. Such power, they are comparable to dragon lords. Yun trembled while sensing the demonic shockwaves. In the end, it became clear that the bird monarch was no match for the tiger monarch, and the bird was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep pit upon impact right in front of Lichia and Yun. The bloodied bird made the two look like ants in comparison. Boom! The tiger monarch landed and stomped on the bird, causing more blood to spill. Brat, hand over the god source or I will kill you and flatten your city, the monarch said menacingly. In your dream, the white bird shouted. Young noble, isn't this voice familiar? Yun was surprised to hear this. Indeed. Lichia nodded in agreement. The two beast monarchs finally noticed the two humans. The bird couldn't believe its own eyes and shouted, Miss Jen, young noble Li. This was enough to let Yun know who he was. Gold-crest young noble. However, he looked like a large rooster back in abroad, not this majestic creature. Connecting the two was impossible. If Princess Ming Shi were here, she would start laughing due to the ridiculous discrepancy. He didn't expect to see the two in demon, especially not when he was being beaten down. Nonetheless, he put on a smile in front of his crush and said, Friends, why are you two here? I am tagging along with the young noble. Yun said. I apologize for the lack of reception. I hope you will understand from seeing my circumstances. He was still polite despite the situation. Worms, stand aside. The tiger monarch said. Though Yun was a sovereign, the tiger was comparable to a dragon lord. Blade-winged tiger, this is only between you and me. Goldcrest shouted. He, just hand over the god source and everything will be easy. Otherwise, I'll kill you and eat your friends. No one can stop me now that the old man is dead. The tiger laughed. Leave my friends, I cannot even protect myself right now. Goldcrest smiled wryly and told the two. It's too late for that. Although this is not much of a meal, I suppose you two will be an okay appetizer. The tiger stared at the two humans and reached for them with his sharp claw. Watch it! Goldcrest bellowed. Boom! Lichia easily stopped it. The scene looked like an ant somehow managing to stop the claw of a dragon. Chapter 4980. How could an ant ever stop a dragon? The result should have been obliteration. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Alas, Lichia easily stopped the claw with his bare hand. The tiger monarch tried to break free, but this was proven to be impossible. How dare you! Activate! The tiger monarch's voice thundered across the land. With a mighty roar, he sent out shockwaves that devastated forests and crumbled mountains. This was a power comparable to a dragon lord, enough to reduce a sovereign such as Yun to blood. However, he still couldn't break free from Lichia. Who's the worm here? Lichia smiled and smashed the tiger monarch repeatedly. The mountains nearby were replaced by large pits as a result. Boom! At last, he released the tiger monarch, who was now only a shadow of his former self. The once mighty beast was on the brink of death, gasping for his last breaths. Goldcrest didn't know what to say along with members from both armies. He had seen what Lichia could do with the Dao controller before. However, he didn't have the invincible artifact and used his bare hand this time. The demon soldiers wondered how this puny human managed to reduce their demon monarch to this state. See ya! Lichia smirked and raised his foot. Bam! The tiger's scream echoed across the region. Crack! Lichia somehow managed to crush the tiger's gigantic head with just one stomp. Suddenly, a totem appeared on the corpse. A primordial aura engulfed the battlefield and made everything tremble. It protected the tiger's true fate, allowing it to escape. Tiger deity! The crowd bellowed. This was one of the 6 prime powers of demon. Alas, it was still not enough because Lichia managed to seize the tiger's true fate. There's no escaping, Lichia said. No. The tiger bellowed, but it was too late. The power of worship coming from the tiger totem couldn't stop Lichia. Pop! He crushed the true fate along with the totem. This power dispersed back to the source while the true fate fell to the ground. Its remnant forces melted into the ground and returned to Demon. This shocked the crowd more than when he crushed the tiger monarch's head. Remember, they were protected by the 6 deities in Demon. This granted them protection, making them rather difficult to slay. In fact, given a similar cultivation level, they might be harder to kill than dragon lords or conquerors. Goldcrest shuddered because he didn't know anyone else in the lower continents capable of this. Crushing the power of a deity in Demon? Right now, perhaps only Conceal Conqueror could do this. Kill them! Goldcrest's commanders shouted and rushed toward the Landwalkers. After losing their leader, the tigers and leopards lost their morale and were in total collapse. Their defeat became inevitable. Meanwhile, Goldcrest returned to his prior form. A large rooster, as Ming Shi put it. Thank you for saving me, young noble. He tidied his robe before bowing. You wouldn't have died anyway with the deity totem saving you. Li Qie smiled. It would have been the same miserable end. My Phoenix City would have been destroyed as well. He said. I didn't know you were a demon monarch. Looks like I have underestimated you. Yun smiled, not realizing that he was from Demon. You're too kind, it's just a blessing from the ancestors, not my own merit. He said. I thought worshippers couldn't leave the 10 great mountains. She continued. Of course, there were exceptions such as Demon Conqueror. However, he was too strong and couldn't be considered part of the norm. Wild Dragon was also able to leave. However, this was due to obtaining a peerless fortune. Chapter 4981. This reminded her of the first time Li Qie saw Goldcrest. He mentioned something about a secret and frightened Goldcrest. This meant that Li Qie already knew that the guy was from the 10 mountains at the start. She chuckled wryly, thinking that nothing could elude Li Qie's eyes. They were the only ones who didn't know, while Li Qie understood everything from the start. He has a special badge. Li Qie revealed. Yes, you are right, young noble. I have a badge that has been handed down from generation to generation. It allows the user to temporarily leave the 10 mountains. Of course, this can't compare to Wild Dragon's fortune, and especially not Demon Conqueror in terms of length. By this point, Goldcrest was no longer surprised by Li Qie's devilish ability. I see. Yun said, your cultivation is incredible right now. You became a dragon lord after leaving abroad in just a short time. She was sure that he was not a dragon lord when they last met. However, maintaining that white phoenix form required the power of a dragon lord. You're too kind, Miss Jen. Goldcrest was happy to hear the praises. However, he didn't raise his tail and gloat. This is just a matter of location. Our Phoenix City worships the tiger deity, so after returning, this affinity boosts my cultivation. Once I leave, it will disappear. This is one of the reasons why Demon was so tempting. The power level here was not the same as those in the outside world due to the power of belief and worship. For example, Goldcrest was only a sovereign in abroad. Of course, this was enough to outmatch most in the young generation. However, he actually reached the realm of Dragon Lord in the 10 Great Mountains. This gave him enough power to actually fight Radiant Young Monarch. Why is there competition between those from the same deity branch? She asked, unaware of the details in this place. It is a matter of belief. We share the same deity but aren't in an alliance. Goldcrest said, factions from different deity branches can become close allies, while as you see here, war. How interesting. Yun said. May I ask why you two are here, Miss Jen and young Nobly? Goldcrest became curious. Yun glanced at Li Qie first before responding. Our young noble is pursuing Shadow Rider. Shadow Rider? That's Shadow Rider. Goldcrest couldn't believe it. The title alone scared everyone, including big shots. Goldcrest was no exception, and felt as if someone was gazing at him from the shadow. Young noble. Goldcrest didn't understand. Everyone else wanted to stay away from Shadow Rider, but Li Qie was pursuing this character? Shadow Rider might have something to do with the disappearance of several top masters. Hence our pursuit. We followed traces and believed that Demon might be the lair. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. Impossible. Goldcrest said because most believed that Shadow Rider was a human, a member of an unknown assassin organization. Nonetheless, he realized that nothing could hide from Li Qie's eyes and said, Where in Demon then? The highest possibility should be Mist. He then realized that he should keep his mouth shut and stopped speaking. Elaborate. Li Qie asked. Well, I shouldn't really speak on the other deities. He lowered his voice. Plus, I don't know much about them. Mist is rather mysterious. According to our late ancestor, Mist's founder god was an outsider. An outsider? Yunyun found this surprising. Right, not from Demon. Goldcrest smiled wryly. Then how did this person start a deity branch here? Yunyun said, assuming that all 6 deity branches were started by demon gods. I'm not sure. Goldcrest answered, according to the legends, a sword user came and carved a deity spot on the divine beast tablet, starting Mist henceforth. It's that simple? She asked. Miss Jian, you may not know that the tablet is the source of demon, a piece that has fallen off the nest of the great demon god. It is the reason why the creatures here have an easy time communicating with the Tao. Only special demons can establish a branch on the tablet. Having said that, he lowered his voice and said, it's not a simple process. 8 Stallion Tao Lord is also a demon. He tried to carve a deity branch on the tablet, only to fail. Yunyun understood the significance of the tablet after hearing this. 8 Stallion Tao Lord was only second to Conceal Conqueror in the lower continents. Alas, this demon wasn't enough to establish a deity spot, unlike the mysterious sword user. So is this sword user a human or a demon? She became curious. I don't know, maybe the other founder gods know. The only thing known to all is that Mist God was an outsider. Goldcrest shook his head. Chapter 4982. An outsider capable of starting a deity branch on the Divine Beast tablet was nothing short of a miraculous legend. After all, these branches were older than many ancient lineages and enjoyed the worship of countless species in history. Maybe Shadow Rider is really from Mist. Yunyun was in awe after hearing the story and speculated. Shoo! Goldcrest immediately stopped her. Be careful, we don't know who is listening. She stopped because it was best not to comment without solid evidence. Mist was one of the 6. Offending any in-demon meant not being able to leave this place alive. The deity was one thing, but all of the worshippers would tear any offender into pieces. I don't understand much about Mist. The current god in charge is the enigmatic Nightwalker. Goldcrest said. The moment he said this, he realized that there might be a problem. Previously, no one had connected Mist and Shadow Rider. One was a mysterious assassin who was thought to be a human. Furthermore, cultivators viewed demons in the 10 Great Mountains as barbarous and hot-headed, not possessing the refined attributes needed for assassination. Despite his suspicion, commenting about Mist was unwise. Being a member of Tiger still wouldn't protect him from violent persecution. No rush, we'll get our answer soon enough. Li Qie smiled. By this point, the demons under Goldcrest have finished cleaning up the battlefield and blew the summoning horns. Back to the city. Goldcrest laughed heartily and commanded. Morale was at an all-time high. We're watching a king in action. Yunyun couldn't help but praise. It seemed like Goldcrest had ample influence in Demon. How can we, barbarians in the wilderness, compare to you, the future ruler of Primal? Goldcrest said with a smile. This was indeed the truth. Primal was an orthodox lineage, and the Alliance had a chance of becoming its future leader. Nothing is certain yet. Yunyun shook her head. Since you're here already, young noble and Miss Jian, allow me to be your host? Goldcrest then invited the 2 of them. Fine, I'll give you an opportunity to act cool in front of Yunyun. Li Qie smiled. It won't be anything like that. Goldcrest smiled awkwardly in response. He turned back into his white bird form and allowed the 2 to ride on him. He soared through the air with lightning speed. Alas, this region was massive, so it would still take some time. Due to his power and size, the other beasts didn't dare to bother them as the 3 returned to Phoenix. This ancient city was large, albeit not on the same scale as those found outside. Nonetheless, it was incredible that such a project could be completed in this remote region. Demons were able to live harmoniously in Phoenix. Some cultivators were here as well, either on vacation or business. Welcome to Phoenix. Goldcrest introduced the city while flying in the air. I didn't expect to see such a lively city. Yunyun said. Search Tinyurl. com/2p9mv8w for the original. When they first came, they didn't see a single soul outside of violent beasts. Phoenix changed her mind about the 10 Great Mountains. It is built on the blood and sweat of the ancestors. He said humbly, aware that there was no need to brag to Yun, who had a nobler upbringing. The city lord is back. Its inhabitants welcomed Goldcrest back into the city. Oh, a beloved leader already, young yet promising. Li Qie commented. Please don't tease me, young noble. I have done nothing outside of inheriting a legacy. Goldcrest chuckled. Of course, he was nothing short of a capable genius. It's just that he didn't show any arrogance after seeing the geniuses in abroad, especially those from the Dao lineages. For example, Yun was not inferior while Ming Shi continued to grow. Sword Grasp and Radiant Young Monarch in particular were the leaders of the young generation. Alas, they have been killed by Li Qie now. Goldcrest treated the two with the utmost respect and prepared the best place for them to stay. Afterward, he brought them to see the worshipping ceremony. There existed a statue inside the city lord's main hall. It was surprisingly small, only the size of 3 fists or so. It was carved out of tree roots with exquisite craftsmanship. It depicted a tiger and a monkey. The former was ferocious and looked ready for battle. On the other hand, the monkey sitting on the tiger seemed relaxed with its eyes closed. This is our tiger badge bestowed upon our ancestor by the founder god. Truly a supreme honor. Goldcrest said. Tiger deity has 2 gods? Yun quietly asked. The problem for her was which was the main god, the tiger or the monkey. The monkey is the founder god. Li Qie answered instead. You know this too, young noble? Goldcrest blurted out but realized that he had said something unnecessary. Li Qie simply knew everything. Yun became more curious. If the monkey was the founder god, why was it called tiger deity? Chapter 4983. Since tiger deity was one of the 6, everyone assumed that its founder god was a tiger. It didn't make sense for a monkey to be the founder. Shouldn't it be monkey deity instead? Goldcrest himself couldn't answer this question. The legend says it is because the founder god rode a divine tiger. He said. How strange. Yun murmured. Some believe that our founder god learned the Tao after meditating in front of the divine beast tablet. The counterpart says that he was already an invincible demon emperor who chose to return to the source. Either way, it is certain that he is a monkey demon, completely invincible. I see. Yun responded. With the exception of Mist, the other deity branches were started by divine demons. Mist's founder remained a mystery. Please wait a bit, I shall perform an offering. Goldcrest told the two before kneeling down in front of the statue. At this point, he already had the power of a dragon lord, capable of performing wondrous feats. In fact, he could be considered a god by weaker beings. Thus, why would he need to worship someone else? This seemed to be against the path of cultivation. Alas, this was Demon and the 10 Great Mountains. Every worshipper was connected to their god until they became strong enough to break it. Otherwise, even a founder god who had previously worshipped a deity would still be connected to this faith. Buzz. After showing respect via kowtow, Goldcrest took out a small item with a crescent shape, holding it with both hands. It exuded a gentle glow just like the moon above and was brimming with life. Despite its immense aura, it possessed a silent warmth instead of an overwhelming suppression. He offered it to the statue. A reaction occurred and the two deities looked as if they were coming back to life. The tiny tiger roared and released a torrent of shockwaves. On the other hand, the monkey remained calm and composed. Thus, people got the impression that the powerful tiger was just a mount. The monkey was the true master with an indelible force. Yun finally got confirmation that the monkey was the true founder god of tiger. Goldcrest bathed before their power, seemingly meditating. After a while, he trembled once and woke up. The statue also became normal again. He stood up while his eyes were still flashing with newfound power. His comprehension and knowledge have improved from the process. Congratulations, Brother Goldcrest. Yun could see that he had gained something considerable after the ceremony. A god source is incredible indeed. Goldcrest looked at the crescent item in his hand. What's a god source? She asked since it didn't look like a treasure or an alchemy item. He and the Tiger Monarch competed for it earlier. The essence of a god. Lichia said. That's right, it is a priceless treasure to us. Goldcrest said. So there is a god on the verge of death. Lichia startled Yun with this comment. Really? She asked, thinking about which of the six. It is the current god of feather. Peacock Monarch is near death, so his god source has been scattering everywhere. The 6 branches included 6 founders, but afterward, there were 6 commanding gods as well. For example, Wood was started by Demon Conqueror, who later on left to become a conqueror instead. Nonetheless, Wood deity still remained for others to worship. Tiger's founder was a divine monkey, but its current god was a lunar rabbit. Everyone is searching for remnants of the god source right now. I heard about this, so I came back and got lucky with one. He said. What are their benefits? She asked. It contains the primal mysteries of the Tao for demons. Just one tiny piece is immensely helpful. It doesn't restrict users from the other branches as well. He said. So when does a new god appear? She asked. I'm not sure, since I haven't heard anything. There are 2 ways. One being whoever collects all the god sources and gain the recognition of the deity. He said. What about the other method? She was excited to be around for such a monumental event. A successor who was chosen by the previous god, who must create his own god source. Goldcrest said. Sounds hard. She said. Gathering the broken pieces meant winning numerous battles. Moreover, this required the acceptance of the deity branch as well. As for the successor path, this must be done through cultivation and comprehension. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. In a sense, the latter path was easier but required higher comprehension and Tao heart. Chapter 4984. Their conversation was interrupted by a member who came in for a report. City Lord, there is a challenger outside. Several demon monarchs have been injured already. A challenger? Goldcrest frowned. Looks like you have a lot of enemies, Brother Goldcrest. Yun chuckled. He smiled wryly and said, I really don't, since I've always focused on the Tao. They might be here for the god source. He paused for a second before adding. If that's the case, it doesn't bode well for your city. Lichia said. Goldcrest knew Lichia was right. Countless demons desired the remnant pieces right now in order to improve their power. Let's go take a look. Goldcrest said. The enemy was already knocking on the door. He couldn't be a coward and hide. They climbed up the city wall in order to see the challenger. Meanwhile, demon monarchs of Phoenix took this very seriously. Several members have been wounded already. Rooster, come out here, I want to see your real form. A pleasant voice came from beneath. Lichia and the others found this all too familiar. Goldcrest looked down and saw a cute girl posing aggressively with both hands on her waist. Princess Ming Shi. He smiled wryly and didn't expect this. You have been a bad boy. She leaped into the air and unleashed a fist containing a majestic Tao. The demons shuddered after seeing her attack. She was a supreme sovereign from Untethered, an orthodox sect specialized in the Tao. Thus, her techniques contained immense power. He laughed and placed his arms together, summoning white wings to form a shield. Boom! He didn't even move from the punch, since his empowered form boosted him to the next level. Rooster, why did you hide your real identity? A monarch pretending to be a lowly demon in abroad. Ming Shi demanded an answer. Your Highness, I never pretended to be a lowly demon. He said. You didn't tell us your true background. Ming Shi said. Fortunately for Goldcrest, Yun joined the conversation. Why are you here, Ming Shi? Yun, young noble. Why are you two here as well? Ming Shi said. We're tracking someone. Yun said. I'm here with the seniors. We passed by this place and my senior aunt said something about a city lord known as Goldcrest. That's why I'm here to teach him a lesson. Tendril King is here too? Goldcrest clicked his tongue in admiration. Indeed, I told them I have a friend here, so they went ahead. She smiled. Tendril King might be her senior but was still considered as part of the young generation. Her talent and power far exceeded them. Even radiant young monarch couldn't hold a candle to her. She was a dragon lord with 5 sacred fruits, rumored to be training with an ancient art. Given her talent, She was qualified to enter the upper continents and still be a top dog there. Rooster, I bet you were afraid of us coming here and taking your stuff since you're a rich city lord. Lying to us is unforgivable. Ming Shi regained her focus. No, I merely didn't comment on it. Please forgive me. He said before changing the topic. Tendril King is incredible. How does she know what is going on in Demon as well? Others didn't know about his background, but Tendril King was able to spot Phoenix and knew about him. It seemed that she had great knowledge of the region. Of course, my senior aunt will be the ruler of Untethered. Nothing can elude her eyes. Ming Shi said proudly. Indeed, we will never be able to catch up. Yun said sentimentally. She had a chance of becoming the ruler of Primal in the future. Alas, she felt inferior and unworthy when compared to Tendril King. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Why are your seniors here? Goldcrest asked. Cultivators such as Tendril King didn't travel for no reason. Normally, these big shots would just stay and protect their sect. Therefore, something big must be happening. She said that your peacock monarch is near death. A visit is necessary. Ming Shi said. So she's here for the god sources too. How did the information get out so fast? Goldcrest shuddered. You got one? Ming Shi asked. Ahem. Goldcrest cleared his throat and didn't answer. Please, I don't care for it, but he, my senior aunt might. If you don't hand it over, she'll chop off your head. Ming Shi gave him the side eye. Why is Tendril King interested in the god sources? Yun asked. It was understandable for demons in the 10 Great Mountains to desire the god source. Tendril King was also a demon but not part of this system. The demon god's divine nest, surely. Lichia said. Exactly. Young noble. My aunt wishes to enter the divine nest. Ming Shi said. Is it possible? Yun heard legends that this enigmatic place couldn't be visited by just anyone. 1. I thought that she was a male in the first introduction. That chapter is fixed now. Chapter 4985. The Divine Nest was widely regarded as the most enigmatic location in all of Demon. It was whispered to be the very wellspring of the regional demon Tao. Despite its fabled significance, very little was known about the nest. Its existence was the only certainty to the demons and monarchs here. If anyone could answer this question, it might be one of the 6 commanding gods. Alas, the gods never divulged this secret. Nonetheless, everyone knew that entering the nest meant obtaining a great fortune. This included those who weren't demons. Of course, demons would benefit more relatively. It's not so simple. Goldcrest was a big shot here, so he knew more than most. Not to mention people like us, even conquerors and dragonlords have failed to locate it. Possessing a god source increases the chance. Ming Shi said, my senior aunt told me that the commanding gods can somehow communicate with the nest. This is the proper method to find it. It's possible. Goldcrest said, Tendril King is special, she might be able to figure it out through the god source. Goldcrest had one piece right now, but regardless of his attempt, he didn't notice anything peculiar. As a demon monarch, he naturally wished to enter the divine nest as well. This was one of the reasons behind taking the risk in competing for them. I heard Wild Dragon had obtained a great fortune, and that it might have been from the nest. Is this true? Yun asked. Goldcrest pondered for a bit before responding. It's possible, many believe this notion. Wild Dragon has a high status in Serpent. The commanding god there rarely shows up in public, so normally, Wild Dragon is in charge. His original form was an earth lava dragon. However, he was fortunate enough to come across true dragon blood and evolved into a wild dragon. Many believe that he was lucky enough to enter the nest and gain the ability to travel freely outside of the 10 mountains. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. My aunt just needs the god source and she'll be able to enter the nest. She said with confidence. Rooster, I'm warning you, don't try to compete with her or she'll really cut off your head. No one can stop her. She had absolute confidence in Tendril King. After all, this was a great genius with 5 sacred fruits. Of course not. Goldcrest shuddered and said. She would have no trouble slaying me. He knew that despite having the protection of Tiger, it would still be suicidal to go against Tendril King. He didn't have any other backer. Good. She smiled and then asked Li Chia, "Young noble Sister Yunyun, why are you here again?" "The young noble is pursuing Shadow Rider," Yunyun revealed. "See, I knew that the young noble would have no problem dealing with him." Ming Shi clapped excitedly. "Who was it that thought I was going to be killed?" Li Chia chuckled in response. "Hey, Shadow Rider is a notorious assassin, but I guess you're still far superior." She turned red and pouted. "Sis, what did Shadow Rider look like? Fat or skinny, male or female?" Ming Shi became curious instead after knowing that Li Chia was not in danger. "I don't know since I couldn't get a clear look. It's like a phantom." Yunyun shook her head. If Li Chia hadn't defeated Shadow Rider, she wouldn't even have gotten a good look. Remember, this might be the best place for an ambush. Goldcrest was frightened, not because of Shadow Rider but because of Li Chia's ability, defeating and pursuing the assassin all the way to Demon. What is there to be afraid of? Shadow Rider can't touch the young noble. Ming Shi's confidence in Li Chia was at an all-time high. "We'll see where he is hiding soon enough." Li Chia smiled. He, I'll tag along too." Ming Shi got next to Li Chia, not wanting to be left behind. He smiled and didn't refuse her involvement. "Won't Tendril King look for you?" Yunyun asked. "Don't worry, she brought many experts and even several ancestors. They don't need my help at all. It's more fun to follow the young noble. Maybe the world will bring up my name when they talk about Shadow Rider's capture. Everyone will call me the greatest genius in the world." She laughed and started fantasizing, brightening the mood. "I'll tag along too. This is my home so I know the way. May I be your guide, young noble?" Goldcrest immediately asked. "Seems like you want to run away." Li Chia smiled. He, of course not. I just want to be a gracious host to my friends." He put on an awkward smile. Although his intentions were to entertain the trio, the thought of making a run for it was also not far from his mind. Other demons and big shots might come and attack Phoenix if he was still around. Thus, it was best to leave with the group. Moreover, he felt very safe when traveling with Li Chia. Thus, he immediately prepared for his departure since Li Chia didn't refuse. Demon was massive indeed. Now, masters from the lower continents have also arrived. It seemed like the news of Peacock Monarch's inevitable demise have traveled far enough. Experts wanted the God Source, hoping for a fortune. However, Li Chia's group didn't care about this. They were only here to look for Shadow Rider. As for Goldcrest, he wasn't greedy enough to look for more fragments. They crossed through peaks and valleys while tracing Shadow Rider's steps. Shadow Rider is absolutely familiar with the land. These are all secretive paths. Goldcrest found new places along the way and commented. Boom! Suddenly, the power of a sovereign erupted in the form of a towering beam. Chapter 4986. The eruption was an attempt to stop a colossal python whose mere movement flattened the peaks nearby. The beam of light crumbled right away as the python coiled around the user. Someone's in trouble. The kind Ming Shi rushed forward. Goldcrest and Yunyun worried about her and also followed along. Once they got to the scene, they saw the large python laying on top of what used to be left of mountains. It was covered in colorful scales, looking like a beautiful dress or painting. It had a female human head, one as enchanting as can be, whether it be the features or long silky hair. Just seeing the head alone could tempt men into trouble. Alas, they knew to stay away due to the rest of her. She coiled around a youth who was trying to escape by releasing his energies in waves. Next came a defensive attempt with the sword Dao that was proven to be futile. Crack! The swords crumbled along with the energy waves as the woman constricted her body. He was covered in blood. His complexion turned red from mustering all of his strength. If this continued, his defensive lines would fall, signaling the end of him. Bewitching monarch. Goldcrest's expression darkened after seeing this demon. She was famous and hailed from Serpent. Numerous human experts and demons have become her meals. The mountain she resided in was filled with their bones. It's Ching Sonka. Ming Shi focused on the youth, another excellent student from abroad. Ah! He roared and unleashed his power in full force. His reincarnation halo pulsed outward in an attempt to break free. Be obedient now, little one. She laughed and added more strength, easily crushing his energy. She was clearly stronger with the blessing of Serpent, not to mention having many more years of cultivation. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3ibfjkv. Bewitching monarch, please spare my friend. Goldcrest shouted. Goldcrest, I'm afraid I can't do you this favor since it has been a while since my last meal. This kid is tender and has great Tao fortunes. I can't give up something this delicious. The female monarch looked down at the group and smiled. I will repay you handsomely another day for this favor. Goldcrest cupped his fist. Ha ha ha, brat. I would give you some face if your ancestor was still around. The demon laughed. Now, I'm already playing nice by not eating all of you too. Be smart and scram instead of disrupting my meal. Monarch, don't force our hand. He responded. Little rooster, how dare you speak to me as an equal? I've already given you face yet you choose to be stubborn. I will eat you as well. The demon laughed. Scram or I will kill you. Lichia waved his hand and said. The demon became amused and looked down at Lichia with eyes larger than lanterns. The audacity, fine, I'll eat you first. With that, loud winds formed as she lunged and opened her mouth wide. This was large enough to devour 10 mountains while possessing sharp fangs. It spewed out corrosive energy, killing all the plants and grass nearby. Alas, she couldn't close her mouth and became surprised, realizing that this victim was actually resisting her. Activate. She focused all of her strength, wanting to crush him. Ah! After a loud crack, she bellowed in pain since her jaws had been torn apart. She immediately fled, but he leaped into the air and stomped on her head. She smashed into the ground and left behind a large pit. He looked like a mosquito standing on top of her, but she couldn't move an inch. Please spare me, O great cultivator. She begged for mercy. Too late. He added more force and stomped her head into the earth. It exploded and blood splashed everywhere. Ah! Her true fate flew out of the body. Boom! Darkness suddenly descended along with divine power. Serpent deity! Goldcrest shouted. The power of Serpent has arrived to protect her. I will make you pay for this, 10 she roared. Alas, she couldn't finish her threat because Lichia somehow managed to stomp her true fate into the ground again. Really? He smiled and did the same thing again. No! She screamed as the power of Serpent was not enough to stop him. Her true fate dispersed, ending her life. So fierce. Goldcrest trembled in horror. It seemed like Lichia didn't need the Tao controller at all. He could have killed those 5 conquerors with his own power. Are you okay, friend? He stopped thinking about this matter and came over to Qing Songke. Qing Songke looked to be in a sorry state. He bowed at Goldcrest and didn't wish to speak, immediately walking away. Hey, what's with your attitude? Our young noble saved you and not even a word of thanks? Ming Shi shouted. Chapter 4987. Qing Songke stopped in his track after being yelled at by Princess Ming Shi, unable to answer nor leave. Show your gratitude already. Ming Shi has always been straightforward. Qing Songke turned back and begrudgingly bowed toward Lichia without saying anything. You wish to kill me? Lichia asked with a smile. The youth's expression turned cold because his father was none other than Reincarnation City Lord. He naturally wanted to avenge his father, but Lichia had just saved his life, leaving him in a difficult position. This was why he wanted to leave in order to avoid this situation. It is normal for a son to want to avenge his father. Lichia said. Songke looked up at Lichia and declared, and I shall once I am strong enough. Goldcrest and the others sighed after hearing this. Although Songke was quite capable and talented, he would never be able to avenge his father. If he were to know this truth, would he be stricken with despair? That's fine. Just know that I won't be merciful then. It'll be a suicidal mission. Lichia said. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3ibfjkv. Songke was surprised because most would try to kill the enemies, starting in the cradle. Why would they wait for the youth to grow wings? However, Lichia had no intention of killing him right now. Songke also knew that the guy was more than capable of doing so. After all, he easily crushed the Python Monarch. You should just drop it since there is no chance of you succeeding in this lifetime. Just live a good life as the Lord of Reincarnation. Ming Shi sincerely said. She knew that regardless of his effort, he would not be able to surpass Shadow Rider, let alone Li Qie. Qing Songke only scowled in response. Fellow Taoist, may I ask why you are here in Demon? Yun tried to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Songke opened his mouth for a second before stopping, not wanting to tell others his secret. Alas, he thought that he was being petty and close-minded. To find some ancestral vestige, he said. Ancestral vestige? Ming Shi became interested right away. I see, the place where your ancestors rose to power and prominence. Goldcrest said. You know about it? Songke was surprised. It might be a secret to outsiders but not demon monarchs in the 10 Mountains. We have heard legends about it since youth, or should I say, true stories. Goldcrest smiled. What stories? Ming Shi asked. The progenitor of reincarnation, Blazing Conqueror, was believed to have found a fortune here. Goldcrest responded, surprising the two girls. So his treasury came from here? Yun said. It's not 100% certain, just very likely. Goldcrest nodded. This rumor has been around for a very long time now. The luckiest person in the world, Blazing Conqueror. Ming Shi commented. In the legends, Blazing Conqueror somehow obtained a supreme treasury during his youth. It contained the rarest weapons and treasures, not lacking a single thing. Some believe that this treasury actually surpassed deity's resources. Just imagine a youth possessing all of this. He was nothing short of the heaven's favorite. Sure enough, he didn't let his fame down and became a conqueror as well as the founder of reincarnation. This was known to all but only a few had information about the potential origin of the treasury. Demon. This was the reason for Songke's visit, wanting to find the legendary location of the treasury. He knew he had no chance of avenging his father who was already a powerful 3-fruit Dao Lord. Reincarnation City lacked ample resources while he needed to reach a greater height. Therefore, he thought about Blazing Conqueror's success and scoured the libraries for more information. He prepared enough to have a goal in Demon. This was the only way to avenge his father. Alas, he didn't expect to nearly die despite his immense cultivation. I'm afraid you will not gain anything from this trip, Goldcrest earnestly said. You aren't the only one from reincarnation who tried to find it. Others have done so before? Ming Shi asked. I came prepared and already got some clues. Songke uttered confidently. The ones from Green Mountain Conqueror, right? Goldcrest asked. How do you know this? Songke blurted out. I'm sure I know more about this than you. Goldcrest said. This was a big deal in Demon. Our ancestor said that Green Mountain Conqueror had resided in our area for a long time, even becoming a guest in Phoenix. The gifted Green Mountain Conqueror had tried too? Yun interjected. Yes, Goldcrest said. He actually became friends with many demon monarchs during his long stay. Alas, he eventually left empty-handed. Chapter 4988. Plus, it's rather dangerous here. I don't think you should linger around. Goldcrest eventually concluded. Green Mountain Conqueror was somehow even more talented than Conceal Conqueror. Moreover, he came after becoming a Dao Lord already. Therefore, Songke's chances weren't favorable in the slightest. He was definitely a genius of this generation, being an immortal sovereign and all. Alas, this was Demon, the home of countless demons and ferocious beasts. Goldcrest himself didn't dare to travel to all the dangerous locations despite growing up here and being blessed by Tiger Deity. Plenty of demon monarchs could kill him. In fact, even an unknown colossal demon could come out of nowhere and devour intruders. An outsider like Qing Songke searching for something in Demon? This was akin to trying to find a needle in a haystack while being hunted by numerous lions. I know you mean well. Songke understood this as well, especially after having been captured by the python demon earlier. I will pay you back for saving me in the next life because I must avenge my father. Qing Songke bowed to Li Qie and cupped his fist at the others before leaving. Go! Li Qie waved his hand and said, not really interested in the repayment or the vengeance. The youth had a long way to go before being qualified for either. Sigh. He is still not giving up. Goldcrest shrugged after seeing this, thinking that the youth was suicidal to stay in Demon. Well, his father was despicable with all the ambushes. Ming Shi snorted since she despised Reincarnation City Lord. A son must avenge his father. This is a part of life. Cultivators are not different from mortals. We follow the same convention. If he were to give up, others would chastise him for it forever. Yun shook her head. No one could disagree with this logic because it was the truth. Sonka had to do something or people would call him a coward for not daring to face Lichia for such a noble goal. Therefore, he needed to at least give it a shot despite how futile it was. Otherwise, he would have a demon in his heart for the rest of his life. What's in the treasury? Lichia was interested in Blazing Conqueror. It had everything. Yunan answered, historical scrolls state that this treasury is larger than anyone can imagine. Those close to Blazing Conqueror got lucky as well even before he rose to prominence. He gave everyone treasures and merit laws. Yes, as long as you can think of it, it will be in that treasury. Goldcrest joined in. Demons have tried only to fail. The lucky conqueror became the winner in the end. So who left such a great treasury behind? Mingshi asked. Yun and Goldcrest couldn't answer because they haven't thought of this before. Not long ago, Jin Xiaobai had obtained benevolence containing the resources of Immemorial Palace. This was a supreme treasury even in the eyes of deity. However, Blazing Conqueror's treasury might be 10 times larger in comparison. Thus, who left it behind? Even a Dao Lord or Conqueror couldn't do so. Are you interested in the treasury, young noble? Mingshi smiled cheerfully while asking Lichia. Anything worthwhile must have been taken already. Lichia stroked his chin and said, was there any notable artifact? Well, the young ones pondered. The knowledgeable Yun clapped her hands and said, I've heard that there is an artifact known as Wheel of Time. This allowed the young conqueror to fight against emperors even before obtaining a single Dao fruit. Isn't there a mountain with a similar name in reincarnation? Mingshi asked. Mountain of the Ages is actually a great sect. Green Mountain Conqueror came from there. Goldcrest elaborated. Ah, that's right. Wow, Rooster. You know so much despite being in this remote region. Mingshi praised. What else can I do here but read? Goldcrest smiled wryly. Wheel of Time. Lichia murmured quietly and said, Not bad, old geezer. Did you say something, young noble? Yun asked. It's nothing, let's go. Lichia smiled and shook his head. The group went on, traversing a mountain range. After a while, Lichia frowned and stopped. What's the matter, young noble? Yun asked. Lichia chuckled and said, Shadow Rider was born here in Demon. How so? Goldcrest asked. Our presence is known. Lichia said. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Where? Mingshi became afraid and looked around. The other two did the same because they were still frightened of the notorious assassin, not wanting to be killed from the shadow. Not here, but the methods of concealment and paths have been changing continuously. Lichia said, We aren't being watched right now. This is definitely a special awareness only available to those from Demon. I see. Goldcrest found this hard to believe. Chapter 4989. Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. No one would believe that Shadow Rider came from Demon. After all, humans believed that assassination was a learned art above the capabilities of barbarous demons. This wasn't to say that there weren't stronger demons than Shadow Rider. It was just a matter of requiring finesse and skill. Goldcrest contemplated this matter and came up with numerous ideas. He wondered which branch the assassin came from, but then again, this couldn't be possible. After all, worshipping a branch meant being stuck in Demon. This place was both a paradise and a prison. The deity branch was no different than an iron shackle on the neck, always locking the followers inside the mountains. Goldcrest was aware of 2 exceptions currently: himself and Wild Dragon. He had a special badge passed down from his ancestors. Rumor has it that it had something to do with the divine nest. Alas, there was a time limit for him, unlike Wild Dragon. Screech! The group suddenly heard a sharp screech from above, capable of intimidating the most courageous cultivators. Rumble! Weaker demons and beasts nearby fell to the ground, breaking many branches and rocks in the process. A few colossal demons caused violent quakes from their sudden movement, unable to handle the mere screech of this creature. In fact, some creatures actually died from the pressure. Ming Shi and Yun Yun were powerful, but their defenses crumbled. They tumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately for them, Li Qie exuded rays to protect their mind. Goldcrest had to activate his faith power. A tiger roar could be heard as its power protected him. Nonetheless, he still staggered 3 steps backward. The only person unaffected was Li Qie. What an aura! Ming Shi became frightened. They have met 5 fruit dragon lords before but didn't feel anything like this. Chill glare hawk. Goldcrest took a deep breath and gazed into the sky. He saw a massive figure crossing the air like a shooting star, leaving a river of particles behind. After it was long gone, one could see the outline of a hawk. It flew faster than the speed of sound, already long gone before its screech came to the ground. Weaker beings without innate protection from cultivation were actually pierced by the sonic waves. Such a mighty hawk. Yun Yun and Ming Shi took a deep breath. Of course, few are stronger than him. He is only second to Peacock Monarch in feather and might become the next commanding god. No wonder. Yun Yun murmured. Another series of explosions came, prompting the group to look up once more. They saw a blue wave engulfing the sky and then an inferno right after it. The first was a refreshing feeling while the latter was nothing but discomfort from the heat. Elemental King is here too? Yun Yun became startled after seeing the conflicting elements working together. He's still alive, wow. Goldcrest added. I heard he was famous alongside Maddened God. He's an ancient ancestor from Ice Fire Palace now. He's actually stronger. Yun Yun said. At least the people from Ice Fire Palace aren't as crazy as the other branches. Ming Shi commented. The public perceived Madden Dao as a crazy lineage. It didn't matter how strong they were, all of them would eventually go mad with time. For example, the founder of Madden's sacred ground, Maddened Conqueror, reached a wonderful level after cultivating this Dao to the extreme. Alas, he couldn't escape the accursed fate. I agree, the palace is definitely the most normal out of them. Yun Yun said. This aligned with the lower continent's view. This Dao has been around for a long time, successfully producing many top cultivators. The problem was that all of them would go crazy and violent toward the end. There was one exception, Cold Flame Conqueror, who somehow managed to restrain the frenzied flames and went on to create Icefire Palace. Madden's Sacred Ground and Icefire Palace were behemoths of their Dao lineage. The latter was usually in charge because they could relatively maintain their sanity. Whoosh! The conversation was interrupted by a green vine crossing through the air. It resembled a green vine being drawn masterfully on an empty canvas. On top of the beautiful vine was a cultivator. Tendril King! Yun Yun shouted. Chapter 4990. Tendril King was a supreme genius in the lower continents, possessing 5 sacred fruits and leading untethered. Only a monster such as Radiant Monarch could compete or surpass her. Other ancient ancestors dominated by simply becoming dragon lords. As for her, she had reached this stage long ago. Over here. Ming Shi waved at her seniors. Alas, they focused on something else and kept on going. They're in a hurry. Yun Yun said. They must have found something. Ming Shi said. Clank. A mountainous sword soared through the horizon next. Sharp rays of energy descended like waterfalls, capable of biting deep into the bones. Birds and beasts instantly hid in their caves, not wanting to come out. Incredible! Goldcrest said after sensing the aura. A white-haired old man controlled the sword, intimidating the entire region. Sword Grasp Venerable, the strongest ancient ancestor of that school. He hasn't shown himself for 10,000 years now. Yun Yun whispered. Why are all these big shots coming? Ming Shi asked. It must be for the God Source. It broke down into 6 fragments. Goldcrest said. They all want to enter the divine nest? She asked because that was her aunt's goal. Perhaps. Peacock Monarch is passing away soon. The new commanding god will be chosen before then. Goldcrest said. That is demon's business. It doesn't have anything to do with the other lineages. Ming Shi said. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. He responded. You're onto something. If a demon were to obtain the 6 fragments, they will have a chance to become the commanding god. Li Qie smiled. An outsider god? Yun Yun reacted fast. Support us at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. It's just a guess. I'm not sure that will happen. Goldcrest coughed, not wanting to speculate. Well, if someone really wants all 6 fragments, they'll have to get yours too. Watch out for your head, Rooster. Mingshi smiled at him. Goldcrest hid behind Lichia and said, "It'll be fine as long as the young noble is around." Buzz! A gentle radiance manifested into reality and engulfed the region. That's another god source. Goldcrest felt it and shouted. He was in possession of one and was familiar with its aura. What are we waiting for? Mingshi became impatient and rushed ahead. The others had no choice but to follow behind her, not wanting anything to happen. Once they got there, they saw a deep valley that was rather well hidden by the terrain. Several demon monarchs were already there. To the east was a 3-headed boa constrictor, similar in size to the one seen previously by the group. It looked creepy with its tongues flicking in and out. A massive spider resided to the north with hair piercing into the air like arrows. An old female face covered in wrinkles could be seen on its stomach. Nearby was a bird, the youngest out of the monarchs here. However, its burning energy turned the rocks nearby into lava. 3-Fork, Grimface, and Scarlet Flame Monarch. Goldcrest recognized them right away. These were top demon monarchs with countless underlings in demon. Phoenix City Lord, this is ours. The face on the spider's stomach spoke with a creepy tone. The fragment resided in the valley and exuded gentle waves of energy. However, the group was shocked to see the little girl holding it. Lil Speckle! Mingshi shouted. They recognized her as well since she was another student from abroad. She looked rather feeble and weak compared to the 3 great demons. In fact, they seemed capable of devouring her in one bite. The group didn't know why she was here. Their impression of her was that she was strangely quiet and kept a distance from everyone. Some students believed that she had experienced something traumatic before, leaving her in this pitiful state. It seemed suicidal for her to be here. Furthermore, they were shocked to see the fragment in her hand. That has to be the largest one. Goldcrest said. Come over here. Mingshi waved at her. The freckled girl lifted her gaze from the fragment, her expression a mix of sadness and curiosity, rather than excitement or greed. Boom! A youth suddenly landed nearby, creating a sizable pit in the ground. He possessed a blinding radiance like a jewel during the night, always illuminating all 4 directions. He had bright eyes and long brows, looking full of life and spirit with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 4991. The youth released his Dragon Lord aura without holding back in the slightest. Those nearby felt as if they were being smashed in the chest by a hammer. The 3 monarchs actually trembled in fear after sensing this. Yunyun and Mingshi felt the same way. They would have been crushed if it wasn't for Lichia. Normally, Dragon Lords restrained their aura in order not to cause damage. The youth, on the other hand, found this unnecessary. Search Tinural.com/2P9MV8W for the original. Juntuan. The youths became startled to see him. This name was known by everyone in the lower continents. He overwhelmed ancient ancestors and overshadowed geniuses. Among the current young generation, the strongest had to be Radiant Monarch of Godchaser Palace. However, the most talented was none other than Jun Xueqi since he was closer in age to Yunyun. However, he looked down on competing with his peers and thought that there was no point in beating them. This seemed arrogant, but he was actually capable of backing it up. He already possessed 4 sacred fruits before the tender age of 18. He was far younger than Radiant Monarch. Most believed that catching up and surpassing the monarch was only a matter of time. Therefore, he traveled without hiding his aura, always looking as if he was the best. Be smart and scram or I will not show mercy. He coldly uttered while gazing at the crowd. The first 3 demon monarchs became annoyed along with the recently arrived ones. He was strong, but this was demon, their world. Those are some big words. Let's see how strong you are then. Grimface Monarch shouted furiously. You court death. Jun Xueqi summoned his sword. Its glint made it impossible for the demons to keep their eyes open. Die! Grimface Monarch shot out her hair. Loud winds came as they covered the sky like arrows. Clank! A bright slash easily reduced the arrows into dust. Pluff! It continued and severed the spider into 2 halves. As its true fate attempted to escape, it was pierced by energy rays and turned into a sieve. The spider let out its last cry of agony before death. The other two monarchs were horrified, and the same for the other demons. Whoosh! Another swordsman appeared above the valley with the same style of aggressive aura. A million swords seemed to be piling up in the air, culminating in a sword domain. Sword grasp venerable, Ming-She murmured. Jun Xueqi had a serious expression after seeing him. So many eyesores die. The old man immediately slashed downward without holding back. How dare you! Both demon monarchs shouted. Three-fork monarch spewed out miasma to form a net, possessing enough corrosive nature to reduce treasures into nothingness. Scarlet flame monarch screeched and summoned a fiery saber. Its heat could burn the myriad realms. Alas, the result was two heads rolling on the ground. Their true fate was annihilated by remnant sword energies as well. The gap in power was insurmountable. This was an ancient ancestor with 5 sacred fruits. Other demons saw this and immediately stopped. This applied to human cultivators as well. Both Jun Xueqi and Sword Grasp Venerable didn't give a damn about anyone, turning their focus back onto the God Source. Young miss, please hand over the God Source and I shall bestow a fortune upon you. The Venerable suddenly spoke with a friendly tone. He rarely had to use the word, please. After all, given his status, his words were absolute commands. Venerable, don't be so hasty. There is an order to this and I was here first. Jun Xueqi remained imperious despite knowing that he was weaker. The Venerable glared at the youth who met the gaze fearlessly. Virtuous nephew, the item already has an owner, we have to see if she agrees or not. The Venerable knew that this youth had unlimited potential. If he couldn't kill him in one move, it would be quite problematic in the future. So it's a contest? Xueqi uttered coldly. Both of them didn't care about this little girl. It's just that since they were from righteous sects, they couldn't outright rob her. Indeed. Sword Grasp Venerable responded. You two are famous cultivators and shouldn't be trying to bully this little girl. A pleasant voice interrupted their conversation. A resplendent vine descended from the horizon, moving downward like the stroke of a brush on a painting. Tendril King. They knew who she was right away. Once the light dispersed, everyone saw a woman walking forward. She captivated the crowd with her beauty, especially the demons. They had never seen such a gorgeous woman before. Chapter 4992. A breathtakingly gorgeous woman stands before the crowd. She is draped in a green dress, and the hem of her garment flows downward like a blossoming flower. Her long, black hair fluttered as it looked like she was riding the wind. She had naturally dark eyebrows and enchanting jewel-like eyes that others couldn't look away from. Her facial features are exquisitely soft and delicate, exuding a gentle yet resilient aura. She resembled a woodland fairy or a divine goddess who has emerged from the forest. Her aura was attuned to nature as if she has just been blessed by demon. Many demons and beasts have arrived and kept a safe distance from the valley. They grew up here and were blessed by demon. However, she was an outsider yet possessed more natural attunement than they did. Most demons resembled beasts that have yet to transform, lacking nobility due to their savageness. Tendril King was different, devoid of an ounce of bestial temperament and coarseness. Jun Xueqi and Sword Grasp Venerable stared at her with a serious expression. Her talent was only slightly below Xueqi's. This was made up by her stronger cultivation and having a capable master, Stone Ox. She had access to an immemorial art, Emperors. Some believed that this art exceeded anything Dao lords and conquerors could create. Senior Aunt, over here. Ming-She waved excitedly, always feeling pride when seeing her senior aunt. Tendril smiled brightly at her, causing some demons to have hearts in their eyes. The petals of the flowers came together to hide, feeling utterly inferior. She then saw Li Chia and thought about several things. Nonetheless, it was time to focus. Dao brother Venerable, you're one step before me. You're interested in this God Source as well? It seemed that Xueqi respected her more than others since his tone and expression became less arrogant. I am a demon with deep ties to the 10 great mountains. My goal is to enter the divine nest. She said. If that's the case, you have my full support. Xueqi was clearly enamored with her, wanting to earn her grace. Support us at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. I appreciate it. She revealed a smile that people couldn't get tired of. She then came closer to Lil Freckle and crouched down to her level. May I ask where you are from? I have a god source as well. If you are willing to trade yours with mine, you may become my disciple or I shall give you several treasures. Having said that, she took out a different god source. That's the third one. Goldcrest murmured. It was about the same size as his and far smaller than Lil Freckles. My aunt has one too, Ming Shi excitedly said. Xueqi and the Venerable were surprised to see this. Of course, no one would want to trade a bigger god source for a smaller one. However, becoming Tendril King's disciple made everything different. It was inevitable for her to ascend to the upper continents. Becoming a direct disciple meant potentially inheriting her legacy and becoming the leader of Untethered, something unachievable for virtually everyone. Lil Freckle glanced at her god source and Tendril King. The other two cultivators watched with bated breath. If the little girl were to agree, it would be over then. Trying to take that god source was akin to provoking Untethered, a lineage that was just as strong as deity and immortal platform. Do you wish to join me? Tendril asked. Amit Ba. Suddenly, a mighty force of the Buddhist affinity engulfed the valley. It was gentle and made everyone feel comfortable. A sacred monk arrived on the scene, wearing an old kasaya with numerous patches. Nonetheless, this didn't matter because the monk had a wonderful glow. The image of a great kingdom appeared behind him. He didn't try to act dignified and serious. Nonetheless, who could deny his attainment after seeing the visual phenomena? Even if his mouth was drenched in meat, grease and wine, Buddhism was with him. He had reached a high mastery of this affinity, hence not needing to be pretentious. Mahayana Buddha. These other big shots didn't dare to offend him. This monk is a little interesting. Li Qie stroked his chin. Even the wild demons have heard of this title before and bowed before him. He was a unique existence in the lower continents, rivaling any conqueror or Tao lord. He hailed from myriad Buddha city of Buddhism, one of the 12 lineages. Tao lords had Tao fruits, dragon lords had sacred fruits, and this Buddha had a Buddhist fruit, a single one. The strongest cultivators in the history of the lower continents, including 8 Stallion and Conceal, had nothing but respect for this monk. Despite normally not interfering with external matters, everyone still respected him. This little miss is fatefully connected to Buddhism. He spoke. Chapter 4993. Sword Grasp Venerable, Jun Xueqi, and Tendril King didn't speak. No one had heard of this monk fighting before. Nonetheless, even conquerors didn't matter before him since they were all juniors in comparison. Would you follow me, little miss? He placed his hand respectfully on her head. She looked around for a bit before her sight stopped on Li Qie. She walked closer to Li Qie and then glanced back at the Buddha. She surprised everyone with her choice. Li Qie. Search Tineural.com/2P9MV8W for the original. First, the monk was the top dog here. Second, Tendril King was another top candidate given her status and power. Choosing Li Qie seemed like the worst option. He smiled and gently patted her head. You know your stuff, picking our young noble is rather wise. Ming Shi gave her a thumbs up but realized that this was inappropriate since her senior aunt wasn't chosen. This was akin to saying that her aunt was inferior to Li Qie. Thus, she awkwardly stuck out her tongue at Tendril King. Her aunt was not angry and only stared at them with great curiosity. Lil Freckle then looked up and presented the god source to Li Qie. For the young noble? Ming Shi and the others became surprised. This was most likely the largest god source desired by all the demons and even outsiders. Lil Freckle nodded repeatedly, telling him to take it. Li Qie stared at the god source and smiled. Amit Ba. The monk saw this and placed his palms together. He bowed toward Li Qie and left right away, taking his magnificent visual phenomena with him. He didn't bother competing at all, meaning that he wasn't here for the god source in the first place. Congratulations, Tao brother. It appears that this god source is not meant for me. Tendril commented, stating that she is no longer in the running. However, the same couldn't be said for Jun Xueqi and Swordgrasp Venerable. They stared intensely at Li Qie. He didn't notice them and accepted the god source with a smile. The time to dissipate draws near. Lil Freckle nodded and stared intensely at him, seemingly asking for a favor. He took a closer look at the god source and shook his head. There is nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, she became disappointed and sad. Tears swelled up in her eyes. Listeners were confused since they didn't know what they were talking about. Most demons and beasts only focused on the god source itself, wanting to seize it from his hand. May I have your name? Jun Xueqi came over and asked, still acting as if he was above everyone. Li Qie. Li Qie smiled. Li Qie? You're that Li Qie? Xueqi was surprised because he had heard about how this person obliterated 5 dragon lords back at the academy. That's the one. Li Qie smiled. Li Qie. Swordgrasp Venerable suddenly became murderous after hearing this. His aura became chilling and rendered weaker demons unconscious. And Li Qie responded. You killed our sect's successor. The Venerable uttered each word slowly. I've killed too many to remember each of them. Li Qie said. Listeners took a deep breath after hearing this domineering statement. This even surpassed Xueqi's domineering attitude because he still showed respect to the Venerable. It's Swordgrasp young noble from the academy. Ming Shi pulled his sleeve and whispered. Oh, that guy. Didn't leave much of an impression. Li Qie remembered and said. The Venerable nearly vomited blood after hearing this while the demons were left speechless. Your life for his. The Venerable said. I shall take your head and offer it as a sacrifice. Sure, if you wish to die. I don't mind killing one more. Li Qie said as if this wasn't a big deal at all. This ancient ancestor had 5 sacred fruits and was far stronger than Stone Lion Gods group. So be it. The Venerable's sword energy intensified to a monstrous level. Boom! Another cultivator suddenly landed on the valley. He sat on a throne made from black metal with engraved jewels. He looked to be around the same age as Tendril King, still rather young. However, he had a calm air to him, dressed in a purple and red dragon robe. He wore a crown on top of his square-shaped face, looking rather dignified and majestic. It was as if everyone else needed to bow before his throne and offer tributes. Halo Monarch. A demon recognized him. Chapter 4994. He was the current leader of Heaven Burial, one of the 4 geniuses. The group consisted of Radiant Monarch, Tendril King, Jun Xueqi, and him. He possessed 5 sacred fruits just like Tendril King. As the leader of a Dao lineage, he had access to all of its wondrous arts. He was the oldest of the 4 and had one son, Halo Scion. As he sat on the throne, he saw nothing but Li Qie. Clank! He released his 5 Dao fruits and divinity, forcing cultivators and demons into the ground. You killed my son, he uttered coldly. Who? Li Qie asked. The crowd was dumbfounded. Did he not know he was speaking to a 5-fruit dragon lord? This infuriated Halo Monarch and made him release more power. The tsunami of might made the demons feel as if they were trapped in a storm. Halo Scion. Yun whispered to Li Qie. Sounds familiar. So you're here to avenge your son? Li Qie waved his hand dismissively. Keep in mind that the monarch only had one son and gave him all the love. Now, he wanted nothing more than to cut Li Qie to pieces since this disdainful attitude disrespected not only him but also his late son. Your head will be used as an offering to my son in heaven. The monarch shouted and gathered his power, turning into a divine being. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The halo behind him soared into the air and could encompass numerous celestials, the start of a new world. The power of the halo. The other dragon lords observed this technique carefully. The founder of his lineage shared the same title. This conqueror was brilliant and currently resided in Celestial Court. Other peers had no choice but to bow before him. His techniques came from one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. Heaven Burial Dual Wheels. The first was known as Burial, the second was Heaven. He focused on the heaven part of this scripture, resulting in the creation of a magnificent halo. While this technique utterly impressed the crowd, Li Qie only smiled. Prepare your weapon, for this shall be your last battle. Halo Monarch roared, showing that he could punch above his level. Screech! Before Li Qie could make his move, the screech of a hawk could be heard from above. The monarch's unstoppable momentum was instantly suppressed as a result. The screech left the crowd weak, unable to move an inch. Bam! The two claws of the hawk landed and made the ground shake violently. Chill glare hawk. The other demons had no choice but to submit before this great bird. He looked magnificent with natural feathers that seemed to be carved. The whole world was subjected to the power of its claws. He was considered the strongest demon in feather outside of Peacock Monarch. Sword Grasp Venerable and Halo Monarch staggered backward. Rumor has it that this creature had eaten 3 dragon lords from their lineages before. All 3 had 4 sacred fruits as well. Goldcrest couldn't help but shudder. If it wasn't for Lichia's defensive barrier, he would be on the ground as well despite being empowered by Tiger Deity. Enough! Chillglare Hawk spoke. Jun Suetsan's expression changed as well despite his pride. This was a ferocious creature that couldn't be reasoned with. For example, Conceal Conqueror was stronger but she wasn't illogical. This bird, on the other hand, was ready to devour regardless of the meal's background. Halo Monarch didn't like this development since the hawk clearly wanted to interfere. Chillglare's sight fell on Lil Freckle and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere became rather tense. Gentlemen, it must have been a long journey. Let's all calm down now. You too, Brother Hall. Don't be so violent. A voice as pleasant as the return of spring interrupted them. Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man wearing a robe with golden embroidery. His clothes and ornaments were carefully chosen. Not even Halo Monarch, a king, paid as much attention to his regal outfit. Chapter 4995. He didn't appear luxurious or flashy despite his meticulous fashion choices. The careful arrangement made him look noble regardless of his bloodline or aura. Every stitch and thread was done with the highest level of attention to detail. The main fabric was made from silk spun by blue-winged heavenly silkworms. The edges were made from strings refined by Cold River golden sand. His boots came from the belly skin of an earth-splitter beast and were adorned with Green Mountain copper ingots. This was an ancient style no longer seen recently. The materials were famous and none of these items had been worn by big shots previously. They were all made specifically for him, making him look like an immortal traveling and enjoying the springs of the mortal world. Golden Cicada King. Everyone bowed in his direction. This included Sword Grasp Venerable and Jun Suetsan. Is he a big shot? Ming Shi asked after seeing Tendril King greet him. He's one of the most famous from Demon and has friends everywhere. This includes your Untethered as well. Yun said. Really? Ming Shi hasn't heard of this before. The 10 great mountains have many powerful cultivators, for example, the 6 commanding gods. However, we rarely mingle with the outside world. There are 2 exceptions, Wild Dragon and Golden Cicada King. Goldcrest said. So why is he famous? Ming Shi asked. He's different from Wild Dragon in that he is righteous and follows the orthodox path. Goldcrest said. I see, so he got friends everywhere. Ming Shi could tell after seeing the aggressive dragon lords being cordial toward Golden Cicada. He was a unique existence among the diverse demons found in this region. Some preferred to roam as wild beasts, always ready to devour any living being. Others lived in caves and acted similarly to Dao hermits. Either way, there was a clear difference between demons and cultivators from the outside world. The latter had more societal customs and cultures while even the strongest demons still had violent tendencies within them. Golden Cicada King, on the other hand, imitated the way of the human cultivators. He learned the teachings of the Dao lineages, hence his unique and noble temperament. Afterward, he recruited disciples and proliferated his Dao. His faction in Demon resembled that of a great kingdom. Visiting his place would leave others in awe. They would think that they were somewhere else on the continent, not Demon. Though he couldn't leave this place, he was still good friends with the upper echelons from the outside world. Halo Monarch, who was furious, still didn't forget to greet him. Search tinyurl.com/2p9mv8w for the original. Putting human cultivators aside, the demon monarchs also respected him and always gave him face. Even the fierce Chillglare Hawk nodded at him after their eyes met. He's also very strong. Rumor has it that he is like a brother to a commanding god. Goldcrest whispered. Wow, no wonder why even the hawk is playing nice. Yun whispered back. You must be fellow Taoist Li. Golden Cicada didn't forget Lichia and bowed slightly. Lichia smiled in response. As the saying goes, It is better to make a friend than an enemy. He said. Cicada King, I must have his head. Halo Monarch uttered coldly. Let's not be hot-headed, Monarch. I have prepared a feast back in my palace. Let's have a drink first, then talk later. It won't be too late then. Golden Cicada suggested. Halo Monarch thought about it and sure, his enemy wasn't going anywhere. This fight could wait after the feast and his restraint would be showing enough respect to Golden Cicada. After all, it wasn't wise to offend demons such as Golden Cicada and Chillglare Hawk. This was especially true for Golden Cicada, who was influential even in the outside world. No need, a feud should be dealt with as soon as possible. Lichia disagreed and waved at Halo Monarch. I have an even better offering for your son than my head, you. He won't be lonely when you're with him. This was akin to not giving Golden Cicada any face. This made Chillglare Hawk take another look at him. After all, few in the 3 continents would find this wise. Ha ha ha, don't blame me for being merciless today since you're suicidal. Halo Monarch burst out in laughter. There was no need for him to hold back now. Sigh, fighting and killing, when will it stop? Golden Cicada sighed. Chapter 4996. Come, brat. Halo Monarch stepped forward, shooting out intimidating rays from his eyes. Weaker beings felt the urge to prostrate, not daring to stare straight at this magnificent ruler. Boom! He released his endless vitality and covered all of demon. So this is a 5-fruit dragon lord. Both men and demons became alarmed at this display of power. Make your move before it's too late. Lichia smiled, astounding the crowd with his reckless arrogance. Very well, let's see what you can do then. Halo was livid. His sacred fruits appeared and exuded an immense amount of Tao energy. Each fruit represented a supreme Tao. Boom! The Tao came together to form 5 rings intertwining together. This created a domain trapping everything. Heaven Seal Pentaloops. He roared. Already? Jun Suetson didn't expect this at all because Halo immediately used his ultimate technique. The area around Lichia was sealed and he couldn't see anything beyond the 5 rings. Rumble! The crowd saw the rings multiply and become increasingly stronger. Some of them belonged to the fire affinity. Another group turned into blades capable of severing the cycles of reality. The third served as shackles, attaching themselves to Lichia. It appeared as if he was stuck in a machine with countless sharp cogs. They started to turn, wanting to reduce them to bits. There was no place to hide since the Tao rings have firmly locked around Lichia like numerous immortal ropes. Not good. Tendril King could see through the domain and shouted. Either death or grievous injuries. Jun Suetson's eyes narrowed, able to tell that he was 1 level weaker than Halo Monarch currently. Chillglare Hawk and Golden Cicada King watched attentively as well. They didn't think that there was a favorable outcome for Lichia. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Child's Play. Lichia simply raised his arms without activating any Grand Tao. Boom! The rings locking him instantly crumbled. He then waved his hand casually and obliterated all the other rings in the blink of an eye. The myriad Tao exploded and everyone saw the vision of a great palm smashing them into smithereens. All the Dragon Lords and Demon Monarchs were horrified. Ugh! Halo Monarch was the only one actually struck by the palm, causing him to slam into the ground. He quickly got back up and vomited a mouthful of blood. This left everyone speechless since he was a supreme genius with 5 sacred fruits. He was absolutely a top dog in the lower continents. Alas, Lichia smashed him down so easily, leaving behind serious injuries. Nonetheless, they witnessed it with their own eyes. Ming Shi and Goldcrest saw Lichia do something similar in the past. However, he had the Tao controller then. Now he was using his own power. Yun was the only one unaffected because she saw how he dealt with Shadow Rider that night. The astounded Dragon Lords thought that the only other person capable of doing this in the lower continents was Conceal Conqueror. This simply didn't make any sense. She was famous. Her exploits were known to all. On the other hand, Lichia had only shown up recently. How could he be so strong already? I'll send you on your way now. Lichia walked toward the monarch. Halo's expression darkened. He had never experienced anything like this during his long years as a cultivator. He thought that he could last 10 moves against Conceal Conqueror. This made him think that he was merely dreaming, to lose in the first exchange against a junior. Chapter 4997. This is your last chance to show what you got. Li Qie added. The crowd no longer commented on his arrogance after witnessing his power. Smashing the ultimate technique of a dragon lord that easily? He had earned the right to bluster. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy and the monarch shall drop the feud henceforth as well. Golden Cicada said, wanting to save a life. Who do you think you are? Li Qie stared at him and said. Golden Cicada couldn't respond because normally, he had enough prestige to influence others. He was from the same generation as the current commanding god of Bug, Bloodfly God. Of course, he couldn't force the issue. Ha ha ha, Brother Cicada. It is fine. One of us will die today because I must avenge my son. Halo Monarch laughed. Your lineage has a heavenly scripture. Show it to me before death. Li Qie gestured provocatively. Good. Halo Monarch took one step forward and suddenly became immeasurably heavy, causing the ground to shake. It couldn't withstand his new weight. However, instead of his power erupting outwardly, it was gathering within. The 5 fruits intersected and created a domain. They blossomed for a moment before fusing together into one. Heaven Wheel! He roared. The single form of the fruit emitted a pulse carrying the destruction of 1,000,000 stars. Though Demon was vast, every corner of the land felt its crushing intensity. Living creatures in Demon became overwhelmed with fear. The pulse channeled into the form of a heavenly halo. It was outrageously large and made Demon look like a single hill in comparison. It reached space and crushed one star after another. As everyone looked up, they felt as if there was another world above. Even colossal demons seemed as tiny as specks of dust. This is the heavenly wheel? Jun Suetson couldn't help but be lost in admiration despite his pride and arrogance. This was one of the 2 wheels from a heavenly scripture. Heaven. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. My son, watch me avenge you. Dang. Halo Monarch bellowed and commanded the wheel to descend. Before its physical arrival, its Tao engulfed Li Qie and prevented him from running. Meanwhile, spectators immediately fled, not wanting to be anywhere near the target. Rumble! Demon faced a crisis with hundreds of peaks crumbling down. Damn! Goldcrest was horrified since even a dragon lord like him could be reduced to nothingness. Will he be able to stop it? Some demon monarchs stopped at a safe distance and discussed the situation. The same couldn't be said about weaker beasts and demons who were subjugated by the wheel. Boom! It finally slammed against Li Qie. Keep in mind that even a kingdom was only a tiny dinner plate in comparison, let alone a single person. He was countless times tinier than the leg of a mosquito. Nonetheless, this tiny being managed to stop the wheel with just one hand. It was as if he was upholding 3,000 worlds contained in the attack. Halo roared and channeled all of his fruit's energy and Tao power into the wheel. Unfortunately, it still didn't move another inch. The heavenly scripture is strong, but you have only learned the very basics. Li Qie smiled before closing his fingers. Boom! The wheel twisted together like fried dough from the force before exploding. Ah! Halo was sent flying from the backlash, completely covered in blood. Chapter 4998. Heaven Wheel was a technique believed to be superior to merit laws created by Tao lords and conquerors. Heaven Burial Conqueror trained in the 2 wheels and managed to become the second conqueror. This conqueror was already brilliant at a young age, and eventually earned the protection of Celestial Court. This recognition was naturally due to his talent, but some also believed that it was because of the heavenly scripture. With these advantages, he was able to defeat immortal emperors before becoming a conqueror. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Nonetheless, there existed a rumor about a conqueror before him. No one talked about this due to the nature of the story itself, that he might have killed the conqueror right before him. This made this conqueror unknown to everyone. Scrolls containing depictions of this conqueror were widely considered to be fabrications and hearsays. His title was Martial Conqueror, an owner of a primordial Tao fruit. Unfortunately, he was born in the same generation as Heaven Burial Conqueror, who had the support of Celestial Court. The young Heaven Burial and his allies captured Martial, eventually killing him. The story went on to say that Heaven Burial obtained Marshall's primordial fruit and became a conqueror afterward. These were indeed sensitive depictions of the past, hence their lack of popularity. Heaven Burial went on to create a lineage in the lower continents. Its possession of a heavenly scripture propelled it to untold prosperity. Thus, Halo Monarch was virtually unbeatable at the same cultivation level since Heaven Wheel was the ultimate technique. However, this was easily beaten by Xueqi to the dismay of the other dragon lords. That wheel was empowered by 5 sacred fruits, meaning that even imperial weapons couldn't break it. Alas, Xueqi did it with his bare hand. Ah! The next scene shook them to the core, Xueqi breaking the sacred fruits with his bare hand once again. Sacred fruits were virtually indestructible, only second to the Tao fruits. Xueqi somehow destroyed this notion. Goodbye now. Xueqi took one step forward. Fellow Taoist, no need to go so far. Choose mercy when possible. Golden Cicada was the only one who dared to stop Xueqi. That's not a word in my dictionary. Xueqi smiled and waved his hand, pushing Golden Cicada away while stomping down. Boom! Halo Monarch burned his own true fate to release more Tao power, but this was not enough. The Tao Inferno was instantly extinguished by Xueqi's foot, prompting him to scream before being reduced to a bloody mist. A gust of wind came and took what was left of him away. Teeth could be heard chattering among the crowd, adding to an otherwise silent ambience. Jun Xueqi and Sword Grasp Venerable, who wanted to fight Xueqi earlier, trembled in fear. They appreciated Halo Monarch's sacrifice, preventing them from doing anything idiotic. Ming Shi and Goldcrest were left speechless. They knew that Xueqi was strong, but now, they found that he was untouchable on top of being ruthless. Xueqi glanced at the god source in his hand before asking the crowd, "Anyone else wants this thing?" None dared to answer. Not the demon monarchs or ancient ancestors from the outside world. Though that god source was tempting, they didn't wish to die so soon. "It is meant for you, young noble." Tendril King stated her stance. Others remained silent, even those initially antagonistic against him. "Everyone, as I've said before, there is a banquet at our place. The commanding god will be there as well. Would you like to come?" Golden Cicada broke the silence. The other dragon lords agreed. "Would you like to join us, young noble?" Golden Cicada extended his invitation. "Not interested," Xueqi said. This time around, no one had a problem with his blunt tone. Golden Cicada only smiled awkwardly and didn't press the issue. "I'll be going first." Tendril King bowed slightly toward everyone before leaving via the vine. The others started leaving as well, not wanting to linger near Xueqi. However, the thing surprising everyone was Lil Freckle. She climbed on top of Chillglare Hawk and sat on its back. This was a demon only second to Peacock Monarch in feather, hence everyone's astonishment. Chapter 4999. Goldcrest, Yun, and Ming Shi stared at this scene in a daze. They were worrying about Lil Freckle's safety when she was surrounded by 3 demon monarchs. Because of her quiet demeanor back in the academy, everyone thought that she was from a small sect or that she had been traumatized in the past. They didn't expect to see her sitting on top of an imperious demon monarch. Chillglare Hawk was 1 tier below the commanding gods in demon. No one here was qualified to sit on its back, yet it gave her permission to do so. She waved at Xueqi's group to bid goodbye. The hawk also bowed and spoke. "May we meet again." The hawk screeched and flapped its wings, releasing strong gales. It leaped into the air and disappeared into the horizon. The group calmed down and Yun said, "I didn't expect Lil Freckle to be from the mountains too. It's more than that, I think her background should be something special." Ming Shi said. It became clear that Chillglare Hawk came specifically to find her, not for the god source. "Rooster, isn't this your territory? How did you not know? Or did you already know and just didn't tell us?" She asked Goldcrest and pulled up her sleeves menacingly. "Come on, I'm innocent," he protested. "I've never seen her here before, I don't think anyone else knew this either." Having said that, he recalled something with Xueqi. Lil Freckle had greeted Xueqi before, something she had never done, at least to their knowledge. "Don't look at me, I didn't know either." Xueqi shrugged with a smile. "If Lil Freckle is from here, she probably is worshipping a deity, right? How did she leave?" Yun became curious and waited for an answer from Goldcrest. As far as I know, there is only one badge like mine. I would have known if she has one too. He shook his head. It's because of her unique divinity. It's rather pure. Li Qie revealed. Her divinity? Goldcrest started pondering. Which demon is she? A sparrow? Ming Shi's eyes lit up as she said. A sparrow riding Chillglare Hawk? I don't think so. It would eat her right away. Goldcrest responded. This was indeed the truth. That notorious hawk had eaten 3 dragon lords before, let alone a little sparrow. Let's go, we'll know when it's time to know. Li Qie smiled and started walking. The group followed him right away. Along the way, Goldcrest couldn't help but ask, Young noble, what was your marvelous technique during that battle? Having said that, he imitated Li Qie's hand movement during the crushing of the heavenly wheel. That event shocked them to the core. Halo Monarch's heaven wheel was one of the hardest things to break at that level. Therefore, they assumed that Li Qie was using an equally incredible technique, one for the ages. Search tinyurl.com/2p9mv8w for the original. Marvelous technique? I only grabbed it. Li Qie said nonchalantly. The youth didn't know how to answer. If this answer came from anyone else, they wouldn't have believed it. Alas, they trusted Li Qie and this surprised them even more. He paid no mind to their astounded and confused expression, still marching onward. They didn't get far because suddenly, someone jumped down from a vine hanging on a tree branch and startled the young ones. Watch out! Ming Shi immediately hid behind Li Qie after seeing the person. It turned out to be a familiar child. He wore a golden robe, looking overly pale as if he rarely came outside. His expression looked a bit slow and clumsy like a lord's idiotic son, just missing the snot. Flame-eater child! Yun shouted. This innocent-looking child was actually a dragon lord with 3 fruits, something that had driven cultivators crazy with jealousy before. They trained hard for a lifetime and never got anywhere near his level. Nonetheless, it wasn't surprising to see him here since he was Wild Dragon's follower. What do you want? Ming Shi asked. He ignored Ming Shi and walked to Li Qie's front, taking out a resplendent item. A god source! Goldcrest shouted. You want to give it to the young noble? Yun was astonished. After all, Li Qie was once the king of 8 Stallion Dynasty, clearly an enemy of Wild Dynasty. Flame-eater child had come looking for trouble during his coronation. 1. The word for freckle can also mean sparrow, too. Ever seen Stephen Chow's Flirting Scholar? The 2 sons in that movie are perfect examples of what the author is trying to convey here. It's a common trope. Chapter 5000. The youths didn't understand why Flame-eater child chose to gift the god source to an enemy. Support us at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. The original god source broke down into 6 pieces. Goldcrest had one and so did Lil Freckle. She ended up giving it to Li Qie and now, he was about to obtain another without doing a single thing. They wondered why this happened. Was it because Li Qie was powerful? No, this couldn't be the case because Goldcrest didn't give his to Li Qie. The god source was useful to him but at the same time, he knew that Li Qie didn't need it at all. Let me see your eyes. Li Qie accepted the god source and noticed something else. He crouched down to be on the same level as Flame-eater child. As one of the 10 monsters, this boy had massacred countless. The difference was that the others did it knowingly. The same couldn't be said about the boy. He seemed to have an intellectual deficiency since birth. It was as if he didn't know what he was doing or the morality behind it. Moreover, he obeyed Wild Dragon for some of these atrocities. His eyes were dull and even lifeless, giving a sense of confusion and chaos. How did this boy become a 3-fruit dragon lord? Wild Dragon, the closest person to him, had wondered about this issue as well. What was the secret behind the boy's success with cultivation? Li Qie observed for a while before focusing his gaze on the boy's eyes, seemingly trying to push away the chaos to get a closer look. Boom! The flames of madness immediately engulfed the boy and burned everything around him. This prompted the youths to react quickly and hide behind Li Qie. Ah! Something stimulated the boy and caused him to run away, disappearing into the mountain. You scared him, young noble. Ming Shi said. Yes. Li Qie nodded while staring in that direction. I don't know what happened to him, he doesn't look like an evil person. Ming She commented. It's all because of Wild Dragon, he simply followed orders. In my opinion, he doesn't have an opinion on his victims, whether they deserve death or otherwise. Yun responded. How does someone like him become a Dragon Lord? Goldcrest smiled wryly. He's not a fool. Li Qie shook his head. His sixth sense might be sealed. Sixth sense? Who did it? Plus, shouldn't that stop him from cultivating successfully as well? Yun became startled. You're right, you can't cultivate like that. Ming She chimed in. That's the interesting part. There is a story behind this, I don't know why yet. Li Qie was interested. Should we help him figure it out? Ming She felt the same way, thinking that Li Qie could solve this mystery. Let's go, he won't be far. Li Qie was interested because the boy took the initiative to give him the God Source, not the God Source itself. Thus, he put Shadow Rider aside and focused on Flame Eater Child first. The youths were curious as well, wanting to know how a slow-witted cultivator like him could reach the realm of the Dragon Lords. He ran fast but not fast enough to escape Li Qie's pursuit. Nonetheless, Li Qie took his time and was in no hurry. Young noble, why did Lil Freckle and Flame Eater give you their God Source? Yun couldn't help but ask. One was an enemy while the other didn't have any relationship with Li Qie. If we must come up with a reason, it is because they are pure of heart and intuitively know who should possess these God Sources. Li Qie smiled. Hey, did you hear that? Ming She teased Goldcrest. Those two are pure of heart, hence their gift. And what about you? You've been following the young noble for so long yet you are still keeping the God Source. Your heart must be rather tainted. Goldcrest turned red and put on an awkward smile. The young noble can take it whenever he needs it. These things don't matter to me, it's just amusing that they chose to give it to me. Li Qie said. Right, how strange. Ming She agreed with that statement. Boom! They eventually saw a terrifying inferno ahead. It possessed two elements, fire and water. This combination scorched and flattened an entire mountain range. The slow beasts and birds couldn't escape in time, meeting their demise. Maddened flame! Yun shouted after seeing the violent and chaotic inferno. It was out of control compared to the usual Dao flames. Elemental King is here too? Goldcrest recognized the user. The group rushed forward and saw that this king was fighting against Flame Eater Child. Chapter 5001. Poof! Elemental King unleashed two fiery beams, one pure and the other had an ice infusion. This combination managed to morph time and space while maintaining a unique domain. The madness of the flames was somehow soothed by the chilling affinity, resulting in a stable attack. Ming She and the others couldn't help but gasp in awe. They had seen the frenzied flames several times in the past from Fire Ape and Maddened God. Elemental King's attack seemed to be a different world in comparison. This might be the reason why Icefire Palace was considered the orthodox branch of Maddened lineage. Ice and fire twisted together to form a prison around Flame Eater Child. Just a single ember contained enough power to reduce a peak into lava. However, the boy slammed against the prison without getting hurt in the slightest. Nonetheless, he couldn't get out of the domain. Follow me back. Elemental King ordered. What is he trying to do? Ming She could see that the king didn't wish to harm his opponent. Flame Eater Child isn't from Icefire Palace. The king was an ancient ancestor with 5 fruits while his opponent only had 3. It wasn't difficult for him to slay the boy at all, but this didn't seem to be his intention. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The boy might be worth his time. Yun whispered. After all, he's a miracle. The others agreed with this assessment. Flame Eater wasn't taught by an ancient ancestor but still managed to reach such a high level. Therefore, the palace was most likely interested in learning the process. Alas, only their king was strong enough to suppress the boy without killing him. After several slams to no avail, the slow-witted Flame Eater Child tried something else. He opened his mouth and sucked the fiery walls of the prison as if he was a whale. What? Elemental King became startled since he understood the force contained within his flames. Other Dragon Lords didn't dare to face them directly. Even blocking with treasures didn't always work. This doesn't make any sense. Ming-Shi said, wait, his title. The domain weakened as a result. The king didn't give up and shouted, fine, let's see your limit. He activated the 5 fruits and fused them into a maddened source. They rotated continuously and turned the domain into something monstrous. Air and the fabrics of reality were melted into liquid form. The high temperature reduced the ground into scorched earth. Nothing could survive even though the sole target was Flame Eater Child. The boy continued devouring the flames. Alas, the sheer volume immobilized him while he became engulfed in lava. Elemental King didn't quite understand. His world of flames was endless, yet the boy was somehow unfazed. He had never experienced something like this previously. Whoosh! The sky suddenly turned dark due to a massive figure approaching. The eyes were so big that they resembled 2 suns. Elemental King, this is my territory. A dignified voice thundered. Wild Dragon. Goldcrest became emotional. Boom! A large claw smashed downward, scaring everything within a 10 million mile radius. Go! Elemental King sent his maddened domain upward to stop the dark claw. The shock waves from the impact vaporized the peaks nearby and frightened the spectating youths. Chapter 5002. Elemental King went all out but still couldn't stop the palm strike. The force sent him to the ground. The disparity of a single fruit was in full display. Though his fiery mastery was immaculate, his cultivation was simply weaker. The only way to win was to have a heaven-defying technique. Die! Wild Dragon's tyrannical roar intimidated those beneath. Boom! 3 large figures arrived and interrupted the battle, causing violent quakes. You shall stop here, Wild Dragon. The figures shouted in unison, looking like 3 deities. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. They were mountainous statues of different forms. If it wasn't for their animated eyes, others would think that they were mere artifacts. However, they exuded powerful auras and were actually alive. What are they? Ming-Shi asked. 3 guardian giants. Yun whispered. Guardian giants? Ming-Shi hasn't heard of them before. Immortal Pagoda of Deity. This is their prime fighting force. The guardians are here then. Goldcrest said. Who are these guardians? Ming-Shi asked again. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror left a peerless pagoda to the lineage. This serves as their ancestral ground, the very source of their Tao. Thus, they leave these statues and ancient ancestors there for generations. Yun elaborated. Just 3 5-fruit dragon lords, how futile. Wild Dragon laughed heartily. Those who heard him thought that this was how the #1 member of the 10 monsters should be, always imperious and fearless. Of course, he was also strong enough to take down these 3 giants, not to mention that this was his territory. With the empowerment of the serpent deity, he became far stronger than before. Boom! A pagoda appeared at this crucial moment and automatically forced cultivators and demons to the ground. This was due to its existence alone, not that it had activated its power. It forced the black clouds to disperse, revealing Wild Dragon's true form. He was a colossal fire dragon with scales resembling molten metal. Between the plates was flowing lava instead of flesh. The main difference between him and another fire dragon was his bloated stomach, as if he had just eaten a delicious meal. His bloodline alone exuded immense pressure and intimidated all other beasts. Normally, Wild Dragon was shrouded by dark clouds and fog. Few got the opportunity to see his true appearance until now. Wild Dragon's fortune must have been insane. Goldcrest commented, he evolved into a true dragon, albeit this is a thin bloodline. His original form wasn't like this. What did he look like before? Ming-Shi asked. He used to be a lava earth dragon, so more of a fat lizard leaving lava in its wake. Goldcrest said. Ha ha. She laughed after imagining a fat lizard crawling around. Boom! The suppressive force came from an old man holding the pagoda. He wore a gray robe, appearing dignified and intimidating. His gaze alone could destroy the 6 Tao. Cultivators found these eyes capable of sucking their life away. That's a guardian. I think he's the oldest ancient ancestor in deity. Yun whispered. Old geezer. You dare leave the ancient pagoda? Wild Dragon was not afraid. You shall run rampant no more, Wild Dragon. The guardian uttered coldly. You won't be able to kill me today. This is my playground. Wild Dragon laughed. The two clearly had an ongoing feud, and it seemed that Wild Dragon was the underdog. Rumor has it that this guardian was awfully close to possessing 7 sacred fruits. If he had ascended sooner, he would certainly have 7 by now. Alas, he chose to protect the ancestral pagoda. This was a highly anticipated match and a crowd built up, albeit at a safe distance. Yunyun and her friends also became interested. We're leaving. Li Qiye, on the other hand, only cared about Flame Eater Child who had left, not worrying about Wild Dragon despite the potentially dangerous battle. Though the youths wanted to watch, they still followed Li Qiye. After they gained some distance, they heard loud explosions from behind. They maintained a fast speed in order to keep up. Although the boy appeared clumsy and slow, he was as fast as a spirit while traversing Demon. Perhaps due to fatigue, he eventually hid inside a valley and sat in front of a deep pit. Chapter 5003. At first glance, he seemed like a scared child hiding in a safe spot. But given his bored expression, he was more like a python that was full from a meal. Now it was time to digest. He pulsed with the maddened flames, the result of devouring Elemental King's attacks. He seemed rather bored as he occasionally tossed rocks into the pit. He was a puzzling existence, possessing all the abilities and instincts of a dragon lord yet lacking a normal state of mind. Li Qiye approached and sat down next to him. The others stood behind Li Qiye, not daring to utter a single word. They saw him as a slow-witted child more so than a member of the 10 monsters. He didn't run away this time. There was not a single reaction either. The group patiently waited, aware that Li Qiye was interested in him. After a while, the boy seemingly woke up from his stupor. Nonetheless, his eyes were still muddled as he asked with curiosity, "Who are you? Who are you?" Li Qiye smiled. "I am me," the boy answered. "I am me too," Li Qiye said. "Then who am I?" The boy was caught up in the questions. "You are you and only you," Li Qiye answered. This only confused him even more as he tried to come up with an answer. Alas, there was a minute change in his muddled eyes. The chaos seemed to be flowing, albeit virtually indiscernible. "I don't know me," he eventually said. "Ask your heart," Li Qiye replied. "What is heart?" the boy asked. "The heart is right here." Li Qiye grabbed his hand and placed it on his left chest. "Feel it." After a few seconds the boy giggled and said, "Something's beating." "Feel its beats." Li Qiye led the way for him to feel the rhythm. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Flame Eater followed his lead. As he felt the beat, he closed his eyes as if he was about to sleep. Drooling came next and made him look more like the slow son of the regional lord, one step further away from the appearance of a dragon lord. Li Qiye smiled and observed the youth. "Young noble, is it working?" Yunyun could tell that this was some sort of mesmerization. "It is up to him," Li Qiye said. He forgot himself or does not want to remember. "Ha! Why not?" Ming Shi asked. "Life is cruel," Li Qiye said. "Sometimes it is better to forget instead of living in misery." He had a sad past? She stared at him and couldn't come up with the right scenario for him to purposely do this. "Not necessarily," Li Qiye responded. "There might be another reason." "Is there a difference in forgetting oneself versus actively trying to do so?" Goldcrest asked. "The second is an avoidance mechanism for pain. The first case can be more complicated. It might be an injury or something else." Li Qiye said. "Do you have a guess as to why, young noble?" Yunyun said curiously. Li Qiye gazed into the horizon and took his time before responding. "A few existences, once they reach a certain cultivation level, might want to forget themselves." The group exchanged glances of confusion. Li Qiye then looked back at them and continued. "Some have heavy burdens and responsibilities, others can no longer restrain their Tao heart or power. After all, there is a price for everything, especially for power. One of the prices is loneliness. There is no one else at the top." Yunyun said. "Indeed, you got that right," Li Qiye praised with a smile. "You're too kind, young noble," she responded with a slightly embarrassed tone. "Amit ba, Amit ba." A chant could be heard and next came a billowing Buddhist affinity. A monk appeared before the group, one looking rather casual and carefree. However, everything about him exuded Buddhism. It was Mahayana again, the highly respected monk. The young ones were surprised to see him. Nonetheless, they bowed to greet him. This included the vivacious princess. Benefactor, seems like we are connected by fate. The monk placed his palms together and told Lichia. I don't want to have anything to do with a monk. Nothing good comes out of it. Lichia smiled and went over to a pond nearby, took off his shoes, and played with the water. Amitba. Only those truly connected to Buddhism say your line. They are bound by karma without knowing so. The monk smiled before taking off his shoes and joining Lichia to enjoy the water. Let me try to enlighten you so that you can reach the Tao of Buddhism? The monk didn't give up. Lichia finally stared at the monk and smiled charmingly, wanting to enlighten him instead. A quick look at bit. ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Buzz. The monk became shrouded by the image of a heavenly dragon with 8 legs. Others couldn't help wanting to prostrate before his magnificent aura. It took everything from him to stop Lichia's smile. Amitba. He lowered his head, not daring to stare at Lichia. This person's smile had a devilish power far beyond his current Buddhist attainment. He would be the one converted instead. This avatar of yours can't convert me. Lichia stopped and shook his head. This surprised the youths and made them stare at the monk. He was only an avatar? The Dragon Lord's prior didn't notice anything and assumed that he was the real thing. This meant that he wasn't actually here. Amitba, you are correct, benefactor. The monk admitted while placing his palms together. Chapter 5004. Lichia seemed to care more about swinging his feet in the water than the monk. Amitba. The monk went on, benefactor, please visit the Land of Peace when you have time. The Land of Peace? The group exchanged glances because this place existed in the upper 2 continents. Buddhism, one of the 12 lineages, was a subsidiary of the Land of Peace. The latter didn't belong to any of the 5 alliances up there. Rumor has it that it was the source of all the Buddhist lineages in the 6 continents. Still haven't given up on enlightening me yet? Even your true form won't be able to do it. Lichia stared at him. The youths became emotional and took a deep breath. Mahayana was considered a sacred monk in the lower continents. In history, some conquerors and dragon lords showed him respect despite being stronger. Everyone else followed this precedence. Whenever people met him, they were instantly impressed by his wonderful aura and Buddhist attainment. Not even powerful dragon lords such as Swordgrasp Venerable noticed anything peculiar. They had no idea that this was merely an avatar, not his true body. Moreover, he resided in the upper continents? That astounded the youths as well. An avatar surviving for so long away from the main body while managing to fool everyone else? There was a wondrous barrier separating the continents, but it didn't seem to affect the avatar. Just how strong was the real monk then? They shuddered after thinking about this issue. Could a 12-fruit conqueror do something like this? Perhaps not. They stared at him and gained a new perspective on the current landscape of the lower continents. Everyone thought that the strongest right now was Conceal Conqueror while they started having doubts. Amitba, Buddhism calls for the fateful benefactor. The monk didn't give up. There is no connection between me and Buddhism, and even if there is, it's not a good one. Lichia waved his hand. You should change your mind, benefactor. The monk said. I'm not interested unless you can change your 6 paths to 9. Lichia said. The monk became emotional and gazed intensely at Lichia. His eyes seemed to be turning into 2 Buddhist wheels containing 3,000 worlds. They could enlighten and convert any living beings or souls. No one could resist this force. The youths were horrified, but fortunately, they were standing behind Lichia and had his protection. Alas, just one glance at the monk still gave them the urge to join Buddhism. Lichia waved his hand again and broke the technique. Enough. Provoke me and I shall stomp your Land of Peace and end you all. Amitba, I apologize for my impudence and unstable Buddhist heart. The monk said while trying to calm himself. It has been a long time since he last experienced this emotion. The world had only heard about the 6 paths while Lichia knew about the 9 paths. Benefactor, how did you find this out? The monk bowed, wanting to learn from Li Qia. Is it something I can seek? He performed a full rite of veneration to show the highest respect while the youth watched with bated breath. A quick look at Tinural.com/2P9MV8W will leave you more fulfilled. They suspected that the monk was comparable to a 12-fruit conqueror. Alas, he was still bowing before Li Qia. Sigh, you monks have the thickest skin. Li Qia had no choice but to accept the gesture. He helplessly added, seems like I can't rid myself of this annoying fate with Buddhism. How troublesome. This comment was suicidal since it insulted all the Buddhist practitioners on the 6 continents. However, the monk was ecstatic because he understood the implication. Benefactor, you wish to tie the knots with us? He sat down cross-legged and asked respectfully. It's not that. Li Qia responded. The issue is that you monks are so persistent and latch onto me like ghosts. I can't kill all of you. You just somehow drag your long tail from one epoch to the next. Amitba. The monk wasn't angry at all and was happy instead. This just shows how strong our connection is. Heaven and earth might wither, the myriad worlds might crumble, but the fate of Buddhism remains. Okay, don't need to tell me this crap. Li Qia said, this might be able to trick others but not me. This is a fortuitous date. The land of peace requires your enlightenment. Benefactor. The ecstatic monk said, no, I don't want anything to do with that mess. When the calling of fate comes, so be it. Li Qia refused but still gave room to be involved in the future. Perfect. The monk said, I will wait for you forever for our connection is eternal. The youths got goosebumps because it sounded like a lover reciting a vow of love. I will only help once, it is up to you all to reach the 9 paths or whatever. Li Qia said. Very well, benefactor, and that's all we need, we can handle the rest. The monk happily said. Fine, now can you get out of my sight? I get a headache whenever I see bald heads. Li Qia waved his hand. Chapter 5005. The monk happily got up and took one look at Flame Eater Child before leaving. Amitba, another good seed. His sickness resurfaced again after seeing the youth. He seemed more like a recruiter than a monk, always becoming excited whenever he saw someone fated to be with Buddhism. So what if he's a good seed? Want to convert him too? Li Qia said. That's the way of Buddhism, converting anyone who is fated to be with it. The monk said, eager to try. Your avatar won't be able to do it. You'll be burned to a crisp before anything. Li Qia smiled. I see. The monk actually became more interested as if he must carry out the destined fate, especially when it was more difficult. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at theporead.com. I might not be able to do it, but I believe in the power of Buddhism. He stared at Flame Eater like a prowling lion. The more serious he became, the more frightened the youths. A while ago, they would have considered being connected to Buddhism a great fortune. Now, they were scared of being involved with him. He's not a Buddhist, fate doesn't work here. Li Qia said, plus, there is no point. Your land of paradise is only dragging people down with it. The monk gave up after hearing this. He placed his palms together disappointedly and bid farewell. I'll be taking my leave then. Once he was long gone, Mingshi immediately commented, I'm so scared of that monk right now, I don't want anything to do with Buddhism anymore. Yunyun and Goldcrest nodded in agreement. Buddhism might not want you 3 even if you wish to join it. Don't underestimate this monk. Common people would love to be converted by him. It is a fortune indeed. Li Qia shook his head. And I don't want it. Mingshi giggled and said, I feel that untethered is a great place to be the best. If he wishes to convert you, your sect will send you to him right away. Li Qia said. Mingshi got goosebumps because Li Qia was right. If this big shot were to talk about her being connected to Buddhism by fate, the seniors in the sect would wish for her to join it. Then you'll have to protect me, young noble. She playfully hid behind him. Don't worry if he wanted to convert you. He would have done it at first sight. Li Qia chuckled. She heaved a sigh of relief while patting her chest. Her optimistic and cheerful nature always made others smile. At this point, Flame Eater Child finally woke up and opened his eyes, revealing endless cycles derivative within. Alas, This only lasted for a split second. "I am not me," he shouted at Li Qie, confused. The youths noticed something different about him but couldn't come up with any specific. It seemed as if he gained enough clarity to realize his lack of clarity. "It depends on what version you're referring to," Li Qie said. The child who never reacted to outside stimuli seemed to be thinking about Li Qie's comment. "What kind of person am I then?" he asked. "The question is, who do you want to be? The current you, the past, or the future?" Li Qie said with a serious tone. This caused the boy to contemplate in silence again. What was he like in the past? Ming Shi whispered, wondering if he had a happy past or a traumatic one. Li Qie didn't answer and gave the boy time to think. After a while he asked, "Which is the real me?" "The one you want to be," Li Qie answered. "I want to be that one." He still looked a bit confused but still gave an answer. "Can I do it?" Li Qie sighed and said, "Yes, it is possible. I suppose this is fate at work again. Since I have taken your God's source, I shall return a fortune upon you." His expression became serious as he continued. "Remember, do not regret your decision. There is a price for everything regardless of who you become." "A price for everything," the boy repeated. Young noble. Is there a worse situation for him right now? He's already slow-witted. No one wants to stay this way. Ming Shi couldn't help but interject. "What's wrong with being a fool?" Li Qie asked. She took a second before responding. "No one wants to be foolish and unaware of the world around them. What's the point of being aware? Will the pain go away? The fear? The sense of helplessness?" Li Qie elaborated. "A fool views all things as equal. For example, there is no difference between you or that monk just now. Life and death are also the same. As the saying goes, heaven and earth are not kind. They treat all things as straw dogs. In this case, are you a fool or are you the ruler of the world?" Ming Shi and Goldcrest took their time digesting this information. Yun Yun, in particular, became emotional. Her experience was different from theirs. As the successor of the Alliance and potentially primal in the future, others viewed her as a prestigious cultivator. Alas, she was truly struggling, unable to handle the weight and responsibility on her shoulders. She could collapse at any second from the pressure. To everyone else, she was a beautiful successor of a great lineage. In reality, she struggled like an ant, constantly trying to just keep up. Heaven and earth are not kind. They treat all things as straw dogs. She murmured, "The Tao is emotionless, yet its practitioners are filled with emotions." Indeed, you are one step in the door now and will become exceptional. Li Qie nodded approvingly and extended his finger to tap her forehead. Pop! The sounds of the Grand Tao echoed in her mind. The chanting morphed her Tao foundation into something different. She trembled and fell to the ground, entering a deep state of enlightenment. Big sis Yun Yun is so gifted, able to learn the Tao right now. Ming Shi praised. Goldcrest felt the same way, realizing that she had just obtained a great fortune. Alas, he lacked the same opportunity and talent. This is due to her identity and status. You two are different and won't be able to grasp this fortune. Li Qie said. The two nodded in agreement. I want to look back. Flame Eater Child finished making a decision as well. Looking back will change everything in the future. Think this over carefully. Li Qie patiently said. I want to look back. Flame Eater nodded and said firmly. Ming Shi and Goldcrest, at this point, realized that Flame Eater was not a fool. His sixth sense was indeed sealed just as Li Qie had said. Chapter 5006. There is no turning back from this. This will determine your future, whether it's a happy or a sad one. Li Qie said. Neither happy nor sad. How about that? Flame Eater asked. How is the current you? Li Qie smiled. Flame Eater and the others thought about it. First, was there anything positive about being a fool? No one in the world wanted this for themselves. On the other hand, he never worried or felt sadness just like a child. This was definitely a positive. Moreover, he was a dragon lord with 3 fruits and still had room to grow. Therefore, he could live without experiencing any negative emotions. With this perspective, it seemed as if it was better to be him. The lack of sadness potentially implied happiness? Is anyone truly happy? Flame Eater asked. In the short term, sure. In the long term, those standing at the apex might not be happy. Even the high heaven worries. Lichie said. So being a fool is that nice, especially one that can be a dragon lord, Mingshi murmured. His words made them ponder. It seemed like even the strongest cultivators still had many problems and burdens. This didn't apply to Flame Eater Child. I don't know, Flame Eater doubted. Ignorance is happiness. Everything can make you smile. Lichie added. Others had no choice but to agree. Someone like Flame Eater could find amusement in anything, whether it be a treasure, a top master, a gentle breeze, or even an ant. Conversely, cultivators only cared about power and became greedy at the sight of a treasure. They wouldn't lose a second to glance at an ant. Flame Eater started thinking about his choice, staying a fool or finding the past first, and from that, he would be able to know which version he desired for the future. After a long while, he looked up at Lichie. His muddled eyes became slightly clearer. He said, I wish to see what I have forgotten. Think about why you chose to forget. Lichie struck the core of the issue. Flame Eater shuddered. What was his reason for deliberately throwing away the past? The youths thought about it as well, assuming that Flame Eater was not always like this. Was the past too painful? Or could it be that it was a joyous one, but alas, this happiness was fleeting? After experiencing this utmost happiness, nothing else in life could compare, and this became the source of misery. I must remember. I am who I am, regardless of good or bad and in spite of the past or the future. Flame Eater said. His eyes flickered with light. Lichie sighed and said, people in the end always seek a reason for being. His expression became solemn as he said, there is no turning back after this. Whatever happens next is due to your choice and will be your destiny. Yes. Flame Eater hesitated no longer. Lichie raised both hands and pulled down, causing the sky to tilt, the opening of a new dimension. Before the youth could come to their senses, he and Flame Eater Child disappeared into this new dimension. The Tao flowed constantly and poured down like heavenly waterfalls. Runes manifested into reality and were always in production. Time and space were frozen here. Only the Grand Tao was at work. Tao exists in the heart. Lichie chanted, and the Tao here resonated with him. Tao exists in the heart. Flame Eater repeated and tried to perform the same Tao derivation. The heart lies in one's thoughts, and as long as they are imperishable, so will the Grand Tao, Lichie continued. The heart lies in one's thoughts, and as long as they are imperishable, so will the Grand Tao. Flame Eater could actually keep up with Lichie. If anyone else were here to see this, they would be astounded beyond words. As Lichie chanted, he derived the Grand Adieu and revealed unfathomable mysteries while being in tune with the rhythm of heaven and earth. This was something infinitely close to the power of creation. During this process, the boy underwent a monumental change, akin to a true dragon being wrapped in a shell made of mud. This shell was finally cracking and he became radiant. The maddened flames started pulsing at an increasing pace. At first, they were chaotic with various infused elements, water, rage, and unknown affinities. These flames were devoured by him in the past and they were going wild. Boom! After an explosion at the most critical moment, his metamorphosis was complete. The chaotic flames were refined and their impurities were burned away, leaving behind the purest maddened flame. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Tao exists in the heart. Lichie's mantra echoed in his mind and created a supreme chapter. The time came for Lichie to make his move, throwing a needle made out of Tao laws straight at Flame Eater's forehead. Break! He shouted. Crack! The boy's sealed sixth sense crumbled. He screamed in agony while something ran amok in his mind. Memories of old resurfaced, a bullied child filled with rage and indignation. Ah! He opened his eyes again. The muddled chaos has been incinerated in its entirety. His purified maddened flame surged to the sky and burned everything in this dimension. Stars were reduced to ashes. The flame engulfed him as well and didn't spare his physical body. With that shell gone, he became a being made of flames. The screaming continued as the flames ravaged this entire dimension. The boundless Tao laws here were incinerated until nothing was left. Chapter 5007. The fiery being was filled with rage and madness, viewing the entire world as the enemy. Ah! His roar echoed through the dimension while black holes were formed from the sheer destruction. If this power were to escape the current dimension, it would burn all the lower continents into nothingness. Sovereigns and dragon lords were not worth mentioning. This applied to conquerors and Tao lords as well. In spite of this, Xueqi stood by his side and let the flames hit him while chanting. As long as they are imperishable, so will the grand Tao. In fact, he seemed relaxed as if he was soaking in a hot spring and enjoying the mild heat. His words and laws became the only things left in this dimension. They kept the dimensional fabrics together, or it would spread to the lower continents. Xueqi's mantra served to polish and lead the raging flames. After a considerable length of time, the flames started calming down. He stared at the fiery youth as if this was a masterpiece. The lower three continents enjoyed relative peace and sunshine today, until a loud explosion occurred in maddened lineage. Its source consisted of an inferno left behind by their progenitor. Because of this, its members didn't need a master to learn the Tao. As long as one was willing to worship the maddened flame, they would be able to cultivate this supreme grand Tao and become unbeatable. Some notable figures included Cold Flame Conqueror and Maddened Conqueror. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. Capable flame users went on to create their own sect, hence the start of the great lineage. Today, the entire region was shaking violently. A similar phenomenon occurred during the ascension of their great conquerors. Next came the emergence of a great shadow in the sky. It could be seen from all three continents, not just maddened. A frenzied inferno rushed into the air and pierced the sky vault just like a great fist, fully devouring the figure. All members of Maddened, whether they be regular disciples or ancient ancestors, got on their knees before the might of the inferno. This applied to others in the three continents as well. Conquerors from the other lineages couldn't believe it. This inferno was simply unstoppable. In Godchaser Palace, the Supreme Conceal Conqueror also opened her eyes. She gazed into the distance and saw a figure bathing in the inferno. Her expression changed drastically as a result. This phenomenon also reached the massive territories of Demon. The great beasts and demon monarchs saw how the sky was being incinerated by the maddened flames. Look! Goldcrest trembled in astonishment. They exchanged glances and knew that this had something to do with Flame Eater Child. Fortunately for everyone, this power came out of nowhere and dispersed just as fast. The ancient ancestors from Maddened were lost and frightened. They came closer to the source but couldn't get inside. They suspected that the figure earlier was using their source to grow stronger. Despite using this Tao, they knew that forcefully entering the inferno was suicidal. In the end, they chose to do nothing because this was the only option. Back in Demon, space rippled a bit and Xueqi came out in the same position, with his feet swaying in the water. However, Flame Eater Child was nowhere to be found. Young noble, where is Flame Eater? Ming Shi asked. Xueqi got out of the water and Yun helped him put his shoes back on. Back to where he came from. Xueqi said. What was that flame earlier? Goldcrest asked. He answered with a smile. Nothing else. The group couldn't believe it because that inferno earlier could destroy the world. Let's go. I don't know if Shadow Rider is still in Demon. I'm a little more interested now. Xueqi said, getting back to the original goal. Prior to this, Xueqi was able to pinpoint Shadow Rider's direction. Now, traces have been lost. They traveled to the last known place of Shadow Rider's location. A mountain range with the appearance of a coiling dragon. Not here, interesting. Xueqi said while standing at the highest point. The clues are gone now? The youths were surprised since Xueqi had always been in control. A stench of blood is concealing everything. Quite thick too, seems to be a deity. Xueqi said before moving toward the cliff. The group followed him and saw a magnificent scene. The two girls became emotional since this was their first time visiting this place. Where is this place? Ming Shi asked. Chapter 5008. The scene before them wouldn't be considered special elsewhere in the lower continents. However, this was Demon. They saw a succession of towering buildings and grand palaces culminating in the appearance of a great kingdom. This was not a rare sight even in a place like Chaos. There were still powerful kingdoms and cities in that conflict-stricken realm. Alas, Demon was inhabited by demons and beasts. The culture of men hasn't extended this far, so this place was a unique exception. Goldcrest's Phoenix City was already impressive and rare enough. Alas, it seemed like a village compared to this kingdom. Most importantly, Phoenix still had traces of wilderness with statues of birds and beasts. Totems could be seen as well. The same didn't apply to the city before them. It looked exactly the same as another location in the outside world. It was also filled with human cultivators. They chose to stay for a long period or even started sex here. I didn't know there was a place like this in Demon, Ming Shi said while observing the palaces. They looked magnificent and civilized. This is Golden Cicada City, one of the miracles in the 10 Great Mountains. It is naturally the largest city here. Goldcrest said with admiration. This is why everyone respects the king. Not only did he build this great city, he also managed to make the beasts and demon monarchs more civilized. Furthermore, he maintained a strong relationship with the other Dao lineages and bring cultivators from the outside here, big shots included. It's a proper path, a way to help demons prosper. Yun said. In the 10 Great Mountains, demons and beasts could do as they pleased, a true dog-eat-dog world. There was nothing holding them back from fighting and killing. Golden Cicada was different. Its king recruited numerous disciples and started an unprecedented civilization in the wilderness. Building this city is easy. Li Qi'er assessed the situation. The difficulty lies in changing the nature of beasts and demons. The 10 Great Mountains are vast and have no lack of natural resources. Powerful demon monarchs and colossal beasts are produced here, but without shedding their violent instincts, they will never be able to reach the end of the Grand Tao and achieve supreme success. When we're just talking about changing the culture, he might be more accomplished than the commanding gods. Goldcrest lowered his voice. This was a disrespectful comment for a worshipper to make. Nonetheless, he thought highly of Golden Cicada King. Once they entered the city, they became increasingly impressed by its splendor and prosperity. In fact, even humans started inhabiting the city and multiplied for generations now. How could this be a part of Demon? There were stores and merchants instead of hungry beasts searching for prey. There are many outsiders today. Goldcrest noticed something different. Cultivators from the other great lineages were present, many of whom were big shots and ancestors. After talking with some passers-by, he found out that there was a banquet at the main palace for important cultivators. They recalled Li Qi'er being invited by the king himself, but Li Qi'er refused. I heard Bloodfly God will be here too. This is special because commanding gods seldomly show up. Goldcrest said. Ming Shi was excited and left to communicate with her sect members. A while later she returned with a beaming smile. I'll have you all know that this isn't just a simple banquet. Golden Cicada King has 2 golden sources and he wants to let everyone else see them. What is his goal? Yun found this rather strange. Interesting. Li Qi'er said. Shadow Rider's traces are blocked by the stench of blood. It looks like I have to see your commanding god then. Bloodfly God? Goldcrest shuddered while putting on a forced smile. He's a little different since he's in charge of Bug. This deity branch isn't like the others. How so? Ming Shi asked. Well, I heard that he likes to suck blood. This is just a rumor, I haven't seen it myself. Goldcrest said, not wanting to gossip about another commanding god. Sounds like a villain. Ming Shi snorted. Let's go take a look and we'll find out soon enough as long as Shadow Rider is here in Golden Cicada. Li Qi'er smiled. Goldcrest had no choice but to lead the way for Li Qi'er. Alas, he felt that nothing good would come from this for Bloodfly God regardless of his power. The main palace of Golden Cicada was packed to the brim with demons and cultivators from all over the world. Famous big shots sat in the main positions. For example, Swordgrasp Venerable, Tendril King, and Jun Xueqi. We are Poreed.com. Find us on Google. Xueqi never hid his aura and let it roam free. This annoyed some of the guests, but they didn't do anything since he was stronger. Tendril King, on the other hand, hid her aura. Nonetheless, everyone still kept a distance and only admired her from afar. Her regal presence exceeded all of theirs, hence the need to be subservient. As for Swordgrasp Venerable, a sword intent was always looming. No one dared to get close because the remnant energy rays could pierce their heart. Chapter 5009. The three were top experts currently in the lower continents. This went double for Tendril King and Jun Suetson due to their immense future potential. Few had enough clout to invite them to a banquet in the outside world, let alone demon. Thus, their presence showed just how much respect they had for Golden Cicada King. Meanwhile, guests kept pouring into the palace. Boom! 3 large figures with immense auras landed. People had to look up to see them since they were as large as mountains. Guardian giants of the pagoda. The guests clamored. All 3 had 5 sacred fruits. This was a force to be reckoned with regardless of the time and place. An old man stood in the center of the 3. His expression was chilling and intimidating enough to make everyone's knees buckle. He had 6 fruits, clearly the strongest in the crowd right now. Brother Guardian, it is an honor to have you here. Golden Cicada King rushed over and enthusiastically greeted him. The other guests were received by his disciples, but he took care of the important guests. You're too kind, Brother Golden Cicada, the Guardian said politely. The group gave Golden Cicada plenty of face by participating in person. Everyone's here, I see. Guardian Pagoda didn't appear arrogant or impolite, only indifferent. Sword Grasp Venerable came from deity, so they had a good relationship. He came over to chat as well. Tendril King and Jun Suetson were juniors, so they stood up to greet the Guardian. Nonetheless, despite being a stronger senior, he didn't show any disrespect. After all, it was only a matter of time before they surpass him. It might not be a long period either, so it would be pointless to act like an imperious ancestor. Buzz! Space rippled and 2 old men appeared above the palace. One wore a plain robe with white flowers embroidered on it, a sign of mourning. The other old man wore a blue robe and hovered proudly in the air. They had the presence of gods without needing to show off. Dual-wheel gods of heaven burial. Many big shots were startled, not expecting to see these ancient ancestors here today. 2 ancient ancestors from heaven burial, Sky Stomper gods' junior brothers. One guest said. The 2 of them raised their hands and created a rippling portal. Another cultivator of a similar age walked out from within. Boom! As he took one step forward, it sounded as if the sky was being trampled upon along with everyone else. This immobilized both humans and demons. He held a heavenly wheel, an ultimate treasure exuding immense divinity. Even dragon lords trembled at its sight. Sky Stomper God, Tendril King murmured. This was the strongest ancient ancestor of heaven burial. Putting his 6 sacred fruits aside, he was feared due to his treasure, Sky Stomper Wheel, a weapon rumored to be left behind by heaven burial conqueror. Heaven burial lineage had produced numerous top masters and he was one of them. However, none of them could break the mold established by the conqueror and still chose to wield his weapon. Tendril King wondered about the situation. Why did Golden Cicada King invite so many top ancient ancestors here today? Long time no see, Brother Sky Stomper. Golden Cicada greeted the 3 masters from heaven burial. Indeed, Brother Golden Cicada. Sky Stomper smiled as if he was speaking to an old friend. After walking into the palace, he greeted Pagoda Guardian since they were on the same level. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to get an invitation from Brother Golden Cicada. Pagoda Guardian said. I'm not only here for the banquet, there is a brat I must kill. Sky Stomper glanced at the crowd and caused them to shudder. No one dared to meet his gaze. Who? Pagoda Guardian asked. His name is Xueqi. Sky Stomper's bloodthirst surged, causing the temperature to drop. Many exchanged glances. They had heard about Xueqi killing Halo Monarch already. Sky Stomper God was clearly here for revenge because the monarch was both his descendant and direct disciple. They came prepared this time, 3 ancient ancestors and an ultimate artifact. I've heard of him before. Divine Guardian said. Sorcery is one way to describe him. Jun Suetson said, not daring to underestimate Xueqi. So what, he will die for opposing deity. Divine Guardian said, releasing his domineering divinity. I absolutely agree. No one can oppose our lineage. Another fierce voice echoed across the region. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pori.com. A radiance added a layer to everything like flowing mercury. A world of light emerged above the palace and illuminated those beneath. Chapter 50:10. This light was meant to be enjoyed in comfort, not feared. This was a guiding lamp in the darkness, allowing travelers to walk without hesitation. This made people want to submit to the light. A youth walked out from the radiance. He looked rather average, but his holy affinity was boundless. There seemed to be a hymn accompanying the light itself. It was soothing and mesmerizing. Some felt the urge to kneel before him and kiss his feet. It chased away the darkness, not allowing anything else to exist but the light. This seemed to be the proper path of the Grand Tao, gentle and righteous yet dominating. Radiant monarch. Numerous experts and even demon monarchs wanted to join him. Some had tears streaming down their cheeks due to the warmth of the light. This was completely different from Pagoda Guardian and Sky Stomper God. Their auras were forceful while this holiness was nothing but comforting. Everyone stood up after seeing him, including the top dragon lords. He and the other two geniuses were from the same generation, but he was one step above them in terms of power. He possessed 6 sacred fruits and hailed from Godchaser Palace. Though he wasn't the only one with this many fruits here, he still had room to grow. 6 fruits might be the limit of ancient ancestors such as Pagoda Guardian and Sky Stomper God. In fact, given his age and talent, he had a chance of obtaining 12 sacred fruits and creating a sacred tree, the true path toward the apex. In a sense, it was a shame for him to be born in the same era and sect as Conceal Conqueror. She, more often than not, overshadowed him. The ancient ancestors had to come out again to greet this newcomer. Your light has reached its limit. You will gain the 7th fruit soon. The prideful Jun Xueqi respected this capable genius. This requires more time, just like how it is only a matter of time before you catch up and surpass me. Radiant Monarch smiled brightly, possessing charisma without an impressive physical appearance. Jun Xueqi felt honored to be praised by the strongest genius right now and laughed heartily. Haha, you are too kind. I need to spend more time with you so I can learn from the best. Deity and Luminous were sworn enemies once, but the animosity has been cleansed over time. These two geniuses appreciated each other's talent and wanted to be friends. Haha, you self-proclaimed righteous cultivators are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites, praising each other while thinking anything but. Someone laughed and interrupted their conversation. A loud gale manifested into reality, sending debris and weaker cultivators flying. People looked up and saw a massive fire dragon with a fat stomach. Its draconic aura loomed over all demons. This was a matter of instinct. Wild Dragon. They shouted his title and became afraid. This madman could randomly start a massacre here. Humph. Sky Stomper and Pagoda Guardian scowled after seeing him. Brother Wild Dragon, please restrain yourself and come have a seat. Golden Cicada King shouted. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at theporead.com. Wild Dragon listened and changed his form into a human. He landed and smiled. Golden Cicada, how could you not invite me to this grand banquet? Golden Cicada chuckled awkwardly before responding. I didn't want to bother you because you are so busy. Come, sit here. He hurriedly led Wild Dragon to the prestigious area with the other dragon lords. They were the top dogs of this generation, 3 of whom were 6 fruit dragon lords. They represented the strongest force of the so-called righteous path. On the other hand, Wild Dragon was clearly a villain. Nonetheless, he was not afraid of being next to them. He looked around before smiling at Pagoda Guardian. Old geezer, don't give me that dirty look. I'm here to see the commanding god, not to fight you. Humph. Pagoda Guardian had no intention of fighting either, the same for Sky Stomper God. In another location, they certainly had the upper hand and would not let this opportunity go to waste. Killing Wild Dragon would earn them great fame on top of ridding a source of trouble for the world. I do admit that Godchaser Palace is rather dreadful in this generation. He then spoke to Radiant Monarch. You alone is one thing, but then there's that Conceal Conqueror as well, certainly more than I can handle. He didn't mind revealing his thoughts toward Godchaser. This was his style. Always direct and honest. Then change your ways, fellow Taoist. Radiant Monarch said, if you insist on committing atrocities, not to mention us, the light will not spare you. His tone was both civil and domineering. Few in the lower continents dared to speak to Wild Dragon in this manner. Haha, you do have limitless potential, but there is a long way to go before you can kill me. I wasn't even afraid of 8 Stallion, let alone you. Chapter 5011. Radiant Monarch's claim was based on confidence. It was only a matter of time before he obtained 7 or 8 sacred fruit to surpass Wild Dragon. Moreover, Conceal Conqueror was present as well, so Wild Dragon had no chance of stopping Godchaser. Nonetheless, Wild Dragon was an experienced leader who had led villains against the world before. He survived many encounters with 8 Stallion Dao Lord previously. Therefore, he didn't find it dreadful to be in a room with these Dragon Lords. "We shall eliminate you if you insist on your evil ways," Radiant Monarch said. "Haha, youths are always so aggressive." Wild Dragon laughed. "We'll see who can wait it out." He knew that he had no chance of fighting Radiant Monarch and Conceal Conqueror alone. After all, the latter managed to kill 8 Stallion Dao Lord. However, he could just run back to Demon and enjoy the protection of the Serpent Deity. Time was on his side since these two might not stay in the lower continents forever. If they were to leave, Deity and Godchaser would no longer have a chance against him. Okay, gentlemen, we're not here to feud. Put your problems aside and drink instead." Golden Cicada mediated. "That's fine since I have 2 goals today. First, I want your 2 god sources. Second, I want to meet Bloodfly God." Wild Dragon said. The others became emotional after hearing the commanding god brought up. These gods were supreme as long as they were in the territory of Demon. Everyone here feared them. This was especially true for the notorious Bloodfly. Rumor has it that this god enjoyed sucking blood from cultivators, leaving only dried corpses behind. "Of course, brother. I invited everyone here so that we may take a look at the god sources together." Golden Cicada smiled. He ordered a disciple nearby to go fetch them. It didn't take long before both sources were placed on the table in the center for everyone to see. Their power was as vast as an ocean and bathed the crowd. The demons and beasts in particular enjoyed this special affinity. Peacock Monarch's god sources were the finest materials for their Tao comprehension and cultivation. Thus, some salivated and fantasized about seizing them. Of course, they weren't foolish enough to actually carry this out in the presence of numerous masters. Peacock Monarch is incredibly strong. Radiant Monarch couldn't help but praise. "I have nothing but respect for him. Unfortunately, he has run out of time." Wild Dragon said. Just these fragments oozed with energy, let alone the power of the commanding god during his prime. "Who is the strongest out of the 6 commanding gods?" Jun Tsuetsan asked. The dragon gods exchanged glances and didn't want to answer. In Demon, commanding gods were the strongest when not counting founder gods. Those with 6 sacred fruits still didn't dare to disrespect these beings by commenting recklessly. Of course, Wild Dragon was the exception. He said without holding back, "Vine God is the strongest and the oldest out of the 6. He had no fear due to his special status in Serpent. When its commanding god was absent, he was in charge of this branch. I have no problem with that assessment." Golden Cicada had no choice but to admit this. "It's been a while since we last heard anything about Vine God." Pagoda Guardian said. "Vine God has been a commanding god for longer than anyone else. Wood was the branch, founded by Demon Conqueror. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Vine has been in charge ever since this conqueror left Demon. It's been a long time since Vine was seen in public. However, I respect Peacock Monarch the most because he has brought peace and stability to Demon." Wild Dragon said with a smile. The demons had no problem with this while outsiders refrained from commenting. Demon was currently one of the strongest lineages right now in the lower continents. It had always united against external enemies, all 6 branches included. Thus, opposing Demon in its own territories meant death. Not even conquerors could survive. This ongoing unity was started by the capable Peacock Monarch. Putting that aside, I want to meet Bloodfly God, he should be around. Wild Dragon said. Demons and beasts considered it a great honor to meet a commanding god. Thus, they became rather excited. Cultivators from the outside world also shared the same sentiment, albeit to a lesser extent. The commanding god will see everyone, but I have a small problem first. Golden Cicada said, "If anyone can come up with an acceptable solution, the reward shall be these 2 god sources." This shocked all the listeners. "You are giving away the 2 sources?" Wild Dragon asked for confirmation. As you already know, Brother Wild Dragon, gathering all 6 has a special significance. Golden Cicada said. Chapter 50:12, All 6. Wild Dragon became serious. Combining the 6 most likely didn't mean much to outsiders, but it was different for the demons. There was a high chance of becoming the next commanding god for Feather. This position enjoyed the worship and power originating from demons and beasts, turning its holder into one of the strongest characters in Demon. It was the dream of all sentient demons. At worst, obtaining the 6 still meant a bright future. The monarch spot was all but guaranteed. They might able to call themselves a god later on. Thus, Wild Dragon was awfully tempted despite his current achievements. Some outsiders were also interested, especially the dragon gods. Tendril King was also a demon, so she desired it more than her peers. Would all 6 allow the owner to enter the divine nest? Xueqi asked a key question and attracted everyone's attention. Is it really true? Another demon expert interjected. All eyes were on Golden Cicada King. The divine nest was a legendary area, a sacred ground for the demons. Human cultivators might not care about the commanding god position, but the divine nest was another matter. Rumor has it that there was a great fortune within. Well, the chance is there. It depends on whether the nest grants entry permission. Golden Cicada answered. I shall be the one to enter and obtain that fortune. The next founder god is no one but me. Wild Dragon didn't hide his ambition. I thought that you have been there before? Sky Stomper God asked his enemy. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this as well because Wild Dragon was one of the rare few capable of leaving Demon. This privilege might have come from the divine nest. Fate binds us, that's all I can say. Wild Dragon kept it vague. Nonetheless, this answer confirmed everyone's suspicion. Does the great fortune have anything to do with Demon Conqueror? Tendril King asked Golden Cicada. I heard something similar. The Conqueror might actually be from there. Wild Dragon laughed. This rumor has also been around for a bit. Demon Conqueror was special. Many thought that he might be the strongest demon in history. He fought against Celestial Court and Immortal City, not fearing anyone. If he was somehow connected to the divine nest, this was proof of the nest's incredible fortune. Since everyone is interested, I will tell you everything that I know. Not only are demons eligible to enter, but outsiders from both the race and the people may as well. Of course, this depends on everyone's luck. In the past, someone from the War Monarch had entered and left with a divine egg. Yes, the War Monarch had a divine egg. Radiant Monarch said. It is accurate to consider the 6 god sources as the key. One must have it in order to enter. Golden Cicada said. Where are the other 4? Radiant Monarch spoke. His eyes were brimming with holy affinity, always influencing others to kneel before him. As far as I know, Goldcrest Young Noble from Phoenix has one. Young Noble Lichia has one as well. I have one. Tendril King revealed. And yours shall be mine. Wild Dragon stared at Tendril King. Those on her side stood up right away, ready to fight. She, on the other hand, remained calm and said, Feel free to try. Humph. Do you think you can do as you please in our presence? Xueqi uttered coldly, clearly on Tendril King's side. Everyone here wishes to obtain all 6. Let's not lie now. Wild Dragon laughed as he gazed at the Dragon Lords, wishing to cast a rift between them. We won't fall for your trap. Cultivators in the world should live together in harmony. As for the fortunes? No need to compete, leave it to fate. Radiant Monarch said. Such bullshit, hypocrite. Wild Dragon was one of the few who didn't hide his disdain for the righteous faction. Gentlemen, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. There are 2 god sources before you right now, one step at a time. Golden Cicada said. Speak, what is your intent? These 2 sources are as good as mine. Wild Dragon said. That's too early to say. Sky Stomper God responded. We'll see about that. Wild Dragon responded. Theft is never good, try looking at. Golden Cicada. Please let us know what we have to do. Radiant Monarch smiled. His aura radiated and soothed the heated atmosphere. Chapter 50:13. Everyone knew that this was no simple matter given Golden Cicada's ability and generous proposal. He cleared his throat and said, I have an unsolvable problem, hence needing everyone's help. There is a problem you can't solve? Sky Stomper God asked. Golden Cicada was inferior to none here. After all, he was a brother to a commanding god. It's a stone tablet, he said before telling a disciple to carry it up. It didn't look so special outside of its old age. However, upon closer inspection, something seemed off. The stone tablet appeared to have been chiseled from somewhere, with the front side being smooth and the back side rough and pitted. Moreover, while the front side appeared polished, there was something strange covering the surface, a cluster of black dots being trapped beneath. The Dragon Lords immediately spotted something special about the tablet while others didn't think much of it. I haven't been able to figure out this tablet. Today is a rare occasion where so many capable heroes have gathered. Anyone who can open this tablet will win my 2 god sources, he said. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lords couldn't avert their gaze from it. Where did you find this? Pagoda Guardian felt something frightening and ominous from it. I came across it by chance, Golden Cicada said. No, you must have dug this from the depths of the 10 Great Mountains. What are you trying to do? Wild Dragon felt something amiss. I just want to satiate my curiosity. Golden Cicada smiled. Most felt that there was something off about the tablet as well. After all, they were strong enough to sense certain fluctuations. This is a seal, Jun Tsuetson, the most talented here, said. You're right, virtuous nephew. It took me a while before confirming this while you only need a short moment. Golden Cicada praised. It is not easy to break it down. Tsuetson enjoyed being recognized for his talent. I don't think we should break the seal. Perhaps it is trapping something ominous. Tendril King said after utilizing her righteous merit law, Emperor's Art. It had a negative reaction to the tablet. The others exchanged glances but didn't answer. Whoever can release this seal will obtain the 2 god sources, right? Radiant Monarch said. His bright eyes were always the center of attention. That is correct. Golden Cicada nodded. I appreciate your assistance. Fine, I will try first. Wild Dragon appeared in front of the tablet and immediately released extreme heat. The ground beneath him turned into lava instantly. Most guests were immobilized by his aura and couldn't even move to a safe distance. He opened his mouth and spewed out a raging inferno. This was different from his regular flames since it was entirely concentrated into a single beam. The other 6 Fruit Dragon Lords' expression changed after seeing this. True draconic flame. Radiant Monarch became startled. Wild Dragon truly possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. Though it was sparse, it gave him access to this special flame. Cultivators couldn't release something of this level with their Tao flames. The flames of a true dragon could refine the yin and yang. Very few metals in existence could endure this heat. Alas, it failed to damage the tablet, let alone break the seal. What the hell is this seal? Eventually, he recalled his true draconic flame in disbelief. Nonetheless, they did gain new information. A force from the tablet that seemed to be demonic in origin. Let me try. Radiant Monarch became competitive and joined the contest. Activate. He chanted and his light erupted, temporarily blinding the audience. No other lights in the world could compare. His light shined the realms with its piercing rays. The fabrics of time and space became transparent and purified. If the world was initially a rough stone, the gentle permeation of this light would eventually turn it into a smooth jade with unparalleled grace. The others became emotional. Even the Dragon Lords wanted to stay away, not wanting to be affected by his light. This novel is available on poread.com. Unfortunately, his overwhelming light only managed to slightly nudge the tiny black dots beneath the surface. This was its limit. How strange, there is an unknown power in the tablet. Radiant Monarch stopped. The rest exchanged glances. If Wild Dragon and Radiant Monarch couldn't do it, the same would apply to them. It is even more difficult than my expectation. Golden Cicada was slightly disappointed. Our cultivation is not bad, but there is someone stronger than all of us here. Tendril King suggested. Who? Guardian Pagoda asked while narrowing his eyes. Bloodfly God. Tendril King answered. Why not invite the commanding god to join us? Everyone agreed with this and stared at Golden Cicada. They didn't disagree with her power assessment in the slightest. Chapter 50:14. Golden Cicada King had talked about the commanding god previously. Alas, Bloodfly God was still nowhere to be seen. Where is Bloodfly God right now? Radiant Monarch asked. The commanding god is here, but it is not up to me when he will show up. Please do not worry. You all will get to meet him. Golden Cicada smiled and said, "Why is this so troublesome? I am here specifically to see him." Wild Dragon didn't buy it and raised his voice. "Bloodfly God, I wish for an audience." Everyone waited for a response, not daring to say a single word. Normally, demons such as Wild Dragon, Golden Cicada, and Chilgaze Hawk were the top dogs in demon. Alas, they were still beneath the commanding gods. Only the fearless Wild Dragon dared to make demands right now. The Dragon Lords understood that Bloodfly God was here in the city, but for some reason, he didn't wish to see them. They thought about the rumor of this god being bloodthirsty. He had drained many demons and Dragon Lords for insulting him before. Thus, he had the worst reputation out of the 6. Just thinking about him spying on them left them nervous. "Can you try and invite him again?" Pagoda Guardian said seriously. "It's not that I don't want you all to see him, this just isn't my decision to make." Golden Cicada smiled wryly. "We traveled from the other side of the world to join you here. This is not the hospitality I expected out of you." Radiant Monarch said, "I'm sure our commanding god is aware of your sincerity." Golden Cicada responded. Both sides reached a deadlock. Golden Cicada couldn't force his commanding god to come out, while the other Dragon Lords didn't appreciate the lack of respect. However, even if they were dissatisfied, what could they do about it? "How can one not attend this grand party?" A drawn-out voice echoed across the palace. Although it didn't come with an oppressive aura, the words seemed to be spanning for millions of years and resonated in their heart. It was impossible to block it out regardless of their attempt. The Dragon Lords could tell that the speaker was actually stronger than them. They looked up and saw a temporal stream crossing the horizon, seemingly traveling from the past to the present. A cultivator sat cross-legged on the stream, looking like the ruler of heaven and earth. He could observe 3,000 worlds with his 1,000 faces. This was not just a description. He truly had 1,000 faces. Each was facing a different direction, observing a different world. Thousand-faced sovereign. The Dragon Lords recognized him. Guardian Pagoda and Skystomper God bowed despite their prestigious status. Meanwhile, the crowd took a deep breath after hearing his title. "What is going on here? Why is the sovereign visiting demon too?" Someone murmured. "Sovereign." Skystomper and Guardian Pagoda greeted him. He was the master to someone known by all, the most talented conqueror in recent generations, Phenomena Conqueror. He served as one of the oldest ancient ancestors in lunar lineage. In the lower continents, Stone Ox was known as the strongest Dragon Lord. Rumor has it that he could fight against any conqueror without losing. Thousand-Faced Sovereign was only second to Stone Ox. Therefore, no one here could match him unless they were to obtain 7 sacred fruits. Golden Cicada didn't expect this because he didn't invite the sovereign. It has been a long time since he last showed himself in public. Some thought that he had passed away due to old age already. "Commanding God, why won't you join us if you're here already?" His voice echoed, each word resonated across the realm and left no place for anyone to hide regardless of their peerless stealth technique. Buzz! Darkness suddenly swept over like a tsunami as a figure appeared above the palace. Thin and ethereal, almost like a statue that had been carved by a blade. A strong stench of blood rushed over and creeped everyone out. The figure was dressed in a dark blood-colored robe and had a piercing gaze. They were mesmerized by his presence and felt as if something was draining their blood. A quick look at bit.ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. The Dragon Lords became uneasy despite wanting him to appear in the first place. Chapter 50:15. Commanding God. The demons and beasts prostrated after seeing him. This was different from the other Dragon Lords. The latter's auras forced them to submit. In this case, he was a commanding lord, a god of sorts in their heart. As long as he remained in this position, they would always worship him. Only powerful existences such as Wild Dragon and Golden Cicada didn't need to kneel. It is an honor to be in your presence, commanding God. Golden Cicada said. The other dragon lords also bowed slightly, not daring to slight him.
Ha ha ha, finally.
Wild Dragon laughed.
Sovereign, why do you insist on meeting me?
Bloodfly God's words seemed to be coming from the 9 layers of hell. A god exuding malice and evil affinity. A truly dreadful being. He didn't underestimate thousand-faced Sovereign and focused his blood-colored eyes on this potential adversary. His power was one thing, but this wicked aura made him look more like a devil than a god. You rarely show up, so I am specifically here to ask a few questions. Thousand-eyed Sovereign said. His echoing words chased away the commanding god's evil aura.
You have 1,000 faces indeed, capable of spotting all my movements.
Bloodfly responded. The other dragon lords thought the Sovereign lived up to his reputation. They couldn't spot Bloodfly because this was demon. The commanding gods were omnipresent and elusive here. Nonetheless, the Sovereign still managed to force him out. This minor art is not worth mentioning. The Sovereign said. His very presence instilled peace and courage into listeners. My question is, did phenomena visit this place? He got to the point. No one expected this question because they thought that phenomena had already left for the upper continents. Plus, as his master, shouldn't the Sovereign know the most about him? Why are you asking me about your disciple? I do not know. Bloodfly shook his head. No one had a problem with this answer. Plus, did it really matter? The conqueror was no longer in the lower continents. The dragon gods exchanged glances and knew that there was more to this story. Do not deny this matter, commanding god. I am sure of this and only want you to elaborate. The Sovereign said with a serious tone, ready to get to the bottom of this.
Very well.
Bloodfly God said. Phenomena Conqueror did come to ask me a question. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Regarding the ancestral bone? The Sovereign asked.
The ancestral bone?
Everyone became emotional after hearing about this.
The legendary bone?
Radiant Monarch lost his cool. All eyes were on the Sovereign, waiting for confirmation. This bone had caused a war between the 2 great factions before. It affected all 6 continents and top masters such as Heaven Burial and Demon Conqueror. Bloodfly God himself was surprised. It took him a second to calm down and shake his head. I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. It was not pertaining to the ancestral bone. The crowd became disappointed after hearing this.
Sovereign, the Conqueror has information on the bone?
Skystomper couldn't help but ask. The Sovereign didn't answer him and continued to ask Bloodfly. Why did phenomena look for you then? The crowd only wanted to learn more about the ancestral bone, but the Sovereign had something else in mind. Nonetheless, the Dragon Lords were still interested in this conversation. Why did Phenomena Conqueror look for Bloodfly God since lunar lineage had nothing to do with demon? I don't need to answer this. If you truly want to know, just ask the Conqueror. Bloodfly shook his head. Moreover, he was the stronger of the 2 since this was demon. He was already being polite enough by entertaining these inquiries. Curiosity grew among the listeners. It seemed unreasonable for the Sovereign to come here with this level of aggression over some questions. Sounds like you are hiding something. The Sovereign didn't hold back, ignoring that this was Bloodfly's domain and preparing for a fight.
Radiant Monarch and the others understood that this must be justified in some way.
Chapter 50:16. Sovereign, watch your words. This is demon, not your lunar lineage. I am showing you respect since you are a guest. Please do the same. Bloodfly God's tone turned cold. Listeners felt as if there was a needle pricking their heart to drain the blood. Something similar to a deadly mosquito. Though he hasn't activated his aura, just his voice alone made them think of death. This was more frightening than the suppressive aura stemming from Pagoda Guardian or Skystomper God, imprinting itself into their mind. Everyone knew that he was losing his patience, and rightfully so. Although Thousand-Faced Sovereign was close to being unbeatable in the lower continents, there was a chance he wouldn't be able to leave Demon alive today. So you refused to speak. The Sovereign was the master of a conqueror and feared no one. Indeed. Bloodfly God's gaze intensified, causing the crowd to tremble in horror. If you are dissatisfied, come, I am ready to entertain you. Weaker cultivators and demons became afraid, not wanting to be involved in this mess. As for the Dragon Lords, they wondered about the situation. First, Thousand-Faced Sovereign couldn't be described as arrogant. In fact, his personality and manner were top-notch, hence his becoming the teacher of a conqueror. Commanding God, is there a reason why you won't speak? A pleasant voice attuned with nature resounded. The Tao harmonized with the speaker. Tao and runes appeared to be dancing in the air and became much simpler to understand. They came together to form a woman. The area around her became a holy land for cultivation. Everyone's Tao also appeared and started displaying joy to see her. She seemed to be the center of the grand Tao. All else followed her lead. Her laws could somehow suppress the laws of Dragon Lords as well. They were shocked to see something like this happening to them. Yes, she was a conqueror. Her Tao laws alone said it all. This plainly dressed woman embodied simplicity and naturalness. Although she did not possess an unparalleled beauty like Tendril King, she exuded peerless grace and charm. Observers could never get tired of looking at her. Find the original at pori.com. Truth Conqueror. All the guests bowed willingly, including the Dragon Lords. She was the perfect example of how a conqueror should be, righteous and attuned to the Tao. Her appearance today naturally surprised the crowd. She's out of isolated cultivation. Swordgrasp Venerable murmured. She was one of the 2 conquerors still living in the lower continents. Recently, several conquerors have been produced in this land. Conceal, Heaven Peak, Phenomena, and Green Mountain. Heaven Peak was killed by Conceal and Green Mountain had left. Truth was the opposite of Conceal. She always kept a low profile. After gaining her Tao fruit, she spent the majority of her time cultivating. She came from the upper continents and was brought down by Tao Alliance to stay at a mortal platform. Her origin was initially a mystery, but people somehow figured out that her father was 3 Truth Tao Lord. He was known for hating evil and living in an upright manner. He served as a pillar for Tao Alliance and had killed numerous experts from the race. He had no love for Celestial Court, Divine Alliance, and Heaven Alliance. Fate toyed with him by making him fall in love with a Grand Emperor from the race. They married in secrecy and had a daughter. This infuriated Celestial Court, so it sent ancestors and emperors to ambush him. He carried his baby girl and fought his way out of the encirclement, albeit suffering grievous injuries. During this crucial moment, Dark Frost Tao Lord appeared and repelled the enemies. Alas, it was too late to save him. He entrusted his daughter to her before dying. She brought the baby to Tao Alliance, but later on, the baby was taken down to a mortal platform. Nonetheless, the lineage still did its best to groom her. She was talented given her bloodline and eventually became a conqueror. There was something limiting and making her weaker. It could be her chosen merit laws or that she was originally from the upper continents, making it harder for her to cultivate. Some believe that if she had remained in the upper continents, she would have had 7 or 8 fruits by now. This seemed like a story of a princess falling from grace, being subjected to a demotion to the lower realm. Rumor has it that this was necessary for her own good. Celestial Court didn't drop the issue, so she was actually safer in the lower continents. Chapter 5017. Unlike the unbeatable Conceal Conqueror who didn't mind taking action, Truth Conqueror always kept a distance from the public. Most attributed this to her origin, that her very existence was a humiliation for Celestial Court. Thus, they could take action at any second to get rid of her. Therefore, before possessing enough power to oppose Celestial Court, she rightfully chose to train. Why was she in Demon despite not receiving an invitation? This question ran through everyone's mind. Congratulations, Conqueror, on your 4th Tao fruit. Bloodfly said, but his tone was anything but congratulatory. For now. The crowd stared at her. This was enough to threaten everyone here. When compared to Conceal or 8 Stallion, she seemed to be lacking behind given her debut time and background. Nonetheless, there wasn't one standard for cultivation. From another perspective, she could be building a solid foundation and her future might be even brighter than Conceal's. Though some Dragon Lords here possessed 6 sacred fruits, they might not actually be able to beat her. The reality was that Dragon Lords were still weaker than Conquerors and Tao Lords. The only exceptions were unique historical figures such as Space Dragon Emperor or Ox Dragon Ancestor. Just a little improvement. Truth said, "Commanding Lord, could you elaborate on this matter?"
There is nothing to say. A red light flashed in his eyes as he answered.
Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. The demons and beasts felt pride because their god was still ready to face a conqueror. The atmosphere became tense after the refusal. A commanding god versus a conqueror would be a monumental event. Looks like I'm not late, the party is still going. A leisurely voice suddenly interrupted the tenseness. Everyone looked over and saw 4 people. The leader of the group was an average man. Who else could they be but Li Chia and the youths? What a scene! Goldcrest saw all the big shots and became anxious. Ming Shi stuck out her tongue and hid behind Li Chia. Yun Yun was startled as well after seeing all the prestigious cultivators. Li Chia's here. Everyone had heard of Li Chia by this point. His battle record had shocked the world, killing 5 Dragon Lords and Halo Monarch. All eyes were on him instantly. Bloodfly God gazed at him intensely. Truth Conqueror did the same. Young Noble Li, I apologize for the lack of reception. Golden Cicada rushed over to greet him. It's all right. I'm only here to find someone and might ruin your party. Li Chia said with a smile. You're too funny, young noble. Golden Cicada awkwardly responded. You're Li Chia? Sky Stomper God took one step forward and intensified his aura, scaring all the crowd members. Who are you? Li Chia glanced at him. Sky Stomper.
He stated his title and uttered coldly. You shall die for killing my disciple.
He's Halo Monarch's master and an ancient ancestor of heaven burial. Jian Yun Yun whispered. Li Chia waved his hand as if he understood and said, Ah, I see, father avenging son, master avenging disciple, so common. Get in line with the rest of those who wish to kill me then.
The sheer arrogance. I will have your head today.
Sky Stomper's aura erupted and caused waves in all 4 directions. Brother Sky Stomper, please calm down for now. Golden Cicada didn't wish for his banquet to be interrupted. Li Chia ignored him and came closer to Bloodfly God with immense speed. So the stench came from you, but you're not who I'm looking for. Li Chia shook his head. Who are you looking for? Bloodfly God was on guard.
That one assassin, Shadow Rider.
Li Chia nonchalantly responded.
Shadow Rider.
The crowd shouted. Their first reaction was to look behind to see if there was anyone there. This title was nightmarish to most cultivators. Shadow Rider was certainly not the strongest cultivator. Many Dragon Lords here were stronger. Nonetheless, they were still afraid because it was virtually impossible to stop this assassin. Dying before realizing it was not ideal. Thus, everyone became cautious. Cultivation played a far minor role against this assassin. Young Noble Li, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. We are not harboring Shadow Rider, our sect has nothing to do with this assassin. Golden Cicada immediately said. Being affiliated with Shadow Rider was rather dangerous and risked becoming the world's enemy. We'll see about that. Li Chia smiled and asked Wild Dragon, I heard you know a bit about this assassin. And what if I do? Aren't you that king from 8 Stallion? Wild Dragon said. That's right, but I have abdicated.
Just remember that if it wasn't for my merciful nature, you would have turned into a dragon meal during the coronation.
Li Chia smirked. Is that so? We'll see about that. Wild Dragon's eyes turned cold with murderous intent. Go outside if you want to fight. Bloodfly God interrupted. The banquet today is to find a capable cultivator capable of solving the tablet. Chapter 50:18. Though Sky Stomper wanted to avenge his disciple, he still needed to give Bloodfly face. Golden Cicada King was one thing, but Bloodfly God was far more dangerous. 2 god sources for whoever can solve this tablet. Bloodfly himself brought this up again. The guests naturally wanted the god sources. The problem was that both Radiant Monarch and Wild Dragon had failed. Others weren't as capable. You should try, Sovereign. Bloodfly God suggested. Though he didn't invite the Sovereign and Truth Conqueror, these 2 were here anyway. It would be great if they could somehow solve the puzzle. I'm not interested in the god sources, but I will give it a shot if you tell me the truth. Thousand-Faced Sovereign responded. Very well, since you're so insistent, solve the tablet and I will tell you everything I know. Bloodfly responded. The sovereign's persistent attempt confused listeners. Didn't Phenomena Conqueror leave the lower continents already? Why did his master want to know his reason for coming to Demon? There must be more to this story. Thus, they wanted him to solve this tablet in order to listen to the rest of the secret. It's a deal. The sovereign focused all of his faces on the table. Their worlds gathered into a single spot and illuminated the surface. This was a magnificent scene that broadened everyone's horizons. He didn't resort to techniques and merit laws, only focusing his eyes on one spot. A Tao key manifested into reality, one capable of opening any puzzle. Creak. The tablet seemed to be rotating in accordance with his Tao. Spectators watched with full attention as the black spots on the tablet were actually moving. He was capable of changing complexity into simplicity and solving any problem. Amazing, this level of derivation. All the top cultivators couldn't help but be amazed. Some had 6 fruits just like him but couldn't do something like this. Creaking noises continued and Bloodfly God was visibly excited. It seemed to be working. He had spent generations researching this tablet to no avail and thought that this guy was the master of a conqueror for a reason. Boom! However, a primordial power oozed from the tablet and horrified everyone. Even the Dragon Lords staggered backward. The sovereign was sent backward and his thousand-faced phenomenon disappeared. They only returned once he stabilized his stance. I am no match for this force, he said while drenched in sweat. Whoever performed this seal was absolutely an apex existence. Just a bit more, Bloodfly God said. A conqueror's master indeed, Radiant Monarch said, feeling nothing but respect since he had attempted it himself. The other Dragon Lords felt the same way despite their pride and arrogance. They couldn't have gotten as far as he did. A bit more indeed. I can derive and overcome the mysteries of the seal. The problem is the actual power sealing it at the last section. The sovereign said. I'll help you. Bloodfly contained his excitement and said. You are a blood drinker. Strong but not part of the righteous Tao. It is different from mine. The sovereign refused. Most wouldn't appreciate the unpleasant comment since it sounded disdainful. However, Bloodfly only cared about the tablet currently, so he ignored this. Conqueror, if you can support me with your pure power, we'll be able to open it. The sovereign asked Truth Conqueror for help. The two of them working together should be unstoppable. The only person who could potentially beat them was Conceal Conqueror. The others thought that if she were to help, they might actually be able to open this tablet. She stared at it for a while before shaking her head. I'm afraid I cannot help you, Sovereign. It is best not to open this ominous tablet. He sighed after hearing this, unable to force the issue. Commanding God, why must you open this tablet? She asked a crucial question that was on everyone's mind. Just a matter of fate. He didn't wish to reveal. Search tinural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. As I have said, don't open this tablet. She responded and glanced at Xueqi before leaving. I suppose this is it. I will come again once I have more clues. Thousand-Faced Sovereign was also left in a tough situation. He couldn't solve the tablet nor force Bloodfly to speak. Therefore, he disappeared from the palace as well. Their arrival left many questions for the crowd. However, it seemed that only Bloodfly could answer this. Bloodfly wanted to keep the sovereign back but exercised restraint. No one can solve this tablet then, he said with disappointment. Not hard at all. Would only take a second. Xueqi said confidently while sitting in the master chair and eating melon seeds. Bloodfly immediately gazed intensely at Xueqi, intimidating weaker cultivators. I understand why Shadow Rider is here as well. He sat there nonchalantly, unaffected by the top masters around him. Chapter 50-19. Why? Bloodfly's voice remained unpleasant and creepy. His aura differed from Truth Tao Lord. Anyone would want to be around the latter. The same couldn't be said about him. Because you have sucked too much blood, whether it be dragon lords or corpses, sovereigns or evil fiends. The rotten stench is unbearable. Xueqi said. Listeners were astounded by the sheer contempt displayed by him. Top masters couldn't believe it. Wild Dragon was domineering and Radiant Monarch was supreme. Alas, Neither would dare to be this direct when speaking to Bloodfly. This was akin to a slap to the face. Buzz! Bloodfly's eyes flashed with a red glow, causing weaker cultivators and demons to feel a sharp pain in their chest. Nonetheless, Li Chia was right. He had sucked the blood of numerous beings and didn't quite discriminate.
Li Qi waved his hand as if chasing a fly and said, "Don't be angry now.
Shadow Rider is using your stench to hide.
At first, I thought you were Shadow Rider, but after smelling your stench, there is no way you can be an assassin. Young noble Li, please choose your words better."
Golden Cicada King raised his voice since his commanding god was being insulted.
"Fine, I'll leave then. Just know that no one else can solve the tablet."
Li Chia stood up and said, "You're saying that you can solve it?" The angry Bloodfly didn't expect this. Just a simple task. Li Chia smiled. The Dragon Lords didn't buy it because they saw the previous attempts.
Humph, even the power of the light and the flame of a true dragon couldn't open it. What are you going to do?
Jun Suetsan was the first to speak.
Insignificant skills can't open this ancestral power. No one's limit.
Li Chia glanced at him and said, "Fellow Taoist, you seem to not know your own limit."
Radiant Monarch had pride in his holy affinity.
"Ha ha ha, I want to see what you have that is stronger than my true flames." Wild Dragon snorted. "Pure nonsense." Swordgrasp Venerable already hated Li Chia and hoped to steer the crowd in the same direction. It would be far easier to kill him then. Sigh, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, can't stop croaking. Li Chia said before yawning. Everyone's expression became ugly. They have dominated the lower continents for so long. This was a first experience for them.
"Perhaps I should take your head now."
Sky Stomper God's bloodthirst intensified as his patience waned. "Quiet," Bloodfly said. His words pierced the automatic defense of these masters and forced them to take one step backward. "You can really open this tablet?" He gazed at Li Chia and said. This was the only thing on his mind. "Not even a challenge." Li Chia responded. "Good. Do it and the 2 god sources will be yours.
You may roam freely in demon as well."
Bloodfly said.
"No need for that since I can roam freely right now already."
Li Chia said. "Where did you get it?" Bloodfly paused for a moment before answering. "Came across it by chance." "I see, I won't be noisy if you don't wish to speak. However, I have one condition." Li Chia smirked. "Speak. Everything is on the table as long as you can open the tablet." Bloodfly said. Everyone wondered about the secret of the tablet in order to justify his easygoing attitude. "If I open it, you need to get lost, as far as possible too, so that I won't be distracted by your stench." Li Chia said. No one expected this condition. The demons and beasts glared at him because he was insulting their commanding god. Bloodfly's expression soured. He was being chased away like an annoying fly, but he remained calm. Nonetheless, this calmness still terrified the crowd. "Fine, if you open the tablet, I will temporarily leave Golden Cicada." He actually endured the humiliation and accepted the demand. This only served to increase everyone's curiosity regarding the tablet. After all, this prestigious commanding god wasn't known for his patience. There must be something going on. Tendril King said with a hushed voice. "Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. "I agree." Radiant Monarch responded. These top Dragon Lords couldn't see the value of this tablet, so they were confused. "It's a deal then." Li Chia smiled. "It might be better not to open it. This seems ominous." Ming Shi whispered, recalling what Truth Dao Lord had said.
"Nothing's more ominous than me."
Li Chia smiled and glanced at Bloodfly while still speaking to Ming Shi. A few like to think that they have everything under control, that their plan is working perfectly. Unfortunately, things usually go awry, efforts turn out to be in vain and lives are thrown away. Bloodfly's eyes turned cold for a bit, but he didn't say anything. "Young noble, please start." Golden Cicada hurried this along to prevent any potential conflict. He moved the tablet closer to Li Chia. Li Chia gently rubbed it while thinking that it was still the same as before. All eyes were on him since no one wanted to miss a single action. Radiant Monarch's group had tried only to fail. Thus, they were skeptical about his probability of success. There was no way he could perform better than Thousand-Faced Sovereign who went all out. Chapter 50-20. Due to his confident demeanor, they gave him the benefit of the doubt. No one had a clue of the tablet's origin since Bloodfly kept his mouth shut. Due to his demeanor and intent, everyone knew that this was a famous tablet and should be rather useful. It'll be humiliating if he can't open it, Xueqi uttered coldly. He took pride in being considered the greatest genius in the lower continents. In fact, only Phenomena Conqueror could compare with him in this regard. If he couldn't figure out this tablet, Xueqi had no chance as well. The light of a firefly cannot compare to the radiance of the moon. You all are mere insects and have no chance of opening it. Xueqi chuckled and didn't hold back, immediately offending everyone in the palace. You can't possibly think you're better than all the great cultivators in the world, Xueqi retorted. Are you all included among these so-called great cultivators? No, you're nothing more than fools who seek only fame and reputation. Xueqi smiled and said, You! Xueqi turned red from rage. Radiant Monarch had a broad mind but still became annoyed. Fellow Taoist, don't insult others lest you want trouble. If you disagree, feel free to try to do something about it. The result won't be favorable though. Xueqi stretched and said, Humph brat, if you can't solve this tablet, we won't need to do anything since the commanding god will be the first to kill you. Pagoda Guardian said menacingly and directed the focus onto Bloodfly God. He wouldn't stand for Xueqi's failure due to the previous comments. His eyes glowed red, a sign of agreeing. He endured everything for the sake of the tablet. Thus, Xueqi would lose all value except one, being his prey. My rage will not cease unless I personally take your head. Sky Stomper, on the other hand, didn't hide his willingness to avenge Halo Monarch and his son. Once again, get in line. Xueqi smiled before speaking to Bloodfly. Looks like you're in line too. Just open the tablet and all will be forgiven. Bloodfly said while losing patience. Please hurry up if you can actually do it. Humph, it's too late for stalling now. Xueqi said. You're not leaving this palace alive today if you can't figure it out. Get started already. I'm in line as well to dismember you. Wild Dragon laughed. Fools lacking any semblance of self-awareness. Xueqi nonchalantly said. Young noble Li, please make. Golden Cicada King was the only one who was still cordial. However, Xueqi tapped the tablet before he could finish and sent out a feeble wave of energy. Bam! The tablet was split in half and fell to the ground, leaving everyone frozen. Golden Cicada's mouth was still open since he didn't finish his line before it was over. An invisible hand seemed to be grasping everyone's throat. A while ago, Wild Dragon and Radiant Monarch went all out only to fail. As for Thousand-Faced Sovereign, his Tao derivation nearly worked and was only one step away. All of this showed them how tough the tablet was. However, what Xueqi did could barely be considered a palm strike. Bloodfly God was also overwhelmed with shock. He had used numerous methods for generations now to open it, whether it be using a tough artifact or true flames. Tao derivation didn't work either. He actually questioned his sanity and whether this wasn't the same tablet. However, there were previous attempts already. Buzz! Something resembling fog and sand spewed out of the tablet. This thing blotted out the sky just like a swarm of mosquitoes. The horrified crowd calmed down and prepared to attack this unknown affinity. Whoosh! However, it condensed into a single entity and disappeared deeper into Demon. A second later, something exploded and caused the entire region to shake violently. All demons and beasts were left in fear because this power could pierce through all of Demon. The Dragon Lords could tell that this was far above their level. Their expression darkened at this realization. Fortunately, this power lasted briefly and dispersed as if it was never there in the first place. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Meanwhile, other commanding gods stood up in astonishment. An ancient existence opened its eyes and let out a long sigh after sensing this. Something bad is happening. Thousand-Faced Sovereign was still around. Demon will change after this. On another side, Truth Conqueror grimaced and said, back at the palace, people finally calmed down. Looks like something was freed. Ming Shi said. The other guests exchanged glances, still at a loss. Chapter 50-21. Nice, nice,
A young star has risen. You have my admiration. Bloodfly was visibly ecstatic. The unsealing of the tablet was his only wish for all these years. Now, he could finally carry out his ambitious plan. Golden Cicada knew the amount of effort Bloodfly had put into this, hence his disbelief at Lichia's success. The other Dragon Lords were left speechless and humiliated. However, they didn't understand the process and the secret behind Lichia's attempt. You should scram now. Lichia waved his hand and said. Bloodfly laughed and was in a great mood. Even his words weren't as intimidating as before. Good, I'm leaving then. We'll meet again if it's meant to be. He stared at Lichia one last time. His eyes flashed brightly. The rays resembled blood-draining needles. Lichia saw this and said, Got another idea? Be smart and fly away, fly. If we meet again, I will wring your head off. We'll see about that. Though he wanted to kill Lichia, he needed to keep his word. Otherwise, worshipping beasts and demons would stop trusting him. Boom! He turned into an ocean of blood. The stench intensified and made everyone want to puke. As he disappeared into the horizon, the stench left with him. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief because this commanding god was rather frightening, especially his bloody eyes. Keeping a promise, I see. Lichia smiled. Of course, he didn't mind either way. If Bloodfly were to renege, he would have a reason to kill him. Young noble, you are brilliant indeed. I am utterly convinced by your greatness. Golden Cicada bowed to show respect, ignoring the feud between Lichia and his commanding god. Demons reaching the Tao is difficult. Changing their culture is even harder. Love yourself instead of courting death. Lichia stared at him and left a clear warning, giving him a chance to survive. After all, he had done well to bring civilization to demon. Golden Cicada became startled before responding, I will keep your advice in mind, young noble. He then brought the two god sources over to Lichia and said, They're yours now. The focus returned to the two god sources. Lichia was known to have 3 at this point. Not bad at all. He smiled before taking out the two god sources that he had and assembling them together. 4. The Dragon Lords became startled since they only knew about the third one given to him by the little girl. So you already had 2, young noble. If you can gather all 6, you might be able to enter the divine nest. Golden Cicada said. Young noble, I do not deserve this god source and shall give it to you. Goldcrest took out his own and offered it to Lichia. The latter accepted it without hesitation. Now, 5 pieces were together. Their radiance and divinity became stronger. Some glanced over at Tendril King since she had the last one. All 6 were in this palace right now. Ming Shi herself also stole glances at her senior aunt. If Lichia wanted all of them, he would need to make a move. She once thought that Lichia was weaker than her senior aunt, but by this point, she knew that he could kill her easily. It would be the same situation as Halo Monarch, so she started worrying. Tendril King sighed and took out her own god source. She walked over and said, Young noble, you are an unparalleled hero under the heaven. I do not deserve this god source. She could tell that this was inevitable. She couldn't obtain the 5 god sources from Lichia and had personally witnessed how he killed Halo Monarch. He couldn't block a single move. Both of them had 5 sacred fruits and similar power. Therefore it was suicidal to go against him. Having 1 god source alone was relatively useless for her. Plus, she wasn't from demon. Giving it to him now meant wisely making him owe her a favor. It would be too late once he started demanding it. The situation would no longer be the same. Smart. Lichia nodded. Search Poreed.com for the original. Thank you, young noble. It seems like fate is bringing you and the god sources together. She said. She felt that this was predetermined and that the little girl was the wisest for giving it to him first. Buzz. He added the final piece. Boom. A 5-colored radiance shot up into the air and created the image of a peacock. Peacock monarch. Everyone shouted. Chapter 50-22. Peacock Monarch, the commanding god of feather, has yet to die. Alas, his god source has crumbled into 6 pieces. Screech! The great bird's screech echoed across the 9 heavens. Numerous visual phenomena appeared and drew everyone in.
Spectators became afraid since they felt themselves being dragged inside and becoming one with the illusions. This power resembled the effect of a wondrous weapon. The image of the peacock spread its wings and flew deeper into Demon. Its target was a towering tree that exuded boundless light and grand Tao. The majority of Tao consisted of the avian type. Thousands of birds flew around the tree and their auras could be sensed everywhere. The actual living beasts and demons kneeled in that direction to show respect. Peacock Monarch is near death. One demon said sentimentally. That tree served as a curtain for the final moment of Peacock Monarch. He was about to pass away and return to Demon. Rumble! Loud explosions came next before the sorrowful demons and beasts. An ocean of Tao power erupted with a great tablet inside. It had enough force to uphold the sky above Demon alone. Divine Beast Tablet. The inhabitants of Demon naturally recognized it. Most prostrated since they respected it far more than the commanding gods. This tablet was the source of the demon Tao in this region. It was the reason why animals were able to turn into demons. Normally, beasts were enlightened by a random master or had something special enough that a sect would take them in. As long as they had a heart yearning for something greater, the tablet would be there to guide them. Why is the tablet showing up now? Ming Shi asked while staring at the great creation. The emotional Goldcrest quietly replied, "For demons like us, as long as our heart yearns for the Tao, a spiritual tablet will appear internally. But as for the actual tablet, this is my first time seeing it. It must be because everyone is mourning the monarch's passing." Demon cultivators had their own tablet, a manifestation of the actual thing. Once they grew strong enough, they could finally see the great artifact. In this case, their display of solidarity and love summoned the tablet. What are those runes? Cultivators from the outside world took a careful look but didn't understand anything. Instead of a particular language, the surface of the tablet had strange marks. Some marks resembled the traces left by the claws of a swan, while others resembled the imprint of a tiger's paw. There were also marks that resemble earthworms crawling. Each mark was unique and extraordinary, but most importantly, virtually indecipherable in terms of Tao comprehension. They were solely meant for the animals in the 10 Great Mountains, not outside cultivators. As the inhabitants observed the tablet, the marks seemed to be coming back to life. Loud roars and movements could be heard. Each spectator saw something different on the tablet, an interpretation of the Tao unique to them alone. Is that the mark of a deity? Yun asked. Although she didn't understand anything, she saw 6 special marks on the tablet. They exuded supreme power and divinity, the culmination from eras of worship. You're right, each represents a deity spot. Goldcrest said respectfully. The founder gods have left an indelible mark on the divine beast tablet. 5 of them consisted of powerful demon gods gathering enough worship power to leave a unique mark on the tablet. The only exception was Mist, the seal carved by a sword user from the outside world. Xueqi activated his heavenly gaze and focused on Mist alone. It consisted of a few lines that resembled mist and fog. It felt as if this god was only playing around with his sword yet still managed to create a new deity spot. The Dragon Lords also took advantage of this opportunity. This tablet was mystical and inscrutable to regular cultivators, but they were the strongest in the lower continents. Observing the marks was beneficial to their cultivation. Calling it a supreme scripture might be more accurate than a tablet. The gifted Jun Xueqi could understand several mysteries in just a short time. The others nodded in agreement since this was a library of sorts. Everyone saw a different book and merit laws. This was the reason why the demon monarchs here followed different cultivation paths. Nonetheless, all had a chance of becoming rather powerful. This made them wonder about the creator of this wonderful tablet. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Perhaps this is the key to entering the divine nest. Radiant Monarch speculated. You are very observant, Monarch. What you said just now has been a famous theory in Demon. I bet if you had been born in Demon, you might have become a founder god. Golden Cicada had immense respect for Radiant Monarch. Becoming a founder god was more prestigious than becoming a conqueror since there were only 6 of them. Only Demon Conqueror managed to accomplish both. Chapter 50-23. The tablet didn't give much time for learning and gradually descended until it was no longer visible. The visual phenomena also dispersed into nothingness. Nonetheless, most cultivators and demons were still overwhelmed. This was their first time experiencing this fortune. At the same time, Xueqi was now holding a single god source. It exuded divine rays of a gentle nature, permeating into everyone's heart and Tao without disturbing them. This meant that just by keeping the god source around, there was no need to train. The god source's gentle power would always improve the owner's grand Tao. This lucky cultivator could sleep the entire day and would still grow stronger. This was especially true for those from demon. With the help of the god source, they could wake up from hibernation one day and find themselves to be the strongest demon monarch. So this is the effect of the complete god source. Tendril King sighed, aware that this was not meant for her. Her fragmented piece also possessed this gentle affinity. Alas, it couldn't permeate and seep into her grand Tao for improvement. Others couldn't help but gasp after seeing this god source. One demon monarch whispered, "No wonder why possessing a complete god source can turn one into a commanding god. The owner didn't need to be worshipped or accepted by other demons. There was unlimited growth just by keeping the god source around." Everyone desired this perfect artifact. Putting the cultivation boost aside, there was a chance of entering the divine nest as well. The fortunes there were peerless to say the least. For example, just the divine egg taken by the war monarch was impressive enough. It meant being able to groom a divine beast later on. As the saying goes, flaunting wealth is a crime, and Xueqi was a serious offender right now. "What? You all want this?" Xueqi slowly put it away. Many salivated but were afraid of his power. "Brat, what do you want? I am willing to trade anything." Wild Dragon shouted. As a demon from this region, he desired the god source more than anyone else. "Do you want it that badly?" Xueqi smiled. "I will obtain whatever it is that you want in exchange for the god source." Wild Dragon laughed. He had a connection with the divine nest as well. His chance of success after entering was higher than the other dragon lords. In fact, he thought that he could become more than a founder god. His goal was to become a second demon conqueror, the greatest of all demons. "I don't ask for much, just your head." Xueqi smiled. Wild Dragon's expression soured after hearing the joke. "Humph. You are nothing more than a ruthless killer." Sword Grasp Venerable said, "An unvirtuous person such as yourself has no right to possess this god source." Of course, listeners could tell that he was bullshitting. Treasures belong to the strong, not the virtuous. Moreover, what was this about being a ruthless killer? All of them here were ruthless cultivators whose hands were stained with blood. This was especially true for the dragon lords. Some of these imperious cultivators had massacred sects before. That's right, give it to someone who is more deserving. Nonetheless, they still shouted since this was an acceptable excuse. Despite their aggressive tone, no one wanted to actually attack Xueqi. After all, this would be suicidal. The only thing they could do was wait for a potential opening. Find the original at poreed.com. "Come get it then." Xueqi smiled and waited. The shouting continued, not much else. "Sigh, idiotic and cowardly." Xueqi shrugged and said, "It's understandable to covet treasures, this is just human nature. The problem is being so afraid despite being cultivators. I suggest you all go pretend to be turtles and hide in your caves instead." As he spoke, he stared at the dragon lords. They were naturally furious at the contemptuous insult. "Li, I dare you to say that again." Xueqi shouted. "What else is there to say? If you want the god source, come and get it. There is no need for justification when robbing happens on a daily basis in the cultivation world. Act like men for once." Xueqi smiled. "Ha ha ha, so be it, I will rob you today then." Xueqi was young and impetuous, being the first to step forward. "Ruthless killer, I shall partake in ridding the world of evil." Sword Grasp Venerable stepped forward and said, "It is our duty to carry out justice in heaven's stead." Chapter 50-24. As a 5-fruit dragon conqueror, he was somehow the weakest among the bunch. Moreover, everyone knew that he was spewing nonsense just like before. "Well said, I do enjoy how you shamelessly assume the role of justice without turning red at all. Truly a prestigious cultivator from a famous sect. Li Qie clapped while laughing. No need to waste words when it comes to subduing evil. Everyone wishes to slay you for a reason. The old man turned slightly red before looking around. Who wishes to carry out justice today? The Venerable is right. A villain shouldn't possess such a powerful treasure. Many experts shouted. No need for all of this. Demons, on the other hand, weren't used to needing justifications and rhetorics. Hand the god source over and we will spare you. One of them roared. We demons shall fight on the side of justice too. Some demons started being interested in obtaining the moral high ground before fighting. The feeling of robbing while acting all righteous was new to the demons. No wonder why the orthodox sects could last for so long. Some thought that they should definitely learn how to do this. Tendril King sighed while watching this. She moved to the side, wanting no part in this. Ha ha ha, I might be ranked first or whatever in that monster list, but I can't even come close to your level of shamelessness. Wild Dragon laughed and said. Sword Grasp Venerable and Jun Suetson turned red. Alas, the arrow has been shot and there was no turning back. Boom! Wild Dragon walked forward and released his draconic aura. Justice or dog-eat-dog world, whatever, neither has anything to do with me. I will always do what I want, and today, that is robbing your god source, brat. Anyone else? Li Qie stared at the crowd and said, There's no need for a reason, it can be anything since I have free time right now to entertain all of you. Don't miss this opportunity. Sky Stomper snorted and wanted to kill Li Qie in order to avenge Halo Monarch and his son. The two wheels above him released chilling murderous intent. However, Golden Cicada pulled his sleeve and stopped him from joining the battle. There seemed to be an agreement between the two. I don't care for the god source. Radiant Monarch spoke. He resembled a god of light that made everyone breathless with his majestic existence. Even without taking action, his radiance has already illuminated everything. Under its holy influence, cultivators would turn weak before even engaging in battle, and they couldn't help but feel ashamed in comparison. The monarch was someone who could win the battle even before it began. I rarely accept inferiority, especially not from someone as arrogant as you, fellow Taoist. Since you treat us with disrespect and disdain, I have no choice but to change your mind through the use of force. His voice seemed to be coming from above, commanding admiration and respect. With that, he stepped forward and said, Reckless it may be, I will still stand with the others to see your supreme arts. I do not doubt your abilities, but they will not deter me. Some couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. His words were pleasant and appropriate. The same couldn't be said for Li Qie's. They knew that Sword Grasp and the others only cared about the god source and personal vendetta despite talking about justice. They were too blatant, not actually giving a damn about the optics. Radiant Monarch, on the other hand, focused on Li Qie's contempt while maintaining an air of humility. Sounds like you are even more shameless than they are. You have perfected the art of acting righteous. How commendable. Li Qie sighed and said, Ha ha ha, all dragon lords, yet the difference between Sword Grasp and Radiant is immense. Wild Dragon laughed. Fellow Taoist, will you accept our challenge? Radiant Monarch said calmly, ignoring the jeers. Of course I will, the more enemies, the merrier. Li Qie smiled before looking around to ask, anyone else? No one responded because this was a battle at the Dragon Lord level. Others weren't qualified to join. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV, Guardian Pagoda and Sky Stomper chose to observe instead of joining the fight. Their allies stood patiently behind them. No more wasting time, let's get started already. Wild Dragon shouted and leaped into the air, turning back into a fire dragon. Good. Jun Suetson leaped onto another peak. Till death. Sword Grasp Venerable formed a triangular formation with the other two, surrounding Li Qie. I won't be holding back since you all seem to have a death wish. Li Qie smiled and leaped into the air as well. Your heroism is commendable, fellow Taoist. Radiant Monarch joined the battlefield. Despite his holy aura and complement, he chose to stand behind Li Qie, the perfect spot to stop Li Qie from escaping or delivering a fatal blow. His style was completely different from Jun Suetson or Halo Monarch. The latter seemed amateurish and naive in comparison. Chapter 50-25. Four dragon lords surrounded Lichia in the air while the winds painted a solemn atmosphere. Spectators watched with bated breath due to the scale of the battle. Radiant Monarch and Wild Dragon were one of the few with 6 sacred fruits. One represented the righteous faction while the other was the leader of the villains. No one expected these two to team up. Xueqi and Swordgrasp Venerable were weaker. The former had 4 while the latter had 5 sacred fruits. Nonetheless, this was more than enough to roam the lower continents untethered. Can he win? Most thought that this was actually an even fight. After all, they haven't forgotten Halo Monarch's death. I've rarely teamed up since my debut. Radiant Monarch spoke. Lichia waved and interrupted him. Just get on with it, you don't need to blabber about the reason why, everyone gets it. Very well, excuse us then. Radiant Monarch responded without turning red. Ha ha ha, what a great day for me. Just a while ago, your deity Dao wants to kill me at all costs. Now, we're fighting on the same side. What a development. Wild Dragon found this amusing. The crowd felt the same way. The righteous sects have always wanted to kill Wild Dragon, but now, they chose him as an ally. We stand together today and must not hold back. Xueqi said. I only want the God Source. You all can have the rest. Wild Dragon responded. We are Poreed.com. Find us on Google. Radiant Monarch, Xueqi, and Swordgrasp Venerable exchanged glances, coming to an understanding in the blink of an eye. I roam with the light. Radiant Monarch chanted and activated his Dao. Rumble. Walls made of light descended to protect his allies. They were thick and tall, brimming with the bright affinity. Breaking one down had the same difficulty as piercing an ocean. This allowed his allies to fight without worrying about putting up a defense. Moreover, he won the crowd over by starting selflessly. Go! He shouted. Swordgrasp Venerable's eyes turned cold as a sword hymn could be heard. His 5 sacred fruits released rampant sword rays, reducing taller trees into bits. They then gathered together into a divine sword. Clank! His sword thrust crossed through time itself and appeared before Lichia's chest. He was nearly at the apogee level with regard to the way of the sword. This was a quick draw, nothing more. Normally, his opponent's head would fall to the ground after a bright flash. His sword would be sheathed before all of that. It was only an inch away from Lichia's chest, but the latter still caught it with 2 fingers. The destructive and swift slash couldn't leave his grip despite the Venerable's full effort. Spectators gasped after seeing this. Pagoda Guardian and Sky Stomper God were aghast because they knew just how strong that move was. Too slow. Lichia smiled and twisted the blade, breaking it instantly. The Venerable didn't have time to be shocked because the broken blade was being thrown straight back at him. The shooting blade exceeded his own quick draw, making it look slow in comparison. Boom! The wall of light couldn't block it either. Light, follow my lead. Radiant Monarch reacted quickly and intensified the barrier. An ocean of runes surrounded his ally. However, the broken blade still soared through the runes and pierced the old man's chest, causing him to bellow in agony. Bam! He fell to the ground as blood gushed out. Spectators became speechless. A 5-fruit dragon lord had just been beaten by his own blade. Fortunately, he still had the strength to get up. The 5 fruits poured down chaos true energy and mended his wound. The real damage happened to his mental state. He had a good grasp of his power level. Alas, he would have been killed without Radiant Monarch's protection. The remaining combatants became serious. Lichia's power truly exceeded their expectation. Chapter 50-26. Resplendent Smash. Xueqi decided to attack instead of hesitating. Energy gathered above and turned into a divine hammer. It continued to grow in size and power with no end in sight. Xueqi only had 4 sacred fruits, but this technique seemingly contained the power of an 8-fruit dragon lord. Luminous Law. Spectators were afraid of this infinite potential. This merit law was created by Luminous Conqueror, a special battle technique capable of raising its user's power dozens of times. Boom! As he swung the hammer down, the sheer momentum crushed several peaks nearby. Birds and beasts screamed as they were reduced to blood. It struck Lichia and pulverized the area beneath him to the spectator's horror. This was akin to smashing an ant with a great hammer. However,
Li Qie himself was perfectly fine since he blocked the energy hammer with one hand. It felt like a cotton branch more than anything due to how easy he made it look. Boom! He clenched his fingers and crushed the energy hammer, sending Jun Suetson flying from the explosion. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. He smashed through one peak after another, disappearing beneath the rubbles. The light barrier most likely prevented him from exploding into pieces. Light descend. Radiant Monarch appeared above Li Qie. His aura blinded the crowd. He stole all the lights from the entire world and sent them down in the form of a majestic pulse. Boom! It immediately created a crater beneath Li Qie, turning everything in its path into smoke. Defenses, merit laws, and treasures were all useless. This move was impressive enough for the crowd to think that it had a chance of injuring Li Qie. Alas, as he was bathing in it, he opened his mouth and sucked in the devastating pulse. Rumble! Demon shook violently as Radiant Monarch continued the onslaught. Nonetheless, Li Qie didn't have any problem absorbing this affinity. Eventually, he started glowing and spewed out an opposing pulse. His offense gained ground and pushed the monarch's pulse back. The latter roared and summoned the power of the light. Alas, he was still being repelled up into the air. Remember, he had cultivated this affinity his entire life and turned himself into a light source of immense power. Immeasurable light. Light armor. He panicked since the pulse was about to hit his chest. He utilized two techniques at the same time. The pre-existing light barrier gathered into a single point in front of him to stop the pulse while he summoned a resplendent armor. Boom! The focused barrier instantly collapsed, but it had bought him enough time to escape through a spatial gap. Alas, the pulse followed and smashed him back into the current dimension, piercing through his chest. Fortunately for him, the light also had a healing effect. It engulfed his wounds and they closed in no time at all. The crowd clamored since the monarch nearly died to his own technique, the same result as the two dragon lords before him. My turn. Wild Dragon summoned a curved saber covered in sharp dragon scales, still undeterred after witnessing Li Qie's power. Smoke and lava oozed from the cracks between the scales. Each drop of lava could scorch the earth. Wherever they met the earth, they burned through and left behind bottomless pits. This saber seemed to be a tool of hell, capable of incinerating all existences. People could smell the stench of death and hear the laments of its victims. Hellfire Blade. Someone shouted the name of this weapon that had claimed countless lives. Chapter 50-27. Wild Dragon had relied on this blade to kill numerous powerful foes. He went into a frenzy and started slashing with indiscernible swiftness. Demon became a chopping board as he did his thing, wanting to make mincemeat out of everything. Seeing the countless slashes scared the hell out of spectators. Not only were the blades immensely sharp, but they also wielded unbearable temperature. This widened the area of effect. Fortunately, all of them gathered into a single slash on the same target, Li Qie. Space itself melted into a frightening black hole around him. This attack had more destruction than Radiant Monarch's technique. However, Li Qie performed an upward palm strike and smashed the blade. Everyone thought that this was suicidal and he might lose a hand. In reality, he sent the slash right back at Wild Dragon, instantly crushing the light barrier. Since Wild Dragon was in his large form, his mobility was limited and dodging was impossible. He smashed into the ground, pulverized with numerous broken bones. He struggled for a bit before flying up into the air, revealing the shattered draconic scales. Some wounds were deep enough to see the bones beneath. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. Zzz. Lava gushed out and healed the wounds. It took a while for the crowd to digest the information, for Dragon Lords tried their best technique only to fail against Li Qie. This was utterly unbelievable since Li Qie made it look so easy. Members of the Alliance were pale and regretted underestimating the enemy. Where the hell did he come out from? Everyone wondered about Li Qie's background. This terrifying cultivator shouldn't be unknown to the world. However, none had heard his name before. He seemed to have come out of thin air overnight. Guardian Pagoda and Skystomper thought that they were very lucky for choosing not to fight. Tendril King knew that Li Qie would be stronger than anyone here. He wouldn't lose against this team, but she didn't expect him to dominate so hard. She realized that giving him the God Source fragment was a great decision. This saved her life on top of making him owe her a favor. Golden Cicada King stood there in a daze. He couldn't think of anyone capable of matching Li Qie outside of the founder gods. His enemies were also panicking, albeit trying to keep it to a minimum. They initially thought that the four of them should be enough to win and even capture Li Qie. "Where are you from, fellow Taoist?" Radiant Monarch asked, thinking that only Conceal Conqueror had a chance against Li Qie. "From where I should be." Li Qie smiled. "Are you from the upper two continents?" Radiant Monarch asked with a serious expression. Others heard this and became emotional. "From the upper continents?" They took a deep breath. "Seems plausible." One demon monarch murmured. Radiant Monarch and his allies have been around for a long time and knew everyone on the lower continents. However, they had no idea about Li Qie's existence. Someone couldn't become this strong without making a name for himself. It required polishment and training, not to mention numerous battles. Therefore, he had to be from the upper continents. This frightened people even more. If this were the case, then which faction was he from? Celestial Alliance? Imperial Alliance? Maybe even Celestial Court or Immortal Tao City. What was his purpose for descending? "I am a mere passerby, not from the upper continents." Li Qie waved his hand. Of course, they remained skeptical due to his power level. "You all got anything else, or is this it?" Li Qie asked while staring at them. This sounded contemptuous if it came from anyone other than Li Qie. Alas, he had proven himself superior to his opponents. Chapter 50-28. The four couldn't do anything because they seemed helpless against Li Qie. His strength exerted immense pressure and suffocated them. This was a new experience compared to their previous domination. They were the ones intimidating others, not the other way around. Today, they couldn't see his true power in the slightest and had no confidence in winning. Not long ago, they believed in their talents even against stronger foes, that it was only a matter of time. Now they felt despair because their best techniques couldn't even force him to use a single merit law. They had no estimation of the cultivation required to beat him. They exchanged glances, unable to get down from the tiger. Should they surrender? Or just run away? No, their pride prevented them from doing so. Plus, would he let them go either way? Only Wild Dragon had no problem with running away. On the other hand, Jun Xueqi and Radiant Monarch couldn't do so. They would never be able to look anyone in the eyes again afterward. "I have created a Tao, just a prototype. Do you dare to block it?" Jun Xueqi chose a different option. Due to his age, he preferred death over humiliation. "You must be confident in it." Li Qie smiled. "I named it, my brilliance. It can rival any conqueror's Tao and will amaze the world. It is worthy of my effort." He couldn't hide his pride when talking about it. "My brilliance? Very well, I will give you a chance." Li Qie said. "If you block my Tao directly, you will surely die." Xueqi said. "No need for this psychological tactic, I've agreed already." Li Qie chuckled and gestured provocatively. "Show me if your Tao is as brilliant as you claim." Everyone became eager because Jun Xueqi's talent was well documented. Some believed that only Phenomena Conqueror in recent eras had a similar gift. "My brilliance." He formed a mudra with both hands while chanting. His Tao seemed to be born from primordial chaos and wielded the most ancient power. Thus it could fuse into anything else. "Try this." He sent it at Li Qie. "I won't be dodging." Li Qie smiled and let it hit him. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourri.com. Boom. However, instead of attempting to injure him, it merely seeped into his body. It didn't have the same flashiness as the more destructive attacks. Spectators became surprised because it didn't have the style of a peerless Tao. Jun Xueqi spoke with so much pride earlier, but his Tao didn't harm a single hair of Li Qie. On the other hand, Li Qie felt the Tao flowing inside him. Rather clever and profound. Li Qie said, "Unfortunately, you have not perfected it, so it lacks speed, unable to seal the opponent in the blink of an eye." "You are something else." Xueqi initially hated Li Qie, but now, he respected the guy for instantly recognizing the deficiencies in his Tao. As the greatest genius of the generation,
He felt lonely while standing at the top. After all, even Radiant Monarch and Tendril King weren't as talented as him. This made him prideful and looked down on others for their foolishness and inability to understand his greatness. Today, he finally met someone capable of recognizing his true worth. This Dao seals the target's power, true blood, and grand Dao. If you try to activate your power, it will bind and increase consumption. The strongest you are, the more effective it is. He willingly shared information. Let's see how good it is then. Lichia smiled and began channeling his power. Boom! He became resplendent with Dao flames and the life of life emerging. Just the first second made him look like a supreme giant feared by all. However, Jun Suetsan's Dao immediately exerted its grip. Clank! Divine chains wrapped around him, both outside and inside. It caused his chaos true energy and Dao power to become chaotic, no longer in harmony. They started burning and injuring him. The more he channeled his power, the stronger the internal combustion. He turned into a fiery tornado as his own powers clashed with each other. Chapter 50-29. It didn't matter how strong Lichia was, he was essentially fighting himself while inflicting damage with the resulting flames. Activate! Lichia played along and added more power. A bright light erupted as his Dao, energy, and blood burned each other. There was no getting away from my brilliance. Is this it? Jun Suetsan became excited. His allies felt the same way, not expecting his Dao to be so magical. Suetsan was confident in his Dao, but yes, there was an issue with speed. As Lichia had said, it didn't become effective fast enough. Thus, it wasn't useful in a real battle because no combatant would stand still for the Dao to hit them. If his enemies were willing to just stand there, he wouldn't even need to use this Dao. Therefore, Lichia was a rare exception who purposely got caught by the Dao. This seemed rather suicidal. Find the original at poreed.com. Who else can create a Dao like this? Skystomper said with admiration. As Dragon Lords, he and the others have created their own Dao. Alas, these Dao paled compared to what Jun Suetsan had created. Not bad at all. Wild Dragon laughed heartily. I hate how annoying you are, arrogant brat, but I am truly impressed by this supreme grand Dao. Go now, stop wasting time. Radiant Monarch, on the other hand, thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Make your move. I will also assist. Jun Suetsan shouted. Very well. Sword Grasp Venerable summoned thousands of swords to form a larger blade. Its murderous intent ravaged the battlefield. Luminous Law. Suetsan performed a power boost spell on the old man. The latter's sacred fruits became resplendent and his sword energy surged exponentially. Boom! Everyone in Demon felt his sword energy clearly. They left cut marks all over the ground and mountains. Heaven Wrath. At the same time, Radiant Monarch leaped into the air while shouting. Lightning bolts descended and flowed around him. Buzz! He wielded the power of light imbued with a heavenly tribulation. After a brief moment, the various affinities turned into a spear. It represented the wrath of heaven itself, capable of punishing dissenters. Cultivators and demons fell to the ground as if they didn't have a skeleton. Skystomper and Pagoda Guardian's knees buckled as well. All cultivators were afraid of the heaven. Luminous Law. Jun Suetsan blessed him as well. Rumble. The lightning bolts became far more powerful and numerous. The end of the world appeared above Demon. The sheer power of the heaven's wrath immobilized all existences. Go! Radiant Monarch and Sword Grasp Venerable shouted at the same time. Clank! Time seemed to be reversing as the old man swung his sword. Boom! Radiant Monarch threw the spear with all of his might. The world turned dark instantly. The only thing visible to spectators was Lichia stopping the two attacks with his hands. Alas, as the two raised their power, he tried to do the same but couldn't. The internal conflict within him ignited into an ocean of flames. This implosion could reduce him to dust as long as he kept trying to channel his power. Die! Wild Dragon joined the fray and spewed out true draconic flames. Luminous Law. Jun Suetsan didn't forget to bless him as well and increased the temperature. ZZ. The flames turned into a fiery pulse as a result, burning all affinities along the way. Chapter 50-30. The pulse has reached a monstrous level after being blessed by Xueqi. Despair took over Demon due to the sheer devastation. When it struck Xueqi, everyone felt that nothing would be able to survive it, not even him. The impact alone caused Demon to sink down while mountains crumbled nearby. Boom! Nonetheless, it didn't disintegrate Xueqi. Die! Wild Dragon roared and continued to add more power. As for Xueqi, his power was fluctuating dramatically. The various affinities burned themselves due to Xueqi's my brilliance. Ah! He cooperated with the play and let out a scream, letting others know that he was on the verge of death. He's finished, Xueqi said. Xueqi managed to stop the triple attacks, but because of activating his power, it caused the internal chaos to intensify. The thing killing him was his own power and my brilliance, not any of the external assaults. His scream stirred the spectators who thought that this was only a matter of time. Xueqi's talent is unreal. Everyone was amazed by this creation. Xueqi's scream continued to echo around the region. Everyone think that this was his limit. Keep going. Radiant Monarch and his allies started burning their own vitality and energy, once again pushing their attacks. Xueqi decided to scream louder to keep up with the play. His power surged and waned repeatedly. Clank! A murderous intent suddenly manifested along with a god-killing thrust. No! It froze the crowd and made them scream, thinking that their head was going to be pierced. The target was none other than Xueqi, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. Time came to a halt and everyone saw the move clearly, feeling that they were so close to death. It didn't come from the current combatants. Nonetheless, it pierced through Xueqi's head. Someone regained their wits and shouted in horror. Shadow Rider! Others finally realized the situation and became afraid. The famed assassin was the one to end the battle by piercing Xueqi's head. No one saw how the assassin got there before everything was over. This was Shadow Rider style. Just one decisive move. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Radiant Monarch's group felt the same fear since they had no idea either. They would rather fight a stronger combatant than become Shadow Rider's target. It's over. Sky Stomper God shuddered and watched Shadow Rider closely. Sigh, not fun at all. They suddenly heard someone sighing and speaking. Xueqi, who was supposed to be dead, opened his eyes and his wound closed, looking as alive as ever. What? The crowd shouted, thinking that he had turned into a zombie. The combatants also became afraid because they thought that he was dead for sure. That sword really did pierce him. Impossible. Radiant Monarch shouted because he saw the event with his own eyes. It's not a bad Dao, it just doesn't work on me. Xueqi smiled. Boom! The Dao sealing Xueqi was forced out and sent back to its master. No! Xueqi summoned numerous treasures and channeled laws in order to stop the Dao. Alas, this was futile since it broke through his defenses and obliterated his 4 sacred fruits, ending with him being reduced to blood. Clank! The hand that was stopping sword grasp retaliated, breaking the top half of the blade and swinging it forward. The frightened old man tried to parry only to fail. His fruits were cut through, his body dismembered. The 2 halves fell to the ground. He died with his eyes still open. Radiant Monarch, on the other hand, escaped right after Xueqi finished speaking. He crossed through one spatial dimension after another, not wanting to linger around. Xueqi flicked his finger and sent the spear of light in that direction. Ah! It pierced through all the dimensions and pierced Radiant Monarch. Nonetheless, he still kept on running with the spear still stuck in his body. Chapter 50-31. Shadow Rider was actually the fastest to react, even disappearing faster than Radiant Monarch. The escaping technique was peerless in the lower continents, but unfortunately, the opponent was Xueqi. He pulled the sword out and crucified Shadow Rider into the fabric of space. The only person who didn't try to escape was Wild Dragon. He came even closer to summon a treasure. Golden Serpent Emperor. He underwent a transformation and became larger. He was initially a fire dragon. His scales became tough and golden, causing him to look rather regal. Rah! The golden dragon possessed a majestic divinity with an ethereal throne behind him. The figure sitting on the throne shocked and suppressed everyone, making them feel like insignificant dust specks. In fact,
Even the dragon lords couldn't endure the pressure and nearly dropped to the ground. "Serpent God!" Gold-Crest young noble shouted while being paralyzed. Wild Dragon was being possessed by this founder god, the oldest and most mysterious. It turned out that this was his fortune. When he was younger, he just happened to come across a small snake nearly being pecked by a great eagle. He had a rare moment of kindness and saved the small snake. It turned out that this snake was a transformation of the founder god. Because of this, he was bestowed freedom and protection. The dragon lunged downward with its mouth open, ready to devour Xueqi, who still had a smile on his face. He raised his hands and summoned a crow with sky-blotting wings. Screech! It leaped into the air and caught the golden dragon instantly. It flapped its wings and sent the throne flying. When the figure on the throne saw that crow, it immediately disappeared from sight and didn't return. Ah! The golden dragon was torn apart by the crow. Blood splashed everywhere as it reverted to its original form, a big-belly earth dragon. The crow didn't relent and tore the dragon apart. Large pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Spectators couldn't believe it. The mighty golden dragon couldn't stop a single move. Most importantly, the Serpent Emperor ran away to the demon's astonishment. Xueqi's next focus became Shadow Rider. As he walked closer, fog engulfed the region and day turned into night. One couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Chilling gusts started to form as well. It looked like the coming of ghosts. What's going on? This scared the hell out of cultivators. Whoosh! Thousands of swords suddenly manifested in the fog and attacked Xueqi. Every single sword was more frightening and powerful than Shadow Rider's ambush earlier. Humph! Xueqi scowled and ignored the swords pinned to his body. He raised his foot and stomped down, causing an unknown being to scream and run. However, this gave enough time for Shadow Rider to run away. Xueqi decided to pursue this time, leaving the crowd behind. The fog eventually dispersed in the palace. Nonetheless, the stench of blood still remained. Was that Nightwalker? Goldcrest whispered. He got the feeling that this was the commanding god of mist. Why did this being suddenly arrive to help Shadow Rider? Of course, this was a serious matter and he didn't dare to comment on it without sufficient evidence. The other dragon gods glanced at the messy battlefield, shocked. Xueqi, Sword Grasp Venerable, and Wild Dragon have been slain. Only Radiant Monarch was fortunate enough to escape, but who knows if he could survive the injuries? The reversal happened so suddenly. Everyone thought that Xueqi was finished, yet he turned it around in just a few seconds. Moreover, they saw Shadow Rider's sword piercing his head as well. How did he come out unscathed in the end? Sky Stomper trembled uncontrollably. That could have been his fate had he joined the battle. Still running. Xueqi had no problem keeping up with Shadow Rider and stomped down, sending him to the ground. He stopped running and showed his hands above the pit. I give up, what as you please." He then pulled out the sword from his chest and tossed it at Xueqi, aware that escaping was impossible. "You wouldn't be alive right now if I want to actually kill you." Xueqi said. "My life is yours now, you can do whatever." He had an awkward smile. "I don't want your dog life, relax." Xueqi sat down and said. He then carefully healed his wounds, no longer thinking about running. Having 100 heads still wouldn't be enough to survive an encounter with Xueqi. "What do you want of me then?" He finished bandaging with ointment and asked. "Talk about that Nightwalker earlier." Xueqi said. He chose to be silent since this was a big secret. Find the original at poreed.com. "I can force him out and the process will be very painful." Xueqi smiled. He knew that this was indeed the truth. Xueqi was a man of his word. "We are one, except I'm the Tao avatar," he admitted. Chapter 5032. Nightwalker was the revered commanding god of mist. No one expected this connection between Nightwalker and Shadow Rider. One was a demon while the other was a human from an unknown assassin organization. They were so far apart and most importantly, the commanding gods couldn't leave demon. Others would be shocked to hear this. Of course, Shadow Rider wasn't lying about this matter. Xueqi chuckled and wasn't surprised at all. "Looks like your lineage is rather capable." Xueqi smiled and sat there like an old friend.
His attitude only frightened Shadow Rider even more, not knowing his intentions. Even his true body couldn't do anything against Li Qie. After 2 exchanges, he had a good idea of Li Qie's power. This was someone above the level of the lower continents with the exception of Conceal Conqueror. Just tell me what you want, I will try my best to fulfill your request. He surrendered. Let me ask a question first. I heard the schoolmaster mention something about a particular job in the dark market back then. You should have been the one accepting it. Li Qie said. I see. Shadow Rider said. This was all a trap for me. Li Qie shrugged. The result would have been the same. It would only take me more time to find you. Yes. He nodded and admitted, I accepted the job and not just one, we worked together afterward. Who hired you? Li Qie inquired. Don't ask me, I have no idea. He smiled wryly. Really now? Li Qie's eyes narrowed while gazing at him. I will pry all of your memories out of your head and watch them, second by second. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. I'm telling the truth. I don't know who this person is. He said, I was responsible for either stopping or killing any target who tried to escape. That's all I know, it was just a job. The details didn't matter to him since he was an assassin, only the payment. Several big shots have died because of our work. He added. Li Qie continued to stare at him and he went on, I personally know of Sword Lord and Void Saint Child. Li Qie still didn't speak but this was enough to force him to speak. That's really the extent of my knowledge. Though we worked together, I was responsible for keeping an eye out for runners. A guard dog. Li Qie chuckled. That's one way to put it. I didn't care about the target or the details. He didn't mind the insult. And what about Phenomena Conqueror? Li Qie asked. What do you mean? He paused for a second. Don't worry about anything else. Just answer this first. Was Phenomena Conqueror one of the victims? Li Qie asked. He hesitated for a moment before answering. I only know of Sword Lord and Void Saint Child. I didn't see Phenomena Conqueror. But you reacted earlier. You know more than this. Li Qie smiled. I am an assassin who operates in the shadow but I will not defame others. It took a while before he answered this time. It's just you and me here. Li Qie said, you're merely expressing an opinion, not accusing anyone of anything. I believe the person who hired me might be a conqueror. He eventually revealed. Now that's more interesting. Li Qie stroked his chin and said, Go on. I've never seen the person, rather mysterious. I just know that I am far weaker. He said, though everything was hidden, my intuition tells me that it is a powerful conqueror. A conqueror hiring an assassin. Li Qie commented. It's a bit ridiculous, no one will believe it, but I'm sure of it. He said. It's the reason why you're still alive. Even if you want to expose this secret, no one will believe you. Li Qie said. True. He said. Conquerors were supreme beings, whether they be from the race or the people. They represented the apex of the Tao. They were worthy of respect. Though some were mass murderers, they always did it in an open manner. People would believe the words of a conqueror over that of an assassin. Li Qie pondered the possibilities. Shadow Rider hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth as if to speak, and then closed it again. Which conqueror, in your opinion? Li Qie asked. I don't know, I lack details. He shook his head. In reality, there weren't that many choices to pick from in the lower continents. Aren't you curious about it? Li Qie smirked. Being an assassin is just a profession. I don't need to be one, so it's not really any of my business. He said. Why is that? Li Qie stared at him. He was afraid of Li Qie's gaze and spilled everything. I only want to keep this lineage going, that's all. I don't have to be an assassin. Chapter 50-33. It's certainly something I'm interested in knowing. Li Qie said. Shadow Rider didn't know why Li Qie was curious about his secretive lineage. No one knew of its existence for millions of years now. He was absolutely the first. I have a particular suspicion. He said. Go ahead. Li Qie gave permission. You must be from the upper 2 continents.
he said, thinking that's the only explanation behind this. Radiant Monarch had the same guess as well but for a different reason.
What makes you say that?
Li Qie smiled.
Well, he wanted to choose his words carefully because this pertained to both his survival and his lineage.
It's because you believe your lineage is from the upper two continents or even the immortal one. Li Qie's eyes became profound. He took a deep breath and said, I don't know the details.
Don't worry, you would be dead right now if I have any malice. Plus, I could have read your memories. You wouldn't appreciate that though due to the agony entailed.
Though Li Qie's tone was casual, Shadow Rider still trembled in fear. As an assassin, he was familiar with death and didn't fear it. On the other hand, torturing meant prolonged pain and Li Qie was a frightening existence. Having his memories pulled out forcefully would be a fate worse than death. He had experienced pain before but still didn't think he could endure the experience.
I'm not sure, I've never seen our founder god.
He elaborated, from the records, our founder god should be an outsider from the upper continents. There was no point in resisting Li Qie. The result would be the same. It was wiser to pick the easier route.
It's plausible,
Li Qie said. The founder god of mist was enigmatic, unlike the others who came from demon. This person cut the tablet and left behind a deity spot.
That's why I want to see your lineage,
Li Qie added. Shadow Rider was visibly unwilling to do this.
No,
Li Qie smiled.
As if I can refuse.
Shadow Rider said.
You cannot bring me there.
Li Qie said, I'm easy to work with, it'll just take me a bit more time and effort. It's just that if I am not careful enough, I might accidentally destroy it too.
Fine, I will take you there,
he conceded. That's the smart choice,
Li Qie said. Not all are as smart as you nowadays, and especially not other assassins.
He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the compliment due to the tough circumstances. It was obvious what would happen to him if he didn't obey.
We're connected by fate, don't you know?
Li Qie said softly. I'll take it easy on you so you can relax. I won't kill all of Mist so you just need to enjoy our time together. Yes, I'm feeling great right now, he said begrudgingly. He had no control over his own life right now, not to mention that this madman might kill all of Mist. I hope so because when things are outside of our control, there is no use being all gloomy. Just be smart and flexible regardless of the circumstances, Li Qie said.
I'm trying,
he smiled wryly.
I'm sure we will work well together.
Li Qie acted as if he was talking to an old friend. Now, isn't it time to bring me to your lineage?
Yes,
he agreed with Li Qie's logic. There was no point in trying to stop the unstoppable.
Oh, don't you want to go see that place?
He then asked.
The killing place?
Li Qie became serious.
Yes, that slaughterhouse is actually right here in Demon. However, I cannot enter.
He nodded.
I am indeed amused by this matter.
It is rather interesting.
Li Qie stroked his chin.
Don't you want to know what this guy is doing?
No, and I don't really care.
He shrugged. One thing I'm sure of is that this isn't about treasure or revenge. He wasn't too afraid of working with this powerful being. After all, he was only a Dao avatar and had confidence in his escaping techniques. Li Qie might be the only one who managed to learn his true secret. Cannibalism. Li Qie stared at him and said. He shuddered after hearing this. In reality, he had thought of this before but didn't dwell on it. Now that it became the main topic, it was indeed frightening for a conqueror to eat famous cultivators.
For what reason?
He asked. A quick look at bit. ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Since you're a pure assassin, this isn't part of your domain. It is a lost art, a forbidden art. Alas, it has shown itself again, Li Qie said. Chapter 50-34. Cannibalism itself wasn't a rare thing in the cultivation world. It was a world reigned by the strong and the weak were bullied. However, Li Qie made it sound rather serious. A conqueror eating other top masters. Why did this conqueror stop? In the past, it seemed to be every 1,000 years but I haven't been hired for a while now. Shadow Rider asked. So you have thought about this? Li Qie said. Yes, Because this was a dangerous deal, so I paid more attention than usual. I'm sure that the Conqueror has been inactive. He nodded. And that's what we're trying to find out. Li Qie smiled. He was sure that something had happened for the Conqueror to stop. This did interest him a little. Left for the upper continents? He speculated. No, that's not what I'm interested in. I don't even care about who this Conqueror is. Li Qie shook his head. Then what? He asked. Cannibalism. Li Qie responded, causing the assassin to tremble again. The latter felt as if he was a delicious meal waiting to be devoured by Li Qie. Don't misunderstand, I don't want to eat you. To be perfectly blunt, eating you is similar to eating a worm. You wouldn't eat a worm, right? Li Qie smiled. I see. He understood the crucial point. So this is refinement requiring a special merit law or method to truly be effective. Correct, to put it simply, there are two goals. Li Qie said. What are they? He became more and more curious since he was one of the participants. A quick look at Tinural.com/2P9MV8W will leave you more fulfilled. Either to increase power and energy or to prolong lifespan. Li Qie answered. Shouldn't he use alchemy? He said. The consumption of pills and alchemy ingredients are very particular. Not every kind can be used at a given period. Moreover, refinement is an extremely profound art. Being a powerful cultivator does not make one an amazing alchemist without the proper mastery. Li Qie paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, cannibalism can be rather profound as well. So the bodies were used to make pills? Shadow Rider took a deep breath and speculated. Technique mastery was one thing, the materials were crucial as well, whether it be special grass or beast cores, flesh, or Dao bones. No one had a problem with using these materials. But what about human flesh, tendons, and bones? It was rather frightening to imagine a conqueror extracting certain human parts for the sake of either power or lifespan. As an assassin, he merely killed people. Refining and eating them seemed more sinister in comparison. It doesn't have to be pills. He could have eaten them alive. For example, when you eat a snake, you have to know where to slice in order to extract the gallbladder. Li Qie explained, this is a high-level art, either self-created or was passed down. Power or lifespan? Shadow Rider wondered about the possibility. Either way, once started, there is no going back. The user will be addicted and fall into the darkness. Li Qie said with a profound gaze. It is forbidden and detested for a reason. Even the greatest hero who had protected this world would not be able to redeem themselves after walking down this path. Only darkness awaits. Why pick this path? Shadow Rider said. Cultivators are just far more nutritious compared to a same-grade material. For example, an immortal versus a so-called immortal grass. Li Qie said, thus, a dragon lord will be more effective to a conqueror than a divine grass. The same applies to conquerors for a supreme overlord. So big fish eating small fish. Shadow Rider's horizon expanded as he understood a dark truth. Indeed, it is the law of the jungle. Nonetheless, it is outwardly forbidden, not allowed in any era or epoch. Once it is unleashed, the world will plunge into darkness and chaos. Li Qie said. Once this particular art became popular, even a highly skilled assassin like him would turn into delicious meals. Now, it has appeared in the hand of a conqueror, how strange. Li Qie continued. Shadow Rider agreed and wondered about the origin of this method. Let's go to that place, we'll find out soon enough. Li Qie said. Shadow Rider got up but first, they regrouped with Goldcrest and the others. The youths were frightened to see him next to Li Qie. Shadow Rider. They would have run if it wasn't for Li Qie's presence. He only stared at them in silence. Did you kill anyone here? The innocent Ming Shi asked. No one paid me to. He uttered coldly. He couldn't stand up straight in front of Li Qie, but he was still a dreadful king of assassins in the youth's eyes. Chapter 50-35. Ming Shi glanced at Goldcrest before winking at the assassin. If I pay you, will you cut off his rooster head? Miss, please don't joke around like that. Goldcrest became startled. Shadow Rider stared at Goldcrest, causing him to shiver with fear.
He felt as if the gaze was piercing his heart.
Okay, stop please.
Goldcrest was actually afraid. Although he was considered a powerful cultivator, he was not a challenge at all. Yes, I will give you 8% off.
Shadow Rider responded. He. Did you hear that, Rooster? 8% off.
Keep this in mind the next time I visit Demon. You better be a better host or I will hire him.
Mingshi said.
Yes, of course. Goldcrest nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken eating grain. It's no big deal at all as long as it pleases you, Mississippi.
Just don't joke like this again.
Mingshi raised her head arrogantly and spared Goldcrest this time around. The latter was afraid of Shadow Rider and decided to keep a distance, not wanting to accidentally offend the assassin.
Coward.
On the other hand, Mingshi thought that everything was fine as long as she was near Li Qie.
We're leaving,
Li Qie said before glancing at Jian Yunyun. Just know to keep your expectation low. What do you mean, young noble? She had a sense of foreboding after hearing this. If I am not mistaken, we might find the missing cultivators including your ancestor. Unfortunately, if we're lucky, their corpses will be around. Yunyun's heart trembled after hearing this despite having thought of this possibility before. It was still difficult to listen to the truth.
I understand. She took a deep breath.
The atmosphere became solemn. Mingshi and Goldcrest didn't know how to console Yunyun because they knew very little about the Empress Dowager and the situation. With Shadow Rider leading the way, they crossed through the perilous terrains of Demon and arrived at a valley.
It was surrounded by towering trees. One wouldn't be able to see it while flying over.
There was nothing here except for a rough and weedy rocky cliff, not looking out of place at all.
It's here.
Li Qie gazed at the cliff and felt the rhythm of the Grand Tao. He was the only one capable of doing this among the group. Shadow Rider didn't feel anything at all, but he already knew this location. There was once a great fortune here.
Li Qie was slightly surprised.
A great fortune?
What kind?
Mingshi asked. To which he responded, enough to become untouchable for a lifetime.
Really?
Her eyes turned bright as a result. He, then let's take a look, maybe there's something else here too. Forget about it. Everything worth taking has been taken. Li Qie shook his head and focused on the cliff again. This was where I stood in ambush. I only had to take action twice.
Shadow Rider said.
Did you kill Divine Empress Dowager?
Yunyun suddenly asked.
Shadow Rider stared at her, causing her to shudder in fear. This was an understandable reaction. Nonetheless, she tried her best and met his gaze. I was hired as the guard, not to kill. I had nothing to do with your Empress Dowager's death. Shadow Rider didn't release any killing intent to intimidate her.
He's not lying.
Li Qie nodded. Mingshi touched the cliff and then knocked on it once before commenting, "There's nothing here."
I'm sure there is more to this.
Goldcrest took his time and didn't notice anything either.
It is a seal,
Shadow Rider said. Mingshi wasn't afraid of him and smiled. You never got curious enough to enter? Curiosity killed the cat. He coldly uttered, causing her to stick out her tongue due to his scary tone. So this hasn't been opened since your last transaction, around 10,000 years or so. Li Qie assessed the situation. Right, which is why I believe the person is no longer in the lower continents. Shadow Rider said. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at poread.com. And if that's not true?
Li Qie said.
Shadow Rider furrowed his brows after hearing this. If this mysterious conqueror was still here, why did the hunt stop? There must be a reason behind this, but he didn't notice any clues.
Who are you talking about?
Mingshi asked. Li Qie and Shadow Rider didn't answer. The former placed his hand on the cliff and activated his Tao power.
Buzz.
Numerous runes appeared on the surface.
So it is a seal,
Goldcrest said. He and the others didn't notice anything before, let alone activate these runes. This is... Li Qie was astonished again. Keep in mind that he was the creator of this epic. No Tao laws and merit laws could elude him. Everything was derivable. However, there were transformations not belonging to this epic yet could still blend in perfectly. Most importantly, he was familiar with them too.
So it is true,
he murmured. With his interference, The runes and Tao laws on the cliffs intertwined together and broke away from the usual positions. A circle was formed and rotated continuously until the seal was broken. Buzz! A door made out of light manifested into reality. It was like this before.
Shadow Rider said.
We're going in.
Li Qie told the group.
I'll keep an eye out.
Shadow Rider said.
This scared the youths again because he was performing his old job.
Were they the targets this time?
Even if this wasn't true, he could also run away.
Isn't this bad?
Yun whispered to Li Qie. Goldcrest nodded in agreement as well. It's fine. Monks can run but not their temple. He knows what he's doing. Li Qie smiled and glanced at the assassin. Chapter 50-36. Shadow Rider glanced at Li Qie with a complicated expression. He was an assassin king who lurked in the shadows. Thus, he had no one's trust, but Li Qie allowed him to be in charge of an important role without supervision. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com, of course. This didn't mean that Li Qie trusted him after a few conversations. It stemmed from Li Qie's invincibility. Could he ambush Li Qie's group one more time and kill them? Or could he seal the entrance? By this point, he didn't have the courage or the power to go against Li Qie since that would be suicidal. The only thing he could do was to perform his duty of guarding the entrance and not letting anyone get close. Li Qie didn't say anything else and entered the door. The youths had reservations but still followed him inside. What they saw next astounded them beyond words. A massive world with countless stars. This wasn't that uncommon in independent dimensions, but it was entirely dead. None of the stars had a single trace of life, let alone living beings. Among them was a great sun. Alas, it had countless cracks and its flames have been extinguished. Similar death occurred to the other stars. One was split in half. Another fell to the ground. Something had infiltrated their core and sucked the life out of them. No grass or vegetation could be seen anywhere. Anything that once possessed life force has been drained entirely. Li Qie closed his eyes and scanned the area. Sure enough, the initial impression was correct. Death was the only remaining affinity. So something like this was still left behind. What a ruthless geezer, sacrificing the entire world yet still couldn't escape this fate. Li Qie murmured to himself. As for the youths, this was their first time witnessing death of this magnitude. Where is this place? Ming Shi was anxious. An abandoned world.
Li Qie answered. Abandoned? Who abandoned it?
Yun asked. Its protector.
Li Qie said.
Yun had prior conversations with Li Qie and had a deeper understanding of the subject. She blurted out, this protector did this to their own world?
That is correct. Li Qie smiled.
It's insane, how many people were living here? Ming Shi was overwhelmed. How many lives are on the 6 continents? This might be larger.
Li Qie responded.
Impossible. Goldcrest and Ming Shi blurted out in unison. Observe it again.
Li Qie said.
The two sat down on the ground, unable to comprehend the horror. Their 6 continents were colossal. How could anything reduce all 6 down to nothing but death? There are many ancient emperors, conquerors, and Tao lords here.
Ming Shi quietly said.
They're not the strongest beings in this world, only the starting point.
Li Qie revealed.
Only the starting point? This was a new perspective for the 2 youths. In their mind, these were the apex beings of the 6 continents. For example, Conceal Conqueror was the strongest in the lower continents, but there are 12 fruit existences above. If conquerors and Tao lords were only at the starting point, where were they? How did this world die? Yun has been focusing on the stars. As long as you're strong enough, you can open your mouth and swallow all life forms in one breath.
Li Qie said.
Let's not talk about this anymore. Ming Shi was afraid of the possibility of these monstrous existences. The 10 monsters were nothing compared to them if they could swallow stars. Why did the protector change their mind?
She calmed down and asked.
Unable to maintain the original aspiration. Li Qie smiled and stared at them. For example, let's say you have a pet rabbit that you have been taken great care of. It grows up fat while circumstances make you feel rather hungry. Stop if you keep going. I won't be able to eat anything anymore.
Ming Shi felt nauseous.
So we're rabbits? Yun shuddered. You think too highly of yourself then. For a being of this level, you can't even be considered an ant. As for a rabbit, the true masters that you know I suppose can be at this level.
Li Qie shook his head. Do we have a protector too? Ming Shi suddenly asked.
She felt that there was a great guardian looking down on them. Li Qie only smirked in response. Chapter 50-37. Being in this macabre region was nerve-wracking. The youths imagined how it was once full of life and shiny stars. There must have been generations of capable geniuses and countless legends. Most importantly, it had protectors and guardians, supreme existences towering above all else. Over the years, living beings with knowledge of them had nothing but respect and gratitude, considering them as saviors. Perhaps they thought that as long as these protectors were around, prosperity would remain for ages to come. There was no need to fear foreign invasion and calamity. We are Poreed.com. Find us on Google. None of them expected to go down due to their revered guardians. These beings could randomly devour their subjects and world, treating everything as delicious meals. This depicted the event that happened in this world, their so-called savior turning the blade toward them. World saviors do not exist. Remember this. Li Qie woke the youths from their stupor. Ming Shi and the others never heard of something like this before. Today, they actually saw the demise of a world greater than theirs. This made them think about their sex ancestors and whether these beings would ever try to devour their descendants. They immediately stopped thinking about this, or it would sow a permanent seed of distrust in their mind. There are some corpses here. Goldcrest looked around and saw a dhow platform on a cliff nearby. Ming Shi and Yun immediately rushed in that direction. Sure enough, there were corpses of clearly powerful and influential characters. This person must have been from deity. Goldcrest focused on an old man. Although the skin was dried and withered, his handsome features could still be seen. The robe's patterns and symbols were from deity. Yes, look at the badge by his waist. Yun had a good understanding of the 12 lineages, God Visage King, a top dragon lord. Goldcrest went to another corpse and recognized him. He took a deep breath and said, Night-born heavenly demon, one of the strongest monarchs. Goldcrest was sure of this due to a black jewel on the corpse's forehead. It seemed to be there at birth. Another one shocked Yun, causing her to comment, This is Void Saint Child's illusory physique. The corpse still gave an ethereal and intangible impression as if it was incorporeal. We've seen this person before. Ming Shi shouted. Yun and Goldcrest came over. The latter gasped and said, Sword Lord. Yes, that's right. Yun saw that the divine sword nearby no longer had any light left. The guardian of our academy, Ming Shi murmured. They had only seen his portrait before. Now, they finally got to meet the prestigious guardian, albeit under the worst circumstance. Yun had a terrible feeling about this and started looking through the corpses. Eventually, she saw one by the corner and immediately fell to the ground, staring at it in a daze. The other two came over and saw the corpse of an old woman. She must have been gorgeous and full of nobility when she was alive. Divine Empress Dowager. Ming Shi knew who it was right away despite not knowing her appearance prior. Right. Yun said softly. This concluded those on the missing list. They have met their demise here. Now the question became, why were they here? Who killed them? Ming Shi regained her wits and boldly speculated. Don't tell me that Supreme Overlord devoured this world and then conspired to absorb these cultivators too? You have quite an imagination. Li Qie shook his head. These cultivators might be powerful to you, but for someone capable of devouring a world, they are no different from insects, not enough to be an appetizer. Oh, Ming Shi said. Who killed them then? Why are they all here as well? Goldcrest hurriedly added. I don't know how to answer the second question, but as for the first, someone purposely led them here in order to devour them. Li Qie chuckled and said, This is a copycat that had either inherit or come across a mighty legacy. The method to become stronger is via consumption. Why this method? It's disgusting. She said. Do you eat alchemy pills? It has a similar effect for this user, either gaining power or lifespan. Li Qie said.
I got it. She had nothing but disdain for the culprit. A while ago, though they found the dead world to be horrible, they were still disconnected. They had nothing to do with any living being here. Now they saw victims from their own world, legendary and respected figures. They grew up worshipping these cultivators. Imagining the main characters from the tales being imprisoned and eaten like pills made them feel sick.
Chapter 50-38.
Wait! After a while, Yun realized something and started going through the corpses again. What's happening? Goldcrest thought that she was overwhelmed with emotion and became unstable. Sis, are you okay? Mingshi shuddered. She's fine, she's just looking for someone. Li Qie said. Who? The two of them asked at the same time. After getting confirmation, Yun sat down on the ground, looking a bit confused. She said, one is missing. Who is it? Mingshi didn't bother analyzing the situation. Goldcrest remained calm and thought about it before replying, yes, I think one is missing. Let me know too. Mingshi raised her voice. Yun and Goldcrest exchanged glances while hesitating due to a lack of proof. This was a rather serious matter. A conqueror. Phenomena. Li Qie answered instead. Phenomena conqueror? He was missing too? Mingshi blurted out. Wait a minute. Don't tell me, he's the culprit behind all of this. But no, that can't be. The other two didn't know what to say. Yun was the first to know about this because of Blood Sea Blade. He talked about the missing conqueror on top of many dragon lords. These dragon lords have been found now, but one corpse was still missing. The other missing cultivators were all connected. One possibility was that he lured them here and devoured them of their power. This was plausible because he was a four-fruit conqueror on top of possessing peerless talent. He did have the ability to ambush and kill them. On the other hand, this pertained to the reputation of a great conqueror. They had no solid evidence to accuse him of this horrific crime. They then recalled how his master came to find Bloodfly God. Did Thousand-Faced Sovereign already suspect him? How did Bloodfly God fit into all of this? We have no proof. Yun said, we need to keep our mouth shut or it might be disastrous for our sect. He might still be here in the lower continents. Mingshi nervously said. If they were to spread this information, he might come and kill them. The culprit doesn't matter. Li Qie got up and said, place them on their stomach. Should we? Mingshi found this disrespectful. The other two obeyed and lined the corpses up on their stomach. This revealed a faint mark on their back. It resembled a crescent moon, a sign of something missing. They thought that the culprit had used a seal of sorts to imprint this mark on the victims. However, this seal was incomplete, hence the damaged markings. So the geezer had this trick up his sleeve. Li Qie thought to himself, it's not a legacy, he simply left it behind as a trump card. What is it? The youths didn't know what the mark was. Something extraordinary. I have no idea how he got it or understood its mysteries. How interesting. Li Qie said. So it really is Phenomena Conqueror? She asked. Mingshi, remember to not speak of this, especially when we're outside. Not to mention the Conqueror, Lunar will come to your lineage and demand an answer. I got it. Mingshi stuck her tongue out, aware that this might start a war between two lineages. Lunar would never allow anyone to besmirch its conqueror's reputation. Should we go find Phenomena Conqueror? Goldcrest asked. Where do we start? Plus, the culprit might not be him. We don't have any absolute proof outside of him being missing. Yun smiled wryly. True. Maybe he went to the upper continents and didn't do this. On the other hand, we don't know where to look for him either. Mingshi thought that they were being too hasty with this conclusion. The actual culprit might be gone as well. It has been a while since someone has gone missing as far as we know. Yun mused. Lunar was a possible location to find the conqueror. However, his master came to Demon for more information, so this couldn't be right. Most importantly, the three of them were helpless against such a powerful being. Thus, Mingshi stared at Li Qie. What are you looking at me for? Li Qie smiled. Are you really ignoring this despicable villain that is preying on the land? She asked. Why should I interfere? He shrugged. Because you are unbeatable. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. She responded. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. Silly girl, I am not a saint or a savior. This is not any of my business. Let me ask you a question. Do you eat pills? Of course. She answered right away. Your precious pills were refined from precious grass or even the inner cores of ancient beasts. Should I interfere and stop this practice when so many cultivators are doing it? Li Chia asked. Please stop. I don't want to eat alchemy pills anymore. She strongly responded. Besides, even if I care enough, this is simply a trivial matter. Li Chia continued. Dragon lords kill each other constantly in each generation, the same for conquerors and Dao lords. Missing a few is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. It's not like the world is being destroyed. Ming Shi couldn't retort this time because Li Chia had killed several dragon lords not long ago. This culprit had a different process, but the outcome was essentially the same. Remember, if someone claims to be a savior or acts as such, you need to be careful because one day, they might eat you like a pet rabbit. Li Chia stared at her and finished the lesson. Chapter 5039. The world was once so beautiful to Ming Shi. Now, she found it to be far darker. This is all your fault. I can't eat anything from now on. She complained. This is just the norm. You haven't been exposed to them before. Now you have. He chuckled and said. I don't need this crap. She snorted. Meanwhile, Yunyun was sitting down and staring at her Empress Dowager's corpse. She spent all of this time and effort searching for her, wanting her to take charge of Primal. Alas, this was all in vain. No one could fix the issues in Primal now. That thing might be lost forever as well. This left her lost because she no longer had a goal in mind. The thing keeping her from crumbling down due to the pressure was the hope of finding the Empress Dowager. That was the way to reunite Primal again. Now, the only path has been blocked. Despite her exceptional talents, a single tree was not a forest. It's not over. Li Chia sat down next to her. Her eyes turned bright as she immediately asked, How so? Li Chia glanced at the corpse and said, The culprit might have consumed her, but the technique was yet to be perfected. Are you saying that the Empress Dowager can still be saved? Yunyun suddenly thought that there was still hope because he was Li Chia. This novel is available on bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Li Chia shook his head in response. No, there is no reviving the dead. Doing so is declaring war against the heavenly Tao, resulting in a tribulation like no other. A minor punishment is death to the offender. A heavy one means dragging the epic down with it. Then there is another method? She asked. The divinity is still there inside her corpse due to the incomplete consumption. Li Chia said, This strand of divinity is extremely weak, you have little time. It sounds like you're trying to summon her soul, young noble. Ming Shi became curious. Li Chia chuckled and said, Not quite. A dragon lord's divinity contains many things, such as power and divine intent. The problem is the difficulty with awakening them. Moreover, it requires precision since time is limited in order to grasp vital information. He then glanced at Yunyun and continued, You must grasp the opportunity. Otherwise, everything will really be in vain then. What should I do to communicate with this divinity in time? She had never done something like this before. Goldcrest joined the conversation. And how can she make it so that the divinity would recognize and accept her, given the time limit? Good questions. Li Chia nodded. In this case, it is dependent on whether the Empress Dowager has a strong impression of you in her memories. Her divinity might still acknowledge you. I don't think so. Yunyun said because it was Black Dress Lady who took care of her, not the Empress Dowager. Then you must somehow make it recognize you in the shortest possible time. Li Chia said. What are my next steps? She took a deep breath. First, gain the divinity's recognition and acceptance. Next are the questions, and this is crucial. If you ask the right thing, it will give you the desired answer. Li Chia said, but if you can't fulfill these requirements, the divinity will disperse. The right questions and acceptance. Yunyun pondered. This is your only opportunity, and it will only last the blink of an eye. Let me know when you are prepared. Li Qie said. Ming Shi and Goldcrest exchanged glances after hearing this. If they had to perform this task, what would they do to gain the divinity's recognition? What were the right questions? This was a difficult task due to the time limit. Given her indignant death, her divinity would definitely answer any question regarding the culprit. However, did it really matter just knowing the culprit for Yunyun? Did she have enough power to avenge the Empress Dowager? Unfortunately, this answer was clear. Young noble, I am ready now. After thinking it through, she took a deep breath and solemnly said,
Good, let us begin then.
Li Qie nodded. Yunyun then kneeled before the corpse while raising the primal key with both hands. This was their heirloom, a symbol of status and identity. Any ancestor or regular disciple from Primal understood its significance. Buzz! Li Qie released an exuberant ray from his fingertip. It seemed to be alive. He chanted and created a mudra in front of his chest. The others felt a Yin wind flowing by afterward. He released a majestic life force, the opposite of Yin. The rays emanating from the mudra chased away the nether winds. This holy force resembled the birth of a blessed infant. Snow would melt and spring would return. All withering entities would be revived in preparation for an incoming golden age. The corpses on the ground started glowing. Their remnant divinity was being awakened. This process only lasted for a second. Ming Shi and Goldcrest compared the glowing corpses to the stars above. The latter had nothing left and didn't react. This was a sign of imperfection. Whoever killed them didn't devour them thoroughly like the world destroyer. Chapter 50-40. Li Qie roared and focused the rays into his hand again, pressing them with lightning speed against the Empress Dowager's forehead. Buzz! Her corpse lit up more than the others. Strands of divinity emanated from her and life returned to the corpse. Alas, the strands were feeble and could fade to a single gust of wind. The youths watched with bated breath, not daring to move because that might disturb the divine strands. The strands came together and formed a bright expanse. It eventually became an ethereal figure that slowly rose from the corpse. It was identical to the Empress Dowager, resembling something of a spirit. Ming Shi immediately covered her mouth, not wanting to gasp loudly and scare it away. The figure only stared at the key in Yunyun's hand, nothing else. The atmosphere became rather tense as they awaited Yunyun's first words. However, she didn't say anything and only stared intensely at the figure, communicating earnestly with her eyes and seemingly asking for permission. The figure stopped looking at the ruler and released a bright particle, looking like a drop of dew on a blade of grass during the early morning. The shimmering drop landed on Yunyun's forehead and caused a ripple. It entered her mind and turned into a tiny rune. With that, the figure dispersed and the light on the corpse dissipated as well. The final strand of divinity was now gone. After a while, Yunyun opened her eyes and kowtowed before the corpse. What did the Empress Dowager say? Ming Shi asked after Yunyun was finished with the ceremony.
Yunyun smiled wryly and shook her head. Nothing, just a rune that I can't understand right away. We're leaving, there's nothing else to see here.
Li Qie got up. Young noble, don't we want to try and communicate with the other corpses? Perhaps we can find the culprit that way? Ming Shi couldn't help but ask. It's not that simple. This method shouldn't be performed repeatedly or there will be consequences. Li Qie shook his head. Yunyun bowed deeply toward him, aware of the risk he had just taken to immensely help her out. Next, the youths decided to bury the corpses and erect memorial gravestones. Future descendants could pay respect later on. Once they exited through the gate, they saw Shadow Rider still standing there. They thought that the young noble was right. He didn't take this opportunity to flee. However, there was another person who was laying on the ground. The youths were surprised because they recognized him, Qing Sonka from the academy. What did you do? Ming Shi thought that Shadow Rider had killed him. Should I kill him? Shadow Rider ignored her and asked Li Qie. So it turned out that Qing Sonka came near and was knocked out instantly by Shadow Rider. You can't just kill randomly, no one hired you. Ming Shi said. Let him go. Li Qie simply didn't care about the youth. Ming Shi heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Shadow Rider then woke the youth up. The latter opened his eyes and was horrified to see Shadow Rider. He immediately got up and leaped backward, pale. This novel is available on poread.com. Don't worry, you wouldn't be alive right now if he wants to kill you. Li Qie said. Qing Sonka saw the group and speculated on the situation. It seemed that Li Qie had saved him again for the second time. Let's go. Li Qie ignored him and started walking away. As they were leaving, Yun asked, Dao brother, why are you here? I am following the traces of my ancestor, but unfortunately, I'm a little lost. He revealed the truth. Be careful of this dangerous place. I think you should leave as soon as possible. Goldcrest said, aware of the dangers looming in his home. Qing Sonka didn't say anything. Once the group was gone, he looked around and didn't notice anything, only that this palace appeared a little familiar. Where are we going now? Ming Shi asked. Li Qie smiled and glanced at Shadow Rider, who hesitated for a moment before answering. Mist. This surprised all the youths. Goldcrest, in particular, had a light flashing in his mind. This made him stare at Shadow Rider in disbelief. Unfortunately, their journey was interrupted by two mighty cultivators, Thousand-Faced Sovereign and Truth Conqueror. The emotional youths immediately bowed after seeing them. The Sovereign had a holy aura that commanded respect. As for the low-profile Conqueror, they still couldn't help but revere her. A Conqueror was a supreme being. Dragon Lords were innately inferior. In order to make up for the disparity between the two cultivation schools, the former needed to be way farther down the road. Chapter 50-41. The presence of these two masters would shock and intimidate anyone. One nearly had 7 sacred fruits while the other had 4 Dao fruits. The youths became nervous and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Fate brought us together again, fellow Daoist. The duo didn't expect to see Li Qie either. Is that so? Li Qie smiled. Meanwhile, the 1,000 faces of the Sovereign focused on Li Qie. Being gazed upon by this being was an inexplicable feeling. The youths felt as if they have become transparent. Everything about them could be seen clearly, whether it be their pores or veins. Even the slightest movement was detected. In fact, he could even derive their merit laws and origins. Secrets and flaws were as clear as day. Despite the intrusive nature of the gaze, Li Qie didn't seem to mind at all. I apologize. The Sovereign bowed and said, It's a terrible habit, but I couldn't help myself after seeing your cultivation fortunes. Saw anything interesting? Li Qie smiled. I only saw a chaotic expanse, nothing else. Thousand-Faced Sovereign was embarrassed. Truth Conqueror was surprised because he should have been able to see at least some clues. Few could hide everything from him. I'm just a regular cultivator, that's why there is nothing to see. Li Qie said. If you're a regular cultivator, then where do the rest of us stand? Truth Conqueror smiled and shook her head. He was famous at this point for killing the various Dragon Lords. In fact, most believed that only Conceal Conqueror was a match for him. Due to his insane battle potential, everyone speculated that he was from the upper continents. Fellow Daoist, you must be from the upper 2 or even the immortal continent, right? Thousand-Faced Sovereign asked. No, but I do plan on going up there to take a look soon. Li Qie shook his head. The two masters exchanged glances and had a sense of foreboding that this guy would cause a lot of trouble up there. If there's nothing else, goodbye. Li Qie said. The Sovereign hesitated for a moment before asking, Fellow Daoist, I do not question your strength. It's just that there are dangers hiding here right now. Please be careful. His sincerity amused Li Qie, who continued the conversation. What danger do you speak of, Sovereign? Truth Conqueror answered instead. We have been thinking and researching it. A villain is lurking in the shadows to ambush others. The youths heard this and wanted to talk about Phenomena Conqueror. However, would he believe them at all? I hope that it'll happen to me since it'll be entertaining. Li Qie said. The two exchanged glances again. The Sovereign said, You are strong enough to be fearless. It was up to the guy to heed his warning. Your Majesty, have you figured out anything? Ming Shi asked nervously, truly wanting to spill the beans. Despite being a genius from Untethered, she was just another disciple when standing in front of the two masters.
Truth smiled and appreciated her courage before answering. Nothing concrete, only a few speculations. She was modest and open-minded, not displaying a hint of arrogance. Ming Shi was truly tempted to bring up Phenomena Conqueror but managed to keep her mouth shut. "Do you have something on your mind, little sister?" the Conqueror asked. Ming Shi shook her head and didn't respond. "If I were you too, I would just stay in my sect." Li Qie smiled and said, "What makes you say that, fellow Taoist?" The sovereign said, "You two are looking for someone who has a penchant for devouring cultivators." Li Qie had no qualms. The two were stirred after hearing this despite their experience. "Could you elaborate, Tao brother?" Truth hurriedly said. "We are Poreed.com. Find us on Google. There's nothing much to say since you lack information." Li Qie waved his hand before finishing. "But I can say that you're on the right track. From my estimate, he has reached a power level where ordinary Dragon Lords aren't enough. However, a 6-fruit Dragon Lord or a 4-fruit Conqueror, that's another story." They didn't have proof before, but Li Qie's words seemed to serve as confirmation. "Old man, you aren't as delicious, not a real target." Li Qie glanced at the sovereign first before speaking to Truth. "The same can't be said about you. For Tao fruits are one thing, but most importantly, you are nobility, so your bloodline is the finest delicacy." The listeners present shuddered after hearing this. "Do you have any evidence at all, Tao brother?" Truth asked. "Well, we have found the missing people, or rather, their corpses. Void Saint Child, Sword Lord, all of them. Need I say more?" Li Qie nodded. "Fellow Taoist, who do you think the culprit is?" Thousand-Faced Sovereign took a deep breath before asking. Chapter 50-42. The youth stared at Li Qie, wondering if they should tell him the answer. How would he react after knowing? "Who do you think it is?" Li Qie answered with a question. The two didn't answer since they didn't wish to harm anyone's reputation. Their words carried immense influence, so people would take them seriously. "We do not know right now." Truth shook her head. Li Qie smirked and said, "I'm sure you have your suspects. Who was the first to pop up in your mind?" Truth glanced over at the sovereign, who remained silent. Li Qie stared at him and said, "Sovereign, I feel like you have a suspect already, and for a long time now." The youths became as tense as can be, awaiting a response from the sovereign. The sovereign only sighed because Li Qie was right. "I'm sure we both know I am talking about your disciple." Others didn't dare to break this veil of pretense, but not Li Qie. The sovereign staggered backward since this was another piece of clue pointing at Phenomena Conqueror. "Tao brother, this is a serious accusation." Truth said softly but wore a serious expression. The youths didn't dare to say anything, wondering if Thousand-Faced Venerable would either become furious or try to hide his disciple's crime by attempting to silence everyone here. "Fellow Taoist, please watch your words." The sovereign closed his eyes and placed his palms together. Search bit.ly/3IBFJKV for the original. "I didn't say that he was the culprit." Li Qie smiled. "I'm just asking if you are suspecting him. I saw him grow up and he is not the one, I stake my life on it." Thousand-Faced solemnly answered. Li Qie was moved to see this. "It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to have a master such as yourself. But Phenomena is missing indeed, that's why I am searching for clues." Thousand-Faced responded. "We did not see Phenomena Conqueror among the corpses." Ming Shi finally spoke. The sovereign stared at her and she lowered her head instantly. "Are you certain that he did not go up?" Li Qie asked. "Yes, I would have known for certain." The sovereign nodded. "Interesting. Could be good or bad." Li Qie commented on the circumstances. "Good in what way?" Truth asked. "Good as in he was still here and has been consumed." Li Qie said. The youths didn't know what to say. How is that a good outcome? "How is this good?" Thousand-Faced Sovereign asked. "If the culprit had eaten your disciple, it means that their taste will be more selective. Ordinary Dragon Lords won't be worth the time, meaning a long hibernation might be necessary first." The two masters exchanged glances. "What about the bad possibility?" Thousand-Faced asked. Li Qie stared at him and said, "You know the answer to this already." Thousand-Faced paused for a moment before letting out a sigh. Li Chia then told Truth. If I were you, I would ascend to the upper continents right now. Staying here isn't the solution. You need to face it. The youths have heard of her background before. Wouldn't ascending make her a target for the alliances up there? Celestial Court still wanted retribution. I will keep your advice in mind, Dao brother. She bowed slightly. Li Chia didn't say anything else and left with the youths. After they were gone, Truth asked, Sovereign, what is your plan? Fellow Taoist Li is right. You are in danger. Thousand-Faced responded, You should go back now. I will let you know immediately if I gain new information. That's fine, she said. Maybe it is truly time for me to leave. Shadow Rider led the group into a forest with massive trees and blinding fog. This prevented the majority of cultivators from entering since it resembled a labyrinth. Here. Goldcrest became serious. You know where this is? Yun asked. I believe this is the base of Mist. Goldcrest said. Is the founder god around? Mingshi was curious. No, the founder god is not in Demon. Goldcrest responded. I thought the founder gods couldn't leave Demon. Both Mingshi and Yun were surprised. Remember, this is just what I've been told. I haven't met any of them before. But the only exception to this rule should be Demon Conqueror. Goldcrest said. Wait, you're not making sense. If they can't leave Demon, where else can they be but here? Mingshi said. One theory is that they are staying in the Divine Nest. Goldcrest said. I see, so founder gods can enter? Mingshi asked. This is all beyond my level. Goldcrest said. At this point, they were taken to the entrance. Shadow Rider said, My mission is complete, this is it. Good. Li Chia nodded. With that, Shadow Rider gradually dispersed and disappeared from sight. Next, someone came out of the fog and scared the youths. They were surprised due to his appearance, especially the striking similarity to Shadow Rider. However, he chose to reveal his form. Nightwalker. Goldcrest blurted out the title. Why, you look really familiar to Shadow Rider, are you brothers? Mingshi asked with uncertainty. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.